Yo, what is up? How are things? Happy Saturday. College football underway. Great day. Several hours hanging out with you guys today. Looking forward to it. Lots going on. No reason to sit here and wait too long. Let's just jump right into the pool. Um, all right. I'll go one by one in rotation order of the games that are just kicking off or have kicked off, and we'll go from there. To talk about what to do for live or halftime purposes. This is why you hang out with me in the SWEATBOX, right? Um, 327 and 328, West Virginia, Central Florida. I'll classify this in the noon window. It doesn't go until 1 Eastern. TNT has the TV today on that one. Circa opened at 647 and a half. Now 7.5, 47. Nothing to it for the time being. Let's see. You've got Eastern Michigan is at Miami O. That game in Oxford. Opener Miami O 12 and 43 and a half. Closing line 13 and 48. These two coaches, I believe, the deans of the MAC at this point. Chuck Martin at Miami and who's the guy that's been in Ypsilanti? I forgot his name. He's been there for also 12 years. Oh, Chris Crate. Let's see. Eastern Michigan won the toss and took the ball. We'll keep you apprised of things. That's an ESPN Plus game. Skip down to 341, 342, Oklahoma and South Carolina. This game is on the SEC channel. The opening price, Oklahoma 4 and 42 and a half. Current number is 4. There is some 4.5 out there, and 42 and a half, 43, give or take. That one goes in about 35 to 40 minutes from Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia. 345, 346, UConn, Boston College in Chestnut Hill. Nurse. ACC channel for that one. Fuck, enough's enough. Pardon. ACC channel there. That game opened Boston College 3 and 55 and a half. Good money for both sides in this game. UConn actually closed the favorite 1 and 58. I respect the UConn money probably a little bit more, but there was a move on Boston College early. But UConn a little bit later, obviously to get the money towards the end. Let's see, UConn won the toss and deferred in that game. Boston College, first drive goes 46 yards, 12 plays, 5:47 off the clock. They kick a 47-yard field goal. Again, that game is on the ACC channel. BC, 3-0. UConn coming to bat. Jesus. 350, Duke at home against Georgia Tech. This game is on ESPN. Looks like Duke won the toss and deferred. It's about to kick here shortly. The game is in Durham. Duke opened 1 and 58 and a half against the unbeaten Jello Jackets. Closed 3 and 59 and a half, and some 60 out there. So lots of Duke support at the window. I couldn't get to it at that price. I actually made the game pretty much a pick, or Duke won. We'll see how it goes. That game, ESPN, I've got an eyeball on it. Next up, Central Michigan is at Bowling Green. In MAC play, it's on CBS College Sports. Pine, the quarterback for BG, not playing today, but anybody who paid attention to that knows it, and I'm aware of it myself. I'm actually involved on the Falcons. There was all kinds of money for Central Michigan, 361 earlier in the week. CBS College Sports for that one. Bowling Green won the toss, took the ball. I made the game a touchdown with Pine out closer to 5 still, but I saw value in it even at the 3 level. They opened 5:41 and a half, closed 3.5, 43 and a half. Falcons winner over Toledo last week after falling behind 21-0. Great rally to come back and win it as a double-digit home dog. Let's see if they can follow it up with the win over a Central Michigan team that I think is starting to hit the wall. There is a crosswind in this game, or should be from what I saw when I did my weather work last night. I actually liked under pretty good. in that one, but 43.5 is just a really low number for action. You never know what you get there. 365 and 366, you got Vandy hosting LSU. First time in 51 or 58, I forgot the number, but it's a lot. SEC games that Vanderbilt's actually the favorite at post time. They did close the favorite. 1.5, 48, the number. You can be sure that LSU certainly knows that. It'll be a fascinating battle. LSU's offense has underachieved most of the year. Vandy does have a ferocious defense. Meanwhile, Vandy's offense is pretty explosive, but LSU has a great defense. So we'll see what happens there. Arizona-Houston. That game is on FS1, and we've got both teams already to the paint. We'll get back to that one in just a second. The Vandy and LSU is on ABC. Washington, Michigan, 375, 376. That's on Big Fox. That's in Ann Arbor. Did I get the kick in the LSU game? I needed to chart that while I was working on it. I don't think I saw it. LSU Vandy, 366. Looks like Vandy got the ball, LSU got the ball first, and they're taking it down the field. On their first drive, it's 3rd and 13 at the Vandy 31 after the drop pass by Thomas. I do have a live feed on LSU Vandy and Washington, Michigan, with Fox and ABC being on antenna today, so I'll be ahead of you guys on those two games, if not any other ones. Washington, Michigan, again, that game. The Huskies won the toss and deferred. That game opened Michigan 4, 52.5. At the end, it was Michigan 4 and 50, 5-0 the total. No score 2 minutes in there. Washington forced a 3 and out from the Wolves, and they have it now around their own 40. Houston and Arizona. That's the game in Houston. Game 384. Houston won the toss and deferred. They opened a 1-point favorite, 49.5. There was Arizona money most of the week, and I had trouble figuring that. A couple of sharp friends of mine were also on Houston. Money line, the play there, if you could get even money or better on Houston at home, I did make them a 2.5, 3-point favorite as well. Scoring so far, Arizona first drive, 3 plays, 75 yards, 118 off the clock. Spivey, a 70-yard catch from Fifita. Houston answered. Thomas, 52-yarder from Weigman. 4 plays, 75 yards, 142. So both teams into the painted area less than 3.5 minutes into the game. Arizona takes over now. That game is on FS1. They have it at their own, let's see, the 35. Sorry. Yeah, they started at their own 27, actually, 15 yards from Mahdi on first down. So Arizona on the move again on their second drive. And what's starting out as a track meet at the very least. The first 2 touchdowns of the day, both scored in the same game. Baylor and Texas Christian, 385-386. This game TCU kicked off. ESPN2, the TV locale for that one. 4 and 70.5 was the opener for TCU. They closed 3 and 66. There is some weather that's potentially going to be a factor. Rain and possible storms. There certainly is some crosswind. Chuck Edel, who I respect greatly on college football totals, is on the over in this game. Generally speaking, I would never try to dodge him or duck him or fade him on the totals in the college foots. I just couldn't have had it myself, given the fact that the game, with those winds and the total being so high, and the potential of storms to delay things. So anytime that there would be an offensive momentum potential, you got the chance of a delay with weather. And obviously the handicap for him was simple. When he talked about it on VSiN yesterday, he said that you've got the quarterbacks that rank first and second in the country in passing touchdowns. Yeah, it's a fair handicap if you're doing it that way, I suppose. And certainly those teams are playing from behind. A lot of issues with defenses as well. Anyways, that game, like I say, was on ESPN 2. TCU did kick. Nothing happening there so far. Each team's had the ball once. Nothing's happened. Well, big play here by TCU out of the shadow of their own goal line. First down catch from Hoover to McAllister for 27. So yeah, both teams a couple of first downs, but nothing significant to this point. That game's about halfway through the first quarter, no score in at Amanji Carter Stadium in Fort Worth. Army and Tulane. That's at Yeoman. The Green Wave at home. They're 5-1. Army at 3-3. Big game in the American there. Tulane won the toss and deferred. This game is on ESPNU. And opened 13:45.5. And the closing number was Tulane 9.5 and 10 and 45. I made this game like 11.5. So I had favored Army at open, and now I lean Tulane towards the end of post. 48-yard kick by LSU in Nashville is good. So the Tigers strike first. The drive, 12 plays, 44 yards, 5:28 off the clock. LSU 3 and Vanderbilt coming to bat. 9:32 in the first. And with that, 9 games in this early window are underway, and I've got all 9 of them on a visual at this point. That'll continue until the 12:45 kick between Oklahoma and South Carolina, and then at 1 o'clock West Virginia, Central Florida on TNT, and then I'll have 9 of 11. Need to put some more TVs in here. Stop slack. All right. See if anything's happened scoring-wise. Looks like Boston College just put a field goal on the board against UConn. They lead 3-0, which we mentioned a little bit ago. UConn ball. Fagnano directing the offense for UConn. Completes a pass to Bell for a first down, but tack on 15 against Bell. They move it right back to midfield. Still be 1st and 10, middle of the first quarter there. Looks like Central Michigan's trying to move the ball against Bowling Green. 3rd and 9 for the Chippewas. 3-3 they are, both teams. Flores is the starting quarterback today for Central Mich, which I anticipated. Not a fan of his. Nothing doing that. They're going to have to punt it. So they do get 1 first down, and they bang it away. Falcons take over. Looks like at their own 25. 7:09 to go in the first. Bowling Green has the ball. They lead Central 3-0. Washington, Michigan. Huskies punt it. They had a little more success than Michigan on their first drive. They got a couple of first downs before banging it away. Wolverines take over after the touchback at their own 20. It was only a 39-yard punt. $19-yard net. Arizona, right back down the field again. Get your adding machines ready if you're at TDECU Stadium in Houston. Teams are wasting no time whatsoever putting up numbers. Total in that game at 47, and I have to wonder if somebody made a mistake there. Houston's defense has been good enough most of the year to think that 47 was a big number, but clearly they haven't had their hands on this Arizona offense and defense yet. Fafita's passing for the touchdown was 13 yards to Luke Wysong. Wysong, that's his first catch of the day. Spivey, the 7-yarder. Fafita's already hit 7 receivers in his first 2 drives. He's 7 for 7 with 7 different 7 different pass catchers. Meanwhile, Wiegman's 1 for 1 for 52 yards. So yeah, this game so far, defense seems optional. 148-75 is your yardage. 6:18 to go in the first. Arizona's point is good. They lead Houston 14-7 on the road. Wildcats 4-2. Houston 5-1. UConn right down the field chimes in. 6:06 to go. First quarter. The extra point is good. This UConn touchdown came from Vereen. 50-yarder from Fagnano. That was right after the penalty. 6 plays, 75 yards, 3:07 off the clock. Freeman's kick is good. UConn 7, Boston College 3. And Miami O takes the lead against Eastern Mich. 7-0, 5:25 to go there in the first. That's on ESPN+. Touchdown was Jordan Brunson up the middle for 1 yard out of the gun. Jobian's kick was good. Miami O drive, 11 plays, 69 yards. 5:25 left in the first. Redhawks 7, Eastern Michigan nothing. And that'll get you up to snuff on things that are happening at the start here of your Saturday. Those of you who indulge in soccer, will get you some finals in the Premier League. Chelsea beats Nottingham Forest 3-0. Ange Postecoglou, the coach of Nottingham, 39 days. He has been fired. 5 weeks and 4 days into his job, he no longer has a job. Big play Duke, he's going to score a touchdown. This is a really long, yeah, he's gone. He gone. Oh, wait a minute. He's not gone. Yeah, he is gone. They stripped him like right at the goal line. He was running out of gas. What happens here? Did he step out of bounds? It was close. I think he did. I can't tell for sure. Okay, so maybe the whistle blew. That's why, because he slowed way down. All right. Not even close to gone. All the way back at his own 38. I need to get a refresh on that game. Kind of want to watch some of that. It looks like so far Duke had it punted. Georgia Tech had it punted. Oh, Georgia Tech had it first. 8 plays, 28 yards, 5:17, and then Duke 4 plays, 49. That was a punt return. Okay, I guess. I don't know. I'm lost. All right. Let's see. No other scoring yet. Sunderland 2-0 over Wolves today. Manchester City 2-0 at home against Everton. Bournemouth and Crystal Palace. 6-goal thriller today at Selhurst Park. Wow, Crystal Palace rescues their point at the death. Bournemouth led 2-0 at the half. Matetas gets 2 back for CP. Bournemouth in the 89th minute goes up 1, and then Mateta again in the 98th minute for his hat trick. I think that was off a penalty. Those two teams both still in the top 8 of the league, each with only 1 loss. Burnley 2-0 over Leeds. Brighton beats Newcastle 2-1 at home. Fulham and Arsenal at Craven Cottage going to kick off in about 4 minutes. That game is on NBC. For those interested, I am interested. Don't have a TV for it. Dooley and Fulham. Let's see what's happening here. Houston gets it back after the Arizona touchdown. They're out past their own 40 now. 6 minutes to go in the first. Those of you who have over in that game are probably the happiest people around at this point. Of course, you could make a case that under bettors in the TCU Baylor game are also doing pretty well for themselves. Baylor has it back on the TCU side of midfield, but there's still no score. We've almost played 10 minutes in this game. 4th and 5, Baylor at the 44. That's almost always go for it range. Although with the way their defense is playing so far, who knows? Maybe not. Yeah, they're going to go for it. It's like 4th and 5. It's just a no-brainer for this Baylor coach. He just always goes for it. Pass, caught, first down. Give them 7. They move the sticks. That's why they give you 4 downs. The Service Academy of coaches would also nod with their approval. Duke banging it down to the 10 now. It'll be 2nd and 1. 9-yard gain there. Mensa working quickly. Jackets are 6-0, 3-0 in the league. Duke 4-2, 3-0 in the league. After Miami's loss to Louisville last night, it's funny. The Hurricanes actually do not control their own destiny in the ACC. There are at least 2 teams that they don't play that also don't play each other that could end up undefeated. I think it's Virginia and Duke. That would just be hilarious if Virginia and Duke both went undefeated in the ACC and anybody else with 1 loss got iced out because Duke and Virginia don't play each other. Don't quote me on that's who the 2 teams are. I know Duke's one of them. Let me look and see the schedules. We got a lot of football left. I'm obviously spitballing. No, it's not Duke and Virginia. It's somebody else. Duke has Clemson, UConn, Virginia, North Carolina, and Wake Forest after today. So let me see who it could be. Is it SMU? Maybe it's Duke and SMU. It was a very unlikely, whatever it is, it's very unlikely to happen, but it still made me laugh. It was one of those tweets that you see that, like, you look at it and you don't give it a second thought, and then you see it again, and there you start thinking about it, and then you start laughing, like whether you're out loud or by yourself or whatever. And it's like, why? If you had somebody else in the room, they'd be like, "Why are you laughing?" And it's like, I just read something that finally I was able to comprehend and found it to be extremely amusing. Vandy on the move against LSU. They have it in the red zone. 2nd and 10, 4:26 to go in the first. Movement on the Commodores. Boston College bangs it down to the red zone against UConn. Trailing 7-3. That's also late in the first. Central Miss has it back against Bowling Green. 4.5 to go in the first. They trail 3-0. And I don't know what happened in this Duke, but it's a long touchdown for Georgia Tech unless something gets taken back. Lots of celebrating and carousing from the Atlanta-clad Jackets and their supporters. Let's see. Oh my. They're inside the 5? So Mensa runs a read, and it just popped out, and the guy picks it up and runs it all the way back for a touchdown. Let's get the official ruling here. Mensa's rush counts as an official loss for 4 after the fumble. Omar Daniels for Georgia Tech picks it up 95 yards back for the touchdown, and Georgia Tech, a 14-point swing in this one, should be down 7-0 against Duke. Instead, they are up 7-0. Rush is an official loss for 4 after the fumble. Wow. So that's a dramatic shift change. Momentum can be a very real thing. We have a decent move on West Virginia, Central Florida. The game's now going to 6 at some places, 6.5. Not sure about this West Virginia movement. It's fascinating for sure, if nothing else. Total 45.5 and 46. A little bit of under as well. And Diego Pavia appears to have found the painted area for Vandy. Let's see what's happening here. Play fake. Runs it. Didn't get in. Ref says it's down at the 1. 20-yard scramble by Pavia to the 1. 1st and goal at the 1. 44-yard field goal by Army is no good. Wide right. God, the wind really took that thing. It's another game where the weather can play a factor. These games in the South today, there's a line of storms that will turn severe later on. Actually, it was this morning as well. I think they went through Oklahoma. Be a lot worse in Texas today and East Texas, Arkansas, Boot Heel of Missouri later on tonight. Could be rain as far north as South Bend. It's a long drive. It's a long front. 13 plays, 92 yards, 6 minutes off the clock. Baylor in the paint against TCU. They lead 6-0, point pending. Long drive. Fourth and goal for Boston College. They trail 7-3. I'll be more trusting of my eyes and less trusting of the box scores with this many games going on. You guys can't watch them all at once either. Pavia bangs it in for the touchdown for Vandy. 3:40 to go in the first. 3:38 if they let the clock run the extra 2 seconds because somebody didn't signal touchdown yet. 1 yard touchdown for Diego Pavia. Vandy 6-3 over LSU, point pending. Impressive drive for Vandy. 9 plays, 57 yards, 5:44 off the clock. Take it right to the LSU defense. Yesterday, with everything going on with the late night with Carolina playing Cal and keeping me up well past 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern, I drank an inordinate amount of iced tea, and that meant also a lot of ice. I put a big dent on my actual ice situation, so I'm having to find some Gatorade bottles that were filled with water and sort of freeze them up. And then I've got some ice that's in here and threw the iced tea in there. It's a little impromptu ice. Can't chew on it or anything, which is good for my teeth anyways, right? Okay. So Georgia Tech on the 14-point swing, 3:46 to go in the first. They lead Duke. Blue Devils with the ball back after the long drive resulted in nothing but a 95-yard return for a Ja Tech touchdown. Boston College has kicked a field goal on the ACC channel against UConn. They trail 7-6 late in the first. Miami O leads Eastern Miss 7-0. That's also late in the first. Central Michigan trails Bowling Green 3-0 late in the first. Washington, Michigan, no score in Ann Arbor, 5:56 to go in the first on Big Fox. Vandy 7-3 over LSU. They just scored the touchdown, 3:38 to go. Each team's had the ball once in Nashville. Arizona 14-7 over Houston. Did they break serve up there? I have to pay more attention to that. All the fireworks that's happened so far, they did. They did break serve. Arizona has it now 3rd and 12. No, they don't. They punted. So both teams with the punt in their last drive after Arizona scored touchdowns on their first 2, sandwiched around the Houston touchdown on their opening drive. Houston sent the house at Fafita on this play. He gets away from him. Wow, I thought he was going to run for it for sure, but they stopped him a couple yards short. All right. He's very dangerous and elusive with his legs. Tough dude. Fascinating matchup, that game in the Big 12. Arizona 4-2 and Houston 5-1. Baylor leads TCU at Fort Worth 7-0. 52 seconds to go in the first. That game total 67 and a half. Chuck Edel over in that game. I certainly respect his opinion. I have trouble seeing how that's going to get there from what I've seen so far. Lots of long drive, or lots of defenses are willing to give up yards, but not in chunks. Oh, Washington, long pass. Williams chucks it downfield, complete. Boston the catch over 2 Michigan defenders, and they are in the red zone. Hey, he just ran a post, kind of faking outside. Safety got over for help, and then he just fell down. For Michigan, he might as well not even been there. In the live markets, I think people have seen enough. Pinnacle's already got Washington the favorite. I can't argue with them. They seem to be the better team up front. They certainly have a quarterback that's more polished at this point. Man, that Duke Georgia Tech play was wild. Those 14-point swings are just killers. Duke's had this happen to them before, too. The Illinois game earlier this season at home, they had a couple of really big plays that Illinois took to them early. And I thought Duke was the better team in that game. Well, they were for the first half, but eventually Illinois wore them down in the second half. And those two, like I said, a couple of defensive touchdowns or big plays that led to quick touchdowns for Illinois changed the game. Nussmeier and his LSU offense back on the field. Texas Christian has a first down out past the 40. That'll probably be the last play of the quarter, although they play fast. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, they're already on the line. What am I talking about? Shotgun trips right for TCU. Back offset to the right. Hoover in the gun. Fake news. They didn't snap it. So it is the end of the quarter. Baylor 7, Texas Christian nothing. End of one at Yeoman Stadium as well. Tulane and Army. No score. Tulane has it 3rd and 1 at the Army 19. Also end of one in Oxford, Ohio. At Yeager Stadium, it's Miami 07, Eastern Michigan, nothing. End of one in Bowling Green, Ohio. Doak Perry Stadium. Falcons 3, Chippewas of Central Michigan, nothing. Jesus, with these games all being at the end of the first quarter at the same time, could turn into a bus wreck at halftime. I'm going to make a quick TV channel while I'm thinking about it here. Let's get the SEC channel all fired up. I look forward to watching some of this Oklahoma and South Carolina. Huh. All right. What else am I missing here? What's happening with LSU and Vandy? Houston taking shots down the field against Arizona. They draw a flag for interference. Third and 10 for LSU. Clock moving. 2 minutes to go in the first. They trail 7-3 at their own 25. Trips left here. Nussmeier back offset to the right in the gun. 4-man rush. Drops back. Steps up over the middle. Complete. First down for the Tigers. Brown the catch. Big play there. He stepped right up and fired it in there. Those are the throws that have the next level people salivating over his potential. Duke's opening drive went 11 plays and 92 yards before they lost that fumble. If they do this again with another long drive, this could turn into one of those lopsided box scores that don't show up properly on what's happening on the field with the score. They had a 3rd and 5. And then a 4th and 5 after Mensa's pass was caught by Shepard, and then he completes one to Hagens for about a 12-yard gain. And that'll move the sticks. We get late in the first quarter. Duke has first down inside the Georgia Tech 30. Houston 4th and 3 with 38 seconds left on Wiegman's incomplete pass. Not a good throw, and they're going to have to punt it to Arizona. Mensa's mechanics on that 4th down pass were so bad, but all that matters at this point is results. Duke did get the results there. Hagen's the receiver. He also completes another pass to Hagens for right at the sticks. It's going to be just a little short. And Shepard's run on 2nd and a yard gets nothing. It'll be 3rd and less than 1 for Duke at the Georgia Tech 20. Into the first quarter, Jackets 7, Duke nothing. Total yards, Duke 147, Georgia Tech 28. Sounds about right. That's what happens when you have a 95-yard defensive touchdown. Jalen Kitna not going to play for UAB today. Game 403. This is also the first game after Coach Trent Dilfer has been whacked, relieved of his duties at UAB. Was not the most notable coach who got fired in the cycle this week. That would be one James Franklin at Penn State. I was able to listen to a little bit of his interview on game day earlier. I thought that the only question that they really asked him, I thought Reese Davis, before they let him out of there, asked a pretty fair question. I forgot the exact wording of it. Something along the lines of how to play better in a big game without saying it like that. Like how do you try to do your record in these games against these high level teams has not been good. There's no denying that. How do you address that going forward if you're going to look to start working again pretty soon? And I thought it was a fair question and a good one, and he didn't come close to answering it. He just totally sidestepped it, which that's what you get. I mean, ESPN wanted the spot. Certainly, Franklin wanted to show up today in Athens, Georgia, and talk to him, present his side of the case for 15 minutes. It worked out well for him, and he could turn it into any sort of a PR spin that he wanted to, and that's certainly what he did. All right, things getting away from me here in Bowling Green, Ohio. As Central Michigan has found the end zone. This is a Flores run up the middle for a yard. 13:39 to go in the second. Central 7, BG 3 after the extra point from Graham is good. We had a Bowling Green interception sets that up. Short field for Central Mich. 1 play, 1 yard. I didn't see how the pick happened when you go to the plays. They had it 2nd and 7. So they're at their own 23. Anderson's pass was picked off at the 27, run back to the 1. Well, there you have it. this system that's going to impact some people today in the college, certainly in the NFL tomorrow more so. There is some rain in London, so Jacksonville and the Rams would have some rain early. Miami, Cleveland in the 1 o'clock window Eastern, wind and rain. Tennessee, New England in Nashville, wind and showers. New Orleans and Bears in the same window, wind. And Carolina Jets, some breeze as well. So all the 1 o'clock games, with the exception of Raiders in Kansas City and Philly, Minnesota, which is indoors, will be or could be potentially impacted by weather. 4 of those 6 games. Usually speaking, anytime I just talk about weather, people assume that it's under. It's not the case at all. If it rains or snows, especially with no wind, over is almost always the benefactor there. But wind is certainly the equalizer when it comes to throwing the ball. UConn bangs it in. They have a touchdown. They'll go up 13-6 point pending. 11:41 to go in the first. First and goal for Texas Christian at the Baylor 8. Another long drive here. Both teams grinding this thing out to the point where over doesn't have a chance. I mean, and I'm not involved with it. I just find it fascinating that the total being that high. It's just not even a sniff. Don't get me wrong, they're moving the ball. It's just taking them a lot longer to do it than what you'd expect. 10:59 to go in the first. That's Rogers who catches a touchdown pass from Hoover. 7-6 point pending. Even now, the live total is still in the high 50s. So, despite the fact that it took 12 plays, 75 yards, and 4.5 minutes to score, right on top of the Baylor long touchdown drive that was their longest of the season, actually, in terms of yards and time taken off the clock. So, I guess both teams are trying to make a point of emphasis here. And we got an LSU touchdown. They retake the lead. Nussmeier hits Trades Green, 24 yards. Tigers, 9. Commodores, 7. Point pending. Extra point is good for TCU to tie the game at 7. Army on 4th and 2 against Tulane gets a stop, I think. It's going to come down to the spot, but I think Tulane is short, and Army's going to take over inside the Tulane 10. Yeah, it was close, but I think he's short. Brendan Sullivan, the keeper that time. Retzlaff is their passing quarterback, but in that spot they brought Sullivan in to try to make a play with his legs. Yeah, and Army's going to take over at their own 7. 13:37 to go. No score in that one. Each team has only had the ball once. The Army drive was 18 plays, 48 yards, 11:44 off the clock. Missed field goal. Tulane comes back 11 plays, 66 yards, 4:39 off the clock. 13:37 left. Each team's had it once. Neither team has scored. Now let's see how much damage Army can do with the clock on this drive. This will be hilarious. Duke 3rd and 5, incomplete pass, no flags, and they're going to force a field goal. Georgia Tech is after this long Duke drive. You could see Duke getting frustrated here real soon. Oh, wow. Let's figure out what happens here. They got a field goal kicker out there. So this is a 29-yard field goal attempt. Fire! Fire! Oh, no. Oh, no, they picked. Oh, no, he's down. So Georgia Tech's trying to score another oddball touchdown. Oh, man. This is ugly. So the Blue Devils fumble it inside the 5, and now they have a fire on a field goal. So Georgia Tech will take over at their own 33. That drive. 13 plays, 65 yards before the 15-yard loss on the field goal botch. Yardage, Duke 142 now. Sorry, they lost 13. So at one point it was 155-28. Georgia Tech 7, Duke nothing. Georgia Tech's only had the ball once and punted it. Somehow they lead 7-0 with the ball again, despite Duke not having punted. Underway at Williams-Brice Stadium, Oklahoma has the ball against South Carolina. As that Materi hums one over the middle, complete down inside the 35. This is the first drive of the game for either team. South Carolina kick. Army takes over. How are they out to the 21? What happened there? Is there a penalty against Tulane? Yeah, pass interference. How did Michigan score? I missed that. 7-0. They lead Washington. I have to go back and see what happened here. Underwood led them on the drive. 7 plays, 80 yards, 3:47 off the clock. That was after Washington got down inside the 20 and missed a field goal from 35 yards. So Wolverines 7-0. At the end of the first quarter, Huskies have it 2nd and 5 at their own 30. Let's see. No other points. UConn 14-6 at BC, 8:38 to go. And Oklahoma has found the end zone against South Carolina. 9:42 to go in the first. First drive of the game. Torrey Blaylock runs it in from 18 yards. 10 plays, 75 yards, 5:18 off the clock. And Sooners lead 7. Gamecocks coming to bat. Oh no. Long pass by Central Michigan. It's BGs. They're down inside the red zone. It's about a 60-yarder. 7-3 Chippewas. Inside 11 minutes to go in the second. They have 1st and 10 at about the 17. Just ran a post and they beat the safety to the post. Great throw by the quarterback. Pavia completes it for Vandy down to the 36. First down, Commodores. Boy, I haven't seen much out of this LSU defense that tells me they're going to stop this guy. Houston got to stop against Arizona and forced to punt. They trail 14-7 with the ball deep in their own territory. 3rd and 3. Did Army false start? Oh, that's so atypical. Yeah, the right tackle. 1st and 15. Army did convert a 4th and 2. Kellums kept it up the middle. He's got 12 carries for 44 yards. What a beast. I don't know how these teams that play Army can put up with this. It's so aggravating. And they're so well coached. The Navy-Army game this year will be really fun to watch. Touchdown BC. Jones completes it. .7:31 to go before halftime. Looks like they're going to kick the extra point to cut it to 1. Army's now 0 for 5 on 3rd down, but 4 for 4 on 4th down. I love it. I love it. So they only converted 4 4th downs, and they've had 5 thirds because they did kick a field goal on their first drive and missed it. First down's Army 8 to 4. They are into Tulane territory now. Flores for Central Michigan's trying to bang it in there. What happened? What's happening here? Did he get in? No, he's short. There's helmets flying off and everything. Vandy 1st and goal at the 3. Spence the catch from Pavia. Tried to hurdle an LSU defender. 3rd and goal, Central Michigan. They're saying he's short. He's at the 1 or maybe even inside the 1. Got offsides against BG. Shit. So it'll be 3rd and goal again. Is this Ludacris doing a commercial? Endurance warranty? What the hell is this? Oh. Feel free to ask about anything, guys, any games or anything that you want me to look into or anything that you deem to be important. Got my eye kind of on the chat. Pavia stopped short of the goal line. It'll be 3rd and goal at the 1. Washington has crossed midfield at the big house. But the drive will come to an end. They lose 4 on 3rd and 14. They're going to have to punt it. Oh my God, Army had a guy standing by himself at the 2-yard line. It was almost like fielding a punt. He dropped it. It's got to be sick. C.J. Bowens. Olawale caught 1 pass for 9 yards, and Helm's other 2 passes have been incomplete. 3rd and 8 Army. They call timeout at the Tulane 39. For sure it's 4-down territory at this spot on the field. First down Duke. They've into Georgia Tech territory, trailing 7-0, 11 minutes to go in the second. 4th and goal for Vandy. We got another Bowling Green flag. Central Michigan into the end zone. They lead 13-3, 8 minutes to go in the second. Touchdown Vandy. Cedric Alexander up the middle for 1 yard out. And Vanderbilt regains the lead against LSU. 13-10, 5:52 to go in the second, point pending. This Houston drive has gone 9 plays and 50 yards. They're into Arizona territory now. Be 3rd and short. South Carolina 3rd and 3 on their first drive against Oklahoma, trailing 7-0. Vandy drive, 14 plays, 75 yards, 8:58 off the clock. Wow. That is what you call a man-sized drive. Connor Weigman, 10-yard rushing touchdown. That's his 6th rushing touchdown this season. And Houston caps a 13-play, 96-yard drive with a touchdown to tie at 14. This game has had 4 touchdown drives, all 73 yards or longer. So that's why you've got the yardage 196 to 185. Still with 5:51 to go in the second quarter. It's tied up at 14 in Houston. Big game for South Carolina. Rasul Faison, 36 yards. They did go to the review for this Vandy touchdown. I'm not sure why. It was never going to be overturned. Here comes the rain in Fort Worth. Steady and heavy. Let's see if there's lightning there. Well, I mean, I would know the answer because they would already have the players off the field. Let's see if it's a threat. Heavy rain, but no lightning, it doesn't look like, with any of this stuff. Now the storms that are west of Denton, so northwest of Fort Worth, do have some lightning, but not the rain that's going through Fort Worth as we speak. Oh man, that's the worst of the worst is going through right now. Severe potential. I'll read it. Why not? What's it say? Watch likely. North Central Texas, Eastern Oklahoma, Northwest Arkansas, Southwest Missouri. That's where they're going to issue this watch at some point. Most likely. All right. I'll keep my eye on it just for curiosity purposes. Obviously, no lightning yet there, but there won't be the only game that's affected by weather today. For those of you wanting to note this for yourself, feel free to write this down. I've got weather being potentially an issue in 362 with the wind in the Central Michigan Bowling Green game. 379, 380, San Antonio, North Texas. That game almost is a cinch to be delayed by lightning. It actually would be right now in Denton if it was the storm that's approaching from the west. Rain, strong winds. 386, rain and crosswind, which we're already having in the Baylor TCU game. 388, Southern Miss and ULA later. Lafayette, Louisiana, under the gun for storms later on. That's a 5 p.m. Eastern kick, 4 p.m. local. Wind And severe threat in Arkansas, 393, 394 A&M Arkansas. It's an ESPN 3:30 Eastern kick, 2:30 local, and there is a chance of rain tonight in South Bend, NBC at 7:30 Eastern for Southern Cal and Notre Dame. So I've done the weather work, so you don't have to. Now it's just a matter of sweating it once the games get started. South Carolina, Rasul Faison took it for a 3-yard gain, another 3-yard gain, and then he lost 2 on 3rd and goal at the 3. And it looks like South Carolina's actually going to go for it. So 5 minutes to go in the first, 4th and goal, and they're going to go for it. Let's see what happens here. If you've got the feed on it, you already know what happens because I'm behind on the SEC feed. Trips right, Sellers out of the gun. Back offset to his left. Is this a draw? No. It was supposed to be a pass, and they got him. He ends up almost getting away, but not quite. Goes down to 2. And Oklahoma takes over on downs at their own 2. 4:40 to go in the first. South Carolina's drive 72 yards and 10 plays, but no points. UConn kicks a field goal to lead Boston College 17-13. 5:52 left before halftime in Chestnut Hill. UConn 4-2, Boston College 1-5. Texas Christian, you're going to bang it in for a touchdown. 6:11 to go before the half, 6:10. A little bit of help from the line and some others. Kavorian Barnes bangs it home. 5-yard touchdown rush, 2 plays, 17 yards in 28 seconds. This comes directly after a Baylor fumble. So last 2 Baylor drives have ended in a loss of downs, which, you know, that's par for the course. They're going to lose it on downs at least once a game, if not like 3 times. And the 2-play 17-yard drive for the fumble loss following TCU punt gives the Horned Frogs a 14-7 lead. Again, the weather could be playing a factor there with it raining now pretty steadily in Fort Worth. Frogs 14, Bears 7. 6:10 to go before the break. Live total 61.5. Crazy, that seems so high to me. But with these 2 teams, there's just no such thing. They both play fast. They both go for it a lot. Then you get to throw in a turnover or 2 in a short field. And the next thing you know, you got a bunch of points and not a lot of time. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break before the halftime sit here. Central Michigan kicks a field goal to go up 17-3 at BG. 3:48 to go before the half. That game's getting away from me. Not a good start there. We'll have halves shortly. I'll be back for all of them. In the meantime, give me a second here to reassess a few things. And I'm going to hit the mute, and I'll catch up with you. It's 1:12 Eastern, about 1:18, give or take. Give me about 5 minutes. Get yourself something to eat or drink, and get locked in, and let's see if we can find us a winner or 2 at halftime. All right. Nearing the halftime, all over the place. Trying to get my eyes on everything. Tulane Army game is extremely fascinating. No scoring. Houston just got a stop on 4th down for Arizona. They'll take over on downs. LSU missed a field goal against Vandy. That one's actually the one that's behind all the other games. It's 14-10 Vandy, 2.5 minutes to go in the quarter. Michigan 7-0 over Washington, 5 and some change left there. Actually plenty of time to go. Oklahoma leads South Carolina 7-0 at the end of one. South Carolina ball 3rd and 6 at Oklahoma's 44. This is after a Grayson Miller 42-yard punt. Baylor kicks a field goal, 14-10. Yardage in that game, 155 to 154. And again, PCU being forced to run whether they want to or not, in large part because of the rain. The reports I'm getting from Fort Worth, it's just really, really hard to throw the ball in this weather. Whatever that means, I don't know. Tulane does kick a field goal, 30-yarder. 1:49 to go before the half. They lead the United States Military Academy 3-0. Game closed Tulane 10, 44-44.5. Arizona's bringing all kinds of exotic pressure towards Weigman. It's not working. It's kind of how they're set up this year. Arizona, if they run into a quarterback that's either not that talented or unable to handle pressure from various angles, then it's a struggle. Otherwise, it becomes quite simple because there's just not enough talent there from Oklahoma's side to be able to run that kind of stuff consistently. CBS Sports, college sports acting up on me. Central Michigan Bowling Green feed is frozen. I guess as bad as things are going in the game for me there, shouldn't really worry too much about it. Just move on and wash my hands. Falcons kick a field goal, 17-6 in that game. 53 seconds before the break. The Central Michigan's field goal in the last drive was set up by a Bowling Green fake punt that failed. So Eddie George starting to pull out the panic cards a little too early for my liking, given that his players are better than the other teams. But hey, Bowling Green off to a slow start last week, down 21-0 against Toledo and around this part of the game, so I won't concern myself just too much yet. Long way to go. Washington out near midfield. Williams, 9 for 14 for 101 with his arm, with his legs, 3 carries, 5 yards. Yardage is Michigan 211 to 142. I can't believe that. I've been watching that game like on and off, and every time I look up, either Washington's doing something or they're moving the ball, or at least they have the ball. Michigan never even has the ball. But the last 2 drives, which I haven't seen much of, to be fair, they did have a 7-play, 80-yard touchdown drive, and then they went 11-play, 63 yards and missed a field goal from the Washington 47. But they've had bad field position the whole game. Huskies have had it much better field position all 4 of their possessions compared to Michigan. Something worth watching because it seems like I said, they're being outplayed in the box score, but they're still in it. Something to be said for that for sure. Let's see what Army has to do if they actually have to try to score points in a hurry here. Now they got a man wide open, and he caught it this time. And they're down inside the Tulane 35. Army has 1 timeout left, 1:15 to go before the break. Weigman really, forgetting his name. Helms really fired that one in there. And Bowens, who dropped one at the 3-yard line on the last drive, caught this one. Now they're back to running the option left and losing 2 yards. Clock now rolls inside of a minute at Yulman Stadium. Green Wave trying to move to 6-1 and 3-0 in the league. Swing past Vandy on 3rd and 12. They get about 11. Out of bounds, 150 to go. Given where they're at on the field, I don't know if they'll go for it or not. Did they have 2 spies on him? They did. They do go for it. Play fake. All day, the time runs out, and they got his ass. Sack back at the 41. LSU will take over there. 1:43 left in the first half. Houston, 20 seconds to go before the break. 14-all gets zone. A Wiegman throws to the end zone incomplete. Duke, Georgia Tech, 7-0. Duke, 33 seconds left. The yardage of this game is a joke. Complete one-way traffic, but Duke hasn't been able to do anything yet. Score a touchdown. Fumble, downs, punt. And Georgia Tech's first 3 drives were all punts. 2 of them went 8 plays, but none of them longer than 33 yards. Over the middle, slant, touchdown, Houston. And they take a 20-14 lead over Arizona, 16 seconds left. And they'll have a chance to double up there because Arizona got the ball first. Darian Mensah complete to Landon King. 20 yards, touchdown, Blue Devils. This is a complete annihilation of the box score. I don't know what will happen in the second half. Georgia Tech tried to blitz the corner, and they threw right to that where that corner was. Georgia Tech defender fell down. He might have been shoved. Yardage, 238 to 64 in favor of Duke. 193 to 39 passing. Georgia Tech a 95-yard fumble return for a touchdown. 11 plays, 80 yards, 3:59 off the clock for the Devils. The score there, Georgia Tech and Duke tied at 7. Likely heading to the locker room. Duke's going to be like a 3-point favorite in the second half. And, I mean, they've dominated the game, so hard to argue too much with it. And they closed the 3.5-point favorite anyways, so. We're going to review this Houston touchdown. I'm not sure what they're looking at. For those of you who haven't been watching the ACC games, it's a real treat when the TV booth cedes the booth to the replay people when the replay are talking to the refs. It happened during the Carolina Cal game last night. I'm not joking, about 6 times in the third quarter, or was it the fourth quarter? It was awesome. I was thoroughly entertained by it. Oh, Mike Pereira's involved here with the command center. Let's see what they end up calling. I thought I could read lips. Call upheld. TCU has it back against Baylor, 14-10. They're actually going to throw the ball here. Hoover rolls left, dumps it to his back, complete for about 5. He gets out of bounds. Both teams have all their timeouts in that game. First game to the half is Central Michigan over Bowling Green, 17-6. 42-yard field goal for LSU, up and good. So the Tigers convert on Vandy's going for on 4th and short near midfield and not getting it. 45 seconds before the half, Vandy 14, LSU 13. Hang tight. I'll give you all the halftime stuff and who's going to get the ball coming out before we take our next little baby break. Probably going to be gone from about 2:10 or 2:15 Eastern until about 3. About 30, 35 minutes, grab some food. At that point, I'll fire up the scoreboard for you guys. And the line updates. LSU is one of 2 teams this season to not score 25 points against a power conference team. Startling number. Okay, Army does kick a field goal against Tulane. They go into the halftime all knotted up, 3-all at Yeoman Stadium in New Orleans. Halftime price, Central Michigan Bowling Green. Bowling Green's 1.5 and 20.5. I do like Bowling Green in the second half. There is one out there. I would lay that one. Bowling Green -1 in the second half against Central Mich. Certainly worth a look. Game number is 362. Central Mich does get the ball first. Not particularly concerning. Let's hope that BG can do what they did last week. Boston College gets a touchdown against UConn. They're going to take the lead into the locker room in Chestnut Hill. High scoring half there. What happened? 39-yard pass, Reed Harris from Grayson James. James is 10 of 14 for 120 and 2 touchdowns. BC 272 yards of offense in the first half. That is not even the same team. Yeah, Bill O'Brien's offense looks totally different today. The last effort against Pitt on the road and then at home against Clemson the last 2 weeks have been, let's call it, woeful. Shambolic on both sides, to be honest. TCU has 3rd and goal at the 6 of Baylor, leading 14-10. There's a timeout, 15 seconds left there. Vandy trying to move it into field goal range. Clock does stop to move the chains. They're actually already down there at the 38 already. LSU giving them way too much space. Pavia trying to throw it. There's a blitz coming. It doesn't get there. Nobody close. No grounding? Georgia Tech trying to do something before the half against Duke. Looks like the clock runs out. Yep, halftime, 7-all. Halftime in Oxford, Ohio. Miami O leads Eastern Miss 21-14. That one's pretty close to what was supposed to happen in the projections, so not really much of a surprise. There won't be much of an alter. I see it 6, maybe 6.5 in the second half. We'll get to that shortly. Let me make sure I'm not missing any games down here at the bottom. No. Okay, perfect. Let's clear up the mechanism here and set it all up. Tulane. Oh, touchdown TCU. 11 seconds left in the half on 3rd and goal. Hoover's pass is complete to Jordan Dwyer. 6-yard touchdown. And the Horned Toads lead at 20-10 point pending against Baylor in the battle of 4 and 2s. Huskies have tied things up in Ann Arbor. Late in the second quarter, Michigan ball at their own 25. Don't think they'll be too aggressive here. Yeah, maybe. Tried to zing one over the middle, incomplete. Extra point is good for Texas Christian. They lead at 21-10. And TCU also going to double bang them because they do get the ball coming out of the half. You've got Central Florida leading West Virginia 14-0 at the Bounce House. 2:17 to go in the first. That game is on TNT. There was some late West Virginia money there. Not a good look. Vandy bangs a field goal through to get the first half cash from 46. 2 seconds left. Vandy 17, LSU 13. Good aggression by Vanderbilt's offense at the end of the half there to go out and get points. Basically stole back the points that LSU got from the short field. And Vandy also gets the ball to start the second half. Let's see. Second half prices are coming in a couple of these games that I didn't mention yet. Central Miss BG -1, a play on BG. I did say that. $362 -1. Medium play there, 2 units. You've got Georgia Tech Duke at the break. Duke 3.5 and 30.5. That seems a little high to me. Duke does get the ball first, and they were completely dominant. But to have the second half line be higher than the game line is a little surprising, especially with Georgia Tech just seeming to find a way to win games all year. I know that a lot of the wise guys get sick of seeing those teams that shouldn't be winning, continuing to win. Georgia Tech and UNLV are like the 2 primary teams on this list. Let's see. Miami O leads Eastern Mich 21-14 at the break. That's game 3:30. Miami O gets the ball first in the second half. 6.5 point favorites and 23.5 the total. 23.5 over. It seems low. I thought 24 minimum. Dave Aranda not happy, giving up touchdowns on 3 of the last 4 TCU drives. Took fall behind 21-10 in the rain in Fort Worth. Houston 21-14 over Arizona. It's game 384. Houston defense has done a good job since the first couple of drives for Arizona. They do get the ball first. Houston actually an underdog in the second half. Surprisingly enough, I made Houston a half point or 1 point favorite, and they're actually catching a half. I like Houston plus a half flat if you can find it. There's actually a half even money at the South Point. They're asleep at the wheel. They got the wrong. It should be half the dog 20. Maybe. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. Total's 24.5. I think that's a little low as well. 26.5 is what I had jotted down earlier. Army and Tulane in New Orleans, game 390. Tulane does get the ball first in the second half. Fascinating box score there. 157 yards to 143. Only a total of 3 drives in the whole half for each team. And Tulane's third drive doesn't even count. They had the ball 11 plays and lost it on downs on the first one after Army had the ball for 11 minutes and 44 seconds and missed a field goal. Army punted on the second drive. Tulane 15 plays, 75 yards and a field goal. Army 6 plays, 49 yards and a field goal at the end of the half. Tulane 1 play, 6 yards. So Tulane really only had the ball for 2 drives. 3-3. They've only had the ball, 2 drives and then 1 play. Retzlaff 10 of 12 for 104. Helms 2 for 4 for 48 yards. Total plays Army 33, Tulane 26. Pretty comical. Army games are just fun to watch because you get some shit like that every game. It's some unbelievable stat. The Army game where they had the ball 44 out of 47 plays against Kansas State will be one of the funniest things that you see all year in any sport. Yeah, Tulane 6.5 minus 20 and 21. 21 over 15 the total. No opinion really there. I certainly would be interested in Army if it got to 7. Just out of principle, that's too many points. Texas Christian 21-10 over Baylor. Again, they get the ball first. It's game 386, the double bang with the touchdown right before the break. They're laying 2. The total is 32. No argument with any of that. I actually thought it would open closer to a half, maybe 1, but you know, whatever. It's almost all that shit's the same between a half and 2.5. Arizona's a half-point favorite. Again, the dog 15 or so. There is some half flat out there. 24.5 the total. UConn BC went in 345 and 346. UConn gets the ball first. They did have a lead in that game. They blew it. They trail 20-17 now. 2.5 on top for UConn, which is basically a dead number with the game sitting 3. There is a 3 out there. At Chris, again, the same thing. All that shit's the same. Total 28, 28.5. No real thoughts there. Everything that started at noon is at the half. So pretty good car wreck of games that go in at the same time. Even some of the 12 o'clock games that started closer to 12:15 are into. Washington and Michigan just went in 7-all there. Good battle in Ann Arbor. Michigan laying anything between 1.5 and 2.5. There is 3 dog a ton. Pinnacle has like 3, the dog 38. 24 over 27, 24 over 30, and 24.5 are your totals in that game. Do lean over. Michigan has a boatload of yards for only having 7 points. Vandy and LSU at the break. Vandy 17-13. 366 is the game number there. Vandy does kick, so they double back with a field goal at the end of the half, and they get the ball back. It's actually funny looking at Jimbo Fisher in the ACC studio, knowing how much money he made. Like, what's the point of being an analyst at this point? Just take all that money that Texas A&M gave you and go live on an island somewhere. Let's see. Vandy's laying a half, dog a bunch. Half the dog a quarter on LSU. Circa has LSU pick minus 15 on top. Same thing or close to it with that half dog a quarter. Very close to a pick and flat, actually. The game's sitting on 4. That half point's not worth more than about 12 cents. I would actually rather have LSU pick flat than taking a half. I'm sorry, than taking a half point and having to lay a quarter. It's not worth it. Duke up to 4. All the 3.5s are gone, or a lot of the 3.5s are gone. Total 30.5. West by God, Virginia has found the paint against Central Florida. Early second quarter, 14-6. UCF leads it. That's Khalil Wilkins, 6-yard gain, and Hensley's kick is good. 5 plays, 39 yards, 1:36 off the clock. That comes after UCF was stopped on downs. First 2 Central Florida drives led to a touchdown. West Virginia went punt, downs, punt before that touchdown drive. Central Florida obviously did kick off. Again, that game is on TNT. Let's run them down again from the top. Miami O 21-14 over Eastern Miss. 6.5, 23.5 over. There is, yeah, mostly all 23.5s in the total. Do like over a little bit there. Oklahoma leads South Carolina 14-0 now. South Carolina have to punt. This game seems to be getting a little out of hand here early for the Gamecocks, who are in danger of falling to 3-4 and 1-4 in the league. Oklahoma trying to rebound from the thrashing they took at the Texas State Fair last week against the Longhorns. BC 20-17 over UConn. Huskies get the ball first. Huskies land 2.5, dead numbers all around. Just pick your winner in that game from this point on. Total 28.5. Georgia Tech Clemson knotted up at 7 each on ESPN. Georgia Tech and Duke tied at 7 on ESPN. 4 and 30.5 there on Duke in the second half, which is even higher than the game price. Duke was dominant, to be fair, and the market's suggesting that they will continue to do so and draw off and get some separation in the second half against undefeated Georgia Tech. Central Miss leads Bowling Green 17-6 on CBS College Sports. That's the first game that's going to come out of the intermission. Do have Bowling Green at halftime -1 point. It is available offshore at a couple of spots. 1.5 is the best I see in town. 20.5 the total. Expect Bowling Green to get back in the thing. Hopefully they can find a way to win it and cover all the numbers while they're at it. Vandy 17-13 over LSU. Half the dog a quarter, half the dog 20 on Vandy, the favorite. If you want LSU, you can take the half. You got to lay 20 cents. Circa has LSU pick -15, so they actually make LSU the favorite in the second half. Big steam at Pinnacle also on the dog on the handicap. If you want Vandy, you can get -0.5 plus 111 now. Obviously, that half point's not worth what they're valuing it or what people think it is. Chances of that game falling 4 are not very high. Washington and Michigan 7-all in Ann Arbor. Wolverines land 1.5, 24.5 the total. There was some 24 out there, and it's all been gobbled up. Everything's over at that number. Arizona Houston 21-14 Cougars. They get the ball first. Arizona laying 0.5. Do not agree with that. I think that Houston should be the favorite. See how it plays itself out as Brett Brennan tries to get his Wildcats back in it against the 5-1 Cougars. Baylor and TCU in the Fort Worth rain. Texas Christian 3 touchdowns on their last 4 drives. They lead at 21-10. They'll get the ball first. They're laying 2, and there's minus money on them now. 2 -15, 2 -20 on Texas Christian. Total 31 over. There is some 31.5. There is some 32, which is where it opened. It's been bet down. Army and Tulane 3-3 at the half. Tulane 6.5 point favorite, -20, -1/4. Buckeyes 7 the dog a quarter. A 7 flat would get me interested in Army, but nothing better than that. That is one game where the half point certainly does matter, between 6.5 and 7 in a low scoring game, and anything involving Army, I'd say it's worth between 15 and 17 cents. I never would value. I mean, the time when you hear me talk about 6.5 to 7, I'll never give it worth that much. But yeah, in this situation with the 2 teams playing, the pregame total, the halftime score, the halftime total, yeah, that half point's worth way more than 10 cents. And that's that. It's a rundown of everything that's there. Central Michigan and Bowling Green are underway in the third quarter. 8 other games are at the half, and 2 other ones, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and West Virginia, Central Florida, are into the second quarter. The next kick. Oh shit! Arsenal just scored against Fulham. Damn it! The next kick off will be at 2:30. Top game on the board in the rotation. In about 40 minutes, Buffalo is at UMass. Game opened Buffalo 18-44.5. UMass winless in the MAC, coming back to the league. They were a MAC team back in the late 90s, I think is when they joined, for just a few years before going back to independent when they came up from 1AA. Buffalo undefeated in the league. 18-44.5 was the opener. Current line 16-48. That game is in Amherst. And then there are, I'm sorry, fake news. The other MAC game that goes, this is at the top of the hour actually in about 10 minutes. Kent State is at Toledo. I know that Frank B. and Anthony Curtis used in, the favorite and over in Humans' contest. ESPN Plus game, that one is as well. 25 and 55.5 were the open. Current numbers 25.5 and 48.5 and 49. So the total's been bet down pretty significantly there. Toledo off a 3-touchdown lead that they blew in the Battle of I-75 last week against Bowling Green. We'll see how they respond from that today, as they're laying once again a monster number to Kent State, who did beat up on UMass last week to prove that they are not the worst team in the country. Let's see. Yeah, so those games are at 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. Everything else kicks off. Is there anything in the 3 o'clock slot? I feel like there might be one. Yeah. Purdue and Northwestern, game 363 in Chicago. Northwestern opened 5-point favorite, 47.5. That game has been bet down now to 3. 46.5 is mostly the consensus number on the total. But Northwestern to 3, they're laying some juice. 3 lay 15, 3 lay 20, give or take. After that, the 3:30 window, I believe there are 14 games today. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 14. Then at 4 o'clock, you got Memphis State UAB on ESPN2. 4:15 is Mississippi State Florida on the SEC channel. There's also one more 3 o'clock game, also on ESPN Plus. That's Troy State at Louisiana Monroe. 5 and 40.5 there. Troy State opened. And current number, Troy State 4.5 or 5 and 47. So that'll get you set for these games that are coming up a little later. Let's see what's happening with halftimes. You do actually have a 3 that popped up at Circa on TCU in the second half against Baylor. A lot of 2- money out there. There is some 2.5 out there as well. Arizona Houston is kicked in the second half. Wiegman will start for TDECU Stadium in Houston. Cougars up by a touchdown. Wiegman starts it at his own 25. Army and Tulane also underway in the second half. Looks like Army's going to force a Tulane punt. 3 and out for the Green Wave. Michigan laying 1.5, 24.5 the total against Washington. Not much movement in the Vandy LSU. Not much movement in the UConn Duke. Indiana gets Michigan State crashing, as I knew it would at some point. I'm shocked that game's still as high as it is. I made it 23. It opened 23 at Circa. Got bet immediately to 26.5, 27. And it's been sitting there the whole week. Now it's getting back down 26.5 and 26. I still don't think it's done yet. That game is in Bloomington on the Peacock channel. 3:52 is the rotation. That's one of the 3:30 games. Nothing else significant line-wise. Temple and UNC Charlotte total getting bet down to 47. 47.5, 46.5 at Chris. Game 338. That game was open 43.5 at Circa, got bet all the way up to 48, and now it's getting bet back down just a smidge. And with that, I believe I surely have said it all. Here we're 2 hours in, and this is probably a 10-hour day. I don't know, maybe longer than that. We'll have to see. I know that The last game between Florida State and Stanford is not one that I have nearly as much interest in as that I thought that I would, let's call it 3 weeks and 2 days ago. Florida State hasn't won a game since then. All three of their losses in the SEC. Lafayette is a 1AA team. They play out of Oregon State on the CW late. Nevada Reno plays New Mexico FS1 at 6:45 Pacific, 9:45 Eastern. Again, not much interest there. Probably work all the way through the 8 o'clock Eastern games. Once those go final, that'll be it. So 11:30 or so, maybe. So maybe a 12-hour day. We'll see. Play it by ear. But I am going to take a short break here, grab a little food. I'll throw up the scores. We're almost at the top of the hour. All these games have started at noon, with the exception of the two games that are on Fox and ABC, which are Washington, Michigan, and LSU Vandy. Have started in the second half. ESPN2 game between Baylor and TCU also still at the break. Everything else is out, and I'll let you get back to sweating those. I'll have the scoreboard page up for you guys to keep an eye on the scores and the lines. I'll do a little, I'll go up and down with it a little bit. Oh man, Central Michigan's going to round it up my ass again. No good for BG in the second half start. Let's see, nothing else to report there, yeah. And yeah, Central Michigan's in 23 to 6 point pending. Flores runs it in again. He gets his third touchdown run. What else do I got? I feel like I'm forgetting something here. Well, it can't be that important. Yeah, top of the hour. I'll be back. Yeah, I'd say 40 minutes or so, give or take. Feel free to chat me anything if you got questions or want me to address anything when I come back. Otherwise, we'll catch up on the other side, and I'll catch up. I'll talk to you guys soon. All right, activity heating up here in the noon window of games that are now into the fourth quarter everywhere. Arizona, goal to go with 5 minutes and some change against Houston. Fafita, is this right? He's 24 of 26. It's kind of amazing Arizona still only has 21 points. Not for long, though. Reese Cano. He's been the bell cow today. Although Marty's got more yards. 10 plays, 70 yards, 6:52 off the clock. Arizona has tied things up in Houston after falling down by 2 touchdowns. Impressive work here, yeah. Fafita's 24 of 26 for 269. Anybody's ball game. Northwestern, is this their last game playing on the lake? I feel like they have a couple more home games, but they're at Wrigley Field. I was one of those situations where if I either had money or time or both, I would have liked to have gone to one of those home games in these last 2 years. That would have. I talked to my friend Joe Rogers and I told him that would be really cool. He lives in downtown Chicago. I thought that would be something that it would have been really fun to do. Yeah, they got at Nebraska, at USC, and then Michigan, Minnesota are at home, and then at Illinois. And I think the Michigan and Minnesota games are both at Wrigley Field. Don't quote me on that. I thought I read something that their home games at this pop-up stadium are only through this one, and then the last 2 are at Wrigley. Okay, lots to get through here. As I try to catch back up, I've been watching everything. You know, obviously it's a little easier. You guys know that my camera's right here in front of me, and my TVs are 25 feet in front of that. And so I'm able to see everything, but I'm not able to watch everything. So when I take my little breaks to eat, I give myself some volume on a couple of games that I'm really trying to focus on. And, you know, we'll go back and forth and see. You know, for example, I spent way more time than I should have trying to figure out what the hell happened to Bowling Green today. And I watched enough and I still don't have any answers. It's just, that's football. It happens. It's MAC football, right? But conversely, there's obviously other stuff happening that I can't focus too much time there. I mean, you know, Oklahoma, South Carolina is an interesting game. I thought South Carolina had played themselves back in it. Now they're kind of playing themselves back out of it. Oklahoma up 17-7 now, middle of the third. Central Florida leads West Virginia 21-7 now. That's early in the third. It was 14-7, and West Virginia had played themselves into the game, and now they kind of played themselves back out of it again. Georgia Tech and Duke, this is the least surprising result of the day based on what happened early. Duke had their chances. They pissed it away, and now Georgia Tech's starting to assert control after falling behind 10-3. They're now up 13-10 with the ball into Duke territory, 9 minutes to go. This looks like on paper Georgia Tech's hardest game left. Don't quote me on. Let me double check. I feel like going in, anybody that was rooting for a team that had a loss or two in the ACC that was hoping to get in the back door with the Georgia Tech loss, this is a game they needed to. They were going to root for Duke over Georgia Tech. Duke's schedule is harder going in. And yeah, the Tech's got Syracuse at home next week, at NC State, bye, and then Boston College and Pitt. So, you know, really, Tech can win this one and go to 4-0. Their other 4 games, I think they'll be favored in all of them. Pitt could be a fly in the ointment for a lot of people coming down the stretch. By no means are they finished. I need to look at them to try to take a flyer on them to win the conference. Who do they have left? Let me see. With that quarterback playing, I like that kid. 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5. Are they 5-1? The West Virginia loss is their only loss. Is that right? No, that's not a fly in the ointment. I need somebody to. Yeah, I'll have to look. I didn't see them listed anywhere on the odds to win the league. They've got Notre Dame left. at Georgia Tech, Miami, and Florida, their last 3 games. That'll be fascinating because Notre Dame, if they win today, that'll be their hardest game left. Will be the Pitt game. That's not saying much. They're going to still be laying a big number, 2 touchdowns or whatever. Purdue and Northwestern are underway in Champaign. Looks like the Purple Cats are wearing black today. They're the Black Cats with purple trim, black helmets, black pants, everything. Boilers in white. Hungry to get Barry Odom his first win in the Big Ten. Purdue at 2-4. Vandy had a big play on defense. LSU ran for about 50 yards up the middle and to the right, and he was kind of trying to run away from the Vandy defender, and he got down to the 2-yard line, but that's it. And Vandy's defense held LSU to a field goal, and that could end up being a really big play in this game. Vandy's still up a touchdown now instead of only being up 4. 5 minutes to go, clock moving, 3rd and 6. Huge play coming up. I'm actually going to give myself some volume here. Pavia's had a big game. Here comes a blitz from LSU's linebackers. Oh, took a shot, one-on-one coverage with Richardson, and he just couldn't quite haul it in. Can't do a whole lot better than that. We're starting to have some weather situations that also made me make a couple of television changes. The first one is the weather has intervened in Baylor and TCU. There's a delay there for lightning in Fort Worth, 35-21 TCU. 14 minutes left. And the start of Arkansas at home against Texas A&M has been delayed. It looks like until 5:30 Eastern. Don't quote me on that. That's what I thought I saw when I was watching the SEC channel a few minutes ago. And I haven't seen on Twitter, so if you guys were on the chat and want to tell me, that's up to you. But I think that's what I saw. We have Tulane on 4th and 8 at the Army 12. Touchdown. He's wide open in the end zone. Great play and tremendous poise by Retzlaff. 11 plays, 75 yards. 4 minutes off the clock. Durkin's extra point is good. 17-17 in New Orleans. And it looks like Georgia Tech now trying to salt it away in Durham against the Blue Devils. Malachi Hosley's 10-yard touchdown run, 9 plays, 72 yards, 5:01 off the clock. 4:57 left, and the Yellow Jackets, out of a shotgun formation, just a little draw and a missed tackle by Duke. He's in. Georgia Tech actually has more yards than Duke does on this game. And they're in. They lead it by 2 scores. Point pending. Central Florida, 32-yard touchdown run by Lawson. Ruelas' kick is good. It's 28-7. UCF, they've scored 14 points in the first 4:20 of the second half. It was Khalil Wilkins sacked for the 5-yard loss, and fumble was picked up and scooped and ran back. So defensive touchdown there for UCF. Eastern Michigan losing 37-22 at Miami O. Miami O has it in the Eastern Michigan red zone. Trying to salt that one away. They're ahead of the number now. Don't want to get backdoored. Points here would be obviously behoove them. Michigan, an impressive effort, really putting it on Washington. Defense is stymied. What the Huskies have tried to do on that side of the ball really the whole day. A couple of decent drives early, and that's been it. Wolves are up 21-7. They have a field goal now inside the 5 to go up 3 scores. Wolverines also missing their lead back 22. That's Haynes. 27 Parker, the backup, has been getting the majority of the work today, I think. Zavada missed a 48-yard field goal earlier for the Wolverines. This one's from the left hash, and it's only from 21. They take a delay game. 4:14 left. It'll be a 26-yarder unless they decline it. We do have a weather delay at Razorback Stadium. They're counting it down 2 hours and 21 minutes, so it will be a 5:30 kick as things stand. Now, the people in Arkansas are much better to handle severe weather and figure out how long it lasts, and anywhere in the south and east to calculate this stuff. This has been something that's in the forecast. I'm talking going back to Sunday of last week. Like I remember seeing a couple of meteorologists that I respect saying that day 6 was what it was on the radar, saying the day 6 outlook was there for potential severe weather. The Michigan field goal is good. 24-7, they lead Washington. Wolverines, again, were laying 4 at post in that game. They're going to get the money, barring 2 backdoor touchdowns. But yeah, the weather was coming into today and maybe tomorrow with wind, but not necessarily severe storms. And we're going to be a threat this weekend. And we've been lucky in terms of the hurricane season not having been much of an issue, but it's fall severe weather time. And this is about what you're supposed to get as you get into this time of year with the changing weather patterns and fronts and low pressure systems and all the various accompaniments. Means that you're going to have a few fall Saturdays disrupted. Usually at the start of the season, with all the heat and humidity and the pop-up thunderstorm type things that you get, and especially in the south, and then now with the change in the weather pattern, we're getting some today as well. Probably the last big blast of severe weather that should affect the college football Saturday and/or NFL Sunday. UConn leads Boston College 37-23. They're going to win. 2:29 left there. There's a timeout. Bowling Green trails Central Michigan 27-6. Mea culpa there. Got that one dead wrong. Bowling Green with the second half no-show. After a first half no-show, to be quite frank. 4:10 left for Michigan. They lead Washington 24-7. Purdue Northwestern, no score. The Wildcats have it. It seems like it's an indeterminable drive here. It's 3rd and long. Stone's pass is incomplete. 5 minutes in there. Vandy, first down, 3:12 left. They lead LSU by 7. Tigers with 2 timeouts left. Chance for Pavia. And the Commodores assaulted away. First 12 drives today, no punts. Last 4 punts. Big carry, Young, 30, 20, out of bounds at the 14. 3:04 left. Vandy up 7, threatening to salt it away. Williams' pass for Washington's intercepted. That's his 3rd of the day. It was deflected first. Michigan will take over up 24-7. Nothing to report in that game. Army, 4th and 3. They're going to punt it back to Tulane with 1:37 left. From their own 37, the punt, not a good one. It bounces down to the 21. 42 yards, it looks like, and 32. 42 yards. No real return. Tulane will start inside their own 25. 1:28 left. They are out of timeouts. Isaiah Sategna has caught a touchdown pass from Mateer. 5 plays, 49 yards, 20-yard touchdown. 2:06 to go in the 3rd. Oklahoma 23, South Carolina 7. This drive was extended on a roughing the passer. Mateer got his hat knocked off. earlier in the drive. It was actually 3rd and 5, and they caught the pass for 5. Roughing the passer against Jadis Gear. Tacks on 15, gets it down to the 24. 2 plays later, Oklahoma is in the end zone. What do we got here? A couple of smart-ass comments from people on Twitter. I'm not sure what they're about. Oh, it's an LSU fan. Vandy can quadruple LSU in touching and rushing. Punting was comical. That's where I'm getting that from. They punted the last couple times. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. LSU is calling their timeouts, it looks like. 2:24 left. Did Duke miss a field goal? What just happened here? Oh, I think they got down there as quickly as they could, and they did miss. 46-yarder, no good. Let me look at the play situation there. So they kicked the field goal? Like, hang on. Why did they? Okay, hang on. This is important for me to try to walk myself through what happened here. I'm missing it. There's too much going on. Okay, so they did have 4th down at the Georgia Tech 29. So that's going to do it for that game. Duke has all 3 timeouts, but 2:52 left for Georgia Tech to salt this thing away. Duke will lose to fall to 4-3, and that'll be 3-1 in the league. They actually, so the schedule is not very easy for them, but if they do win out, they'll still have a chance, which I think will be comical if Duke has a chance to make the playoffs still with 3 losses. Does Northwestern still have the ball? Good Lord. And the clock never moves. They've been playing, they had the ball for 20 minutes, and it's only 9 minutes left in the first. Pavia 1st down run for Vandy, and now it becomes whether they try to score or not. I think if you're LSU, you have to let them score. Pavia basically has asserted himself as probably, I don't know, it's tough to say for sure, but I think he's the most valuable player in the Southeastern Conference. It's really hard to say anybody who's meant more to his team and program these last couple of years than someone like that who, I think Vandy, are they already bowl eligible? Phil Steele's not a believer. He had him 14 out of 16 coming into the season. LSU quarterback, Texas quarterback, South Carolina quarterback, and Oklahoma quarterback all ahead of Pavia. He had Pavia 4 of the quarterback room 4, tied with Florida and Oklahoma in the league. All behind LSU, South Carolina, and Texas. I guess somebody had to win it. He decided Mateer was 4th over Pavia. Phil doesn't get them all right. Northwestern does kick a field goal. They lead 3-0 against Purdue. 7:45 to go in the first. Long drive does net points there. That game in the rotation is 363 and 364. All sorts of Purdue money. Most of the week there, game close 3 and 47. I do like Northwestern at the closing number. Merited a play at 3. Houston field goal at the gun is good, and they have beaten Arizona 31-28. Arizona closed a 2-point favorite, 47 the total. Houston wins it over. Houston to 6-1, they're bowl eligible. Arizona to 4-3 with the loss. Let's see what else is happening here. Army Tulane, that froze up on me. What's happening? This is terrible. I don't want to go off the box score. All right, here we go. Flag. Army holding. And now Tulane's definitely in field goal range. Oh, they're not even going to get a field goal. They're going to get a touchdown. 27 seconds left. Preston from Retzlaff. 26-yard touchdown pass, and Tulane takes the lead. .27 seconds left. Army will get it back down by 6 or 7, depending on the point. 6 play, 75 yards on the Tulane scoring drive. Army time of possession 39-20. Absolute comedy. Durkin's kick is good. 24-17 Tulane, 27 seconds left. Let's see. Another game that started at 3 o'clock. Monroe against Troy State. I have been on Monroe all year, and I've been against Troy State for a good part of the year. And today was finally the point where I couldn't get there. I made it Troy State 4 only. It was 4.5 and 5, and then there were people that I respected that were on Monroe, and that's when I knew. I was like, well, this dog has already hunted. It's already ran its race. It's time for something else here. May have to move on and look for another mine to exploit. Vandy's taking these. Are they able to do that? Oh, because it went down to the 2-minute warning. Okay, yeah, they probably will. LSU's out of timeouts. Pavia looked at the camera and said, game over. Haynes King is in the paint, and Georgia Tech's going to run Duke out. The score will look much worse than what the actual game was, but this is what I told you was going to happen. I couldn't believe Duke was laying 4 in the second half in a game that they had dominated early, but they couldn't make the plays to do anything to put Georgia Tech away. Georgia Tech's been a great second half team all year. Duke got throttled by Illinois in the same exact spot as this a month ago. I can't believe that it should have been a tap out bet +4. Purdue's trying to chuck one way downfield on first down, nothing there. I still give Northwestern a ton of applause for the ingenuity of popping a field up there right on the lake. Literally, there's not even any stands on the lake side. I hope that Ryan Field looks as nice when they finish it as what this stadium here that seats about 12,000 does now. Vandy wins it. They go to 6-1, 2-1 in the league. LSU 5-2 with the loss. 2-2. First win for Vandy since 1990 over LSU. They've lost 10 in a row before today. I was actually impressed with the fact not only they covered, but the fact that they hadn't been a favorite in an SEC game in 50 games, and you knew that LSU knew that and was going to give them their best shot, and it still wasn't good enough. And Vandy was the better team, and nothing accidental about this. They ran for a jillion yards, and Nussmeier clearly showing the effects of his injury. That last throw that he made before they had to end up punting the ball for the last time, does he step into it and make a good throw, and they probably get a first down if he's healthy? Yes. All questions, obviously, that have to be addressed down the road. Connecticut has beaten Boston College 38-23. We got the 3:30 game's going to kick. I'll quit with the score for the time being. There's really not much else to report besides the finals. I'll go through them one by one. Let's get some line updates for these games. I'll have to go really quickly. There's a lot of them. This is the busy window of the day with 14 kicks coming up between 3:30 and 3:40, give or take. Bear with me. I'll go as fast as I can and try to give out as much pertinent info as I can. So let's do it in rotation order. 325, 326, App State against Coastal. App State was a 12-point favorite, 47.5 at open. The game is 10.5 and 48.5 now. Some over money today in Boone, North Carolina, as they face the visitors from Conway. Yeah, I made this game right at the number, nothing to it. You got Northern Illinois at Ohio, 333 to 34. That's ESPN Plus, as well as that Coastal Appalachian was also on Plus. Ohio U has been bet down from 14 at open down to 10.5, 11. Total is 42. Jimmy Madison and Old Dome also on. That's an ESPN U game. I actually can't wait to watch that. I made this game much higher. I'm against Old Dome every week. I just don't think the market has them right. I continue to not understand that Marshall was the biggest play of the weekend last week. It was never a sweat. Liberty 3 weeks ago, decent sized play, was not the right side but got the money. There was the game after that, the Liberty game where they got smashed. I did lose that one, but it's just a constant barrage of Old Dominion money every week, and I don't get it. James Madison in this game, open 3, was bet down to pick and 1. Now it's back up to 3. I feel pretty confident saying that James Madison is the correct side here. We do have them, and I will be sweating it pretty large. 3 and 47. The total there, 47.5 as well. Let's call 47.5 the official number here as we near close time. That game is on ESPNU. Battle of two teams near the top of the standings in the Sun Belt East. Temple and UNC Charlotte on ESPN. Temple opened 10, 43.5. It is now 10 and 47.5. There is some 48. Let's see. Skip down now to SMU and Clemson, 347, 348. Game open Clemson 10, 57.5. We're now seeing 3.5 and 50, 49.5 on the total. This is Kate Klubnik not playing for Clemson, the quarterback. He's made about 40 starts in a row for them, so it's obviously there's going to be an expected drop-off. I'm not so sure. We'll see what it is. I haven't been impressed with him much this year. We'll see what happens. Indiana hosts Michigan State on the Peacock channel. That Clemson game is on ACC Network, by the way. But yeah, Peacock has Indiana, Michigan State. Game got as high as 27. After opening 23, I made it about 23. No interest in Michigan State, but the game could never be 27. It actually is 25.5, 26 now, 49.5 the total. Texas State and Marshall, 354. It's an ESPN Plus game. Texas State laid 4 and 67.5 at open. It's down to 2.5 and 3. Let's call it 3 at the flats, the painted number. 65.5 the total. Akron and Ball State, ESPN Plus, 359, 360. Homecoming day in Muncie. Cardinals are now catching 2 against Akron. They were pick 'em and -1 all week. They opened a 2-point favorite at Circa. So Akron, all the steam today. We'll see what happens. They were catching 15 at home in their last conference game against Ohio U and won it on the field. No opinion there. We'll see how it plays out. I'll keep an eye on it. UNLV's in Boise, another game that's fascinating to watch. UNLV and Georgia Tech, the same sorts of non-respect type teams that are continuing just to find ways to win games. Let's see if UNLV can do it today. That's an FS1 kick. Boise open 11, 63.5. Current price 13.61. I do like UNLV at this level. Yeah, 13 was the take price. I made it like 9. Yeah, I would say 13 for UNLV's a bet. 60.5, 61 the totals. FS1, the spot there for that one goes in about 10 minutes. Skip down to Mississippi State, Florida's on the SEC channel. That doesn't go until 4:15. 4 to 10. 9.5 out there as well. 50.5, 51. Might be the final game for Billy Napier at Florida, trying to figure out what's happening there with his situation. If the Gators lose, I'm sure they'll make things a lot easier on everybody. I would expect a good effort from Miss State, but not sure. If Florida plays their best, they can still get the money here. Hudson, North Texas. That's 379, 380 ESPN Plus. North Texas 471.5. This is a game where weather could come into play. In Denton, its total is down to 64 now in this game. Chuck Edel, the Iceman, on the under in this one. Again, if the weather's not a factor, I don't know how anybody could do that. That for me is a dead nut over. But I respect the money. There's no reason. Listen. At the level of 64, I would go over, but they certainly don't want to disrespect the people that went under 68, 70, whatever it was. Yeah, I mean that's those people aren't losing their money in the long run on college football totals. Let's see, Mississippi, Georgia, 391, 392 between the hedges. ABC has the broadcast there. Bulldogs laying 7, 7.5, 55.5, 56, 56.5 the total. Circa way low. 57.5 bet online, 55 over 15 circa. So huge difference there. There's some money. That has to be money. I mean, I don't know whose it is, but someone's money is making the market be it. That's a scalp. I mean, you got to lay 15 cents and 10 cents, but you've got a full 2-point middle and a half-point side over key. Those are all key numbers in college football. Skip Texas A&M Arkansas weather delay at Reynolds Razorback Stadium in Fayetteville. 400 Ohio State Wisconsin. That game is on CBS. Ohio State opened at 27. They're now laying 24.5, 25. The Wisconsin Badgers were shut out 37-0 by Iowa last week. Luke Fickell's regime seems to be a failed one. 3 seasons in, not sure how much longer he's going to last there. Nothing but disappointment for most of the Wisconsin folks. The other 3 games, UAB Memphis is at 4 o'clock. Memphis State laying 23.5, 24. That game is on ESPN2. The game has been bet up from 18 at open. UAB quarterback not playing and coach has been fired, combined to make those 2 things happen. Even with Memphis State having a South Florida trip coming in next Friday night, should be a hell of a football game between likely 2 unbeatens in the league. Although I like Florida Atlantic tonight against South Florida to get the money. I don't know if they're going to win it outright or not. Wyoming Air Force at 3:30. That's games on CBS College Sports. Let's see. Wyoming Air Force opened 6, 58.5. Now 3.5. There is some 4, 57 the total. And Texas Tech, Arizona State will be on Big Fox. Red Raiders open 10. Now they're laying 7. There's a bunch of circles on that game because of the quarterback situation for both teams. Levitt for ASU was questionable. You can be for sure they pumped him full of vitamin T. And Texas quarterback Barons Morton also has not been healthy. So we'll see how it plays itself out. Texas Tech's been super impressive so far. Arizona State's won 10 in a row at home, going back to last year. Or sorry, 2 years ago? Yeah. Okay. Anyways, that's that. So Tulane does beat Army 24-17. Trying to think if anything else is final. Kent State was up 10-0 against Toledo. The Rockets have responded with 17 in a row to end the half. They'll be a 13-point favorite at halftime. Man, I really put the mush on this. I brought up to Ed like, man, this Toledo coach is killing himself, costing himself a lot of money getting beat like this. Levitt did miss last week against Utah, and the Sun Devils got smashed up in Salt Lake. I still have a bad feeling in my mouth when I can't figure out these teams when it comes to like the injuries and the spots and whatever. I get really frustrated. I mean, like Utah's been great all year except in the one game that I had them, which was against Texas Tech, and they looked like shit. Now, did Texas Tech make them look like shit, or was there a combination of them being bad and Texas Tech being good? And I mean, I watched almost that whole game, so I don't have an answer. I just got it wrong. And then when you watch it and then you get it wrong and you wonder, like, what could I have done differently there? And the answer sometimes is just nothing. Sometimes you just get it wrong. You're not, I mean, if this was easy, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I'd be living on an island and not talking to anybody. Paid workers and drinking umbrella drinks all day. Here comes Boise with their cheating uniforms again. Blue on blue with blue helmets. Not a full house today at Albertson Stadium, surprisingly enough. Not sure what they're waiting on. This is their only team in the conference that gives them any sort of a rivalry whatsoever. Played them in the conference championship game last year. Played them close in the regular season. Undefeated on the season. 3:30s are just about to kick off here. Matter of fact, I need to start getting to work on the coin tosses for these games. Looks like Sark is on the field for Air Force. I think it's safe to insinuate that Wyoming kicked off in that one. Game is in Colorado Springs. Now, Klubnik is not even dressed for Clemson today, so he's not going to play. Michigan-Washington game is over. Let me see if I can get a kickoff. I got the ABC feed on. There's nothing on NBC yet. Let's see if the CBS feed will work. What is that, the Wisconsin and Ohio State? Ooh. Came out of nowhere. Okay, Jimmy Madison, let's stop messing around. Go out here and beat this team's brains in. Okay, so Old Dominican won the toss and deferred, and they'll kick it to James Madison. That game is on ESPNU. From Harrisonburg, let's see if we can get a James Madison comfy win. Georgia Tech has beaten Duke. That's their 7th win against the Devils. Oh, no, sorry. 7th win, 7th straight win, period. Longest win going back to 2009. 27-18 the final. Duke tacked one on at the horn. That matter for the second half total? I think it did. Yeah, it went over. Second half total was 31. The Duke late touchdown puts it over in the second half. Here come the Rebels. White on white for them today. I actually would like to have a little bit of volume with that. I'm not going to turn it to where you guys can hear much, but I want to make sure I have. As long as UNLV keeps it close, which I think they will. Calandry is a winning player. Sunny in Boise, 58 degrees. No wind. Just a nice day for football. Albertson Stadium, I think there is some construction going on up there. They're preparing for their life in the expanded, or the new, I guess if you want to call it the new Pac-12 next year. Damn it. All right, that's good enough for now. Oh, here comes the Northwestern 95 Co-Big Ten champs. I wonder if Pat Fitzgerald made an appearance. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. He's there. Good for him. Wrongfully terminated. That's the guy that needs to be getting hired somewhere. That guy, he can coach. Oh, he was the defensive player the other year. He wasn't the coach. Yeah. He was the Nagurski and Bednarik winner at Northwestern in 95, and he was their coach during their most successful run after that for a good long time. Good for him showing up, and hopefully someone gives this guy a chance. That whole situation with him getting let go at Northwestern was a really bad deal. Guilty before proven innocent type thing. Glory, glory be to Georgia. Playing on ABC with Fowler and Herbstreit. All right, I need to start paying attention to the kickoffs. What happened to this old dome chamber? What happened? Fumbled the kick? Are you fucking shitting me? This is what happens to me. How in the name of fuck? The box score doesn't even have it. Six seconds in, and Old Dominion's kicking an extra point after kicking the ball off. Oh, they fucking fumbled it. Okay, so they run it out of the end zone. Oh, what a fucking catastrophe. That's as bad as it gets. I don't think I've ever seen that. That is as bad as it gets. They didn't have to bring it out to begin with. What a fucking joke. Cannot be fucking serious. UNLV bangs it away. First drive, nets nothing. The punt is not a good one. Out of bounds. Boise will start it from their own 30. Their own 30. Stop, ref. Jesus. Their own 40. I hate when you got the team that punts and the ref keeps fucking running after the punt. He's like sprinting because he goes out of bounds. You don't know where. It's like a total guess. All right. Well, Jimmy Madison, let's try again. We just gave it, instead of laying, well, I got pick them in -1 here. Now we're laying 8. That's basically what has to happen when you just give them 7 points. I don't think it's mathematically faster for a kicking team to score a touchdown. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that touchdown was the fast. I think it's the fastest anybody could score. All right. Deep breath. Back at it here. Need to start charting some kicks. This is paralysis by paralysis. There's just too much happening here. Northwestern's in the end zone. 13-13 to go against Purdue. 14 plays, 74 yards, 8-10. 13-13 to go. This is going to be comical to look at this one. Where am I here? What was I looking for? I hate having ADD. This is terrible. Boise's going to score a touchdown their first drive. Oh, Jimmy Madison's in. That didn't take long. Okay. I hate not to. Oh, here. Okay, here's what I was looking for. Purdue Northwestern. This is going to be funny. Time of possession 15:25 to 122. Yardage 115 to 5. Northwestern's first drive. 14 plays, 66 yards, 7:15 off the clock for a field goal. Second drive, 14 plays, 74 yards, 8:10 off the clock for a touchdown. So the good news for Purdue is they're only down 14. The bad news is, 10. The bad news is they've ran 3 plays and they're getting smashed. Boise's found the paint or the blue carpet with their blue jerseys where they're cheating. Blue, blue, and blue. 26 bangs it in up the middle from a yard out. That didn't take long either. I actually thought he got stopped short. Those third and fourth efforts got him in. 6 plays, 60 yards, 2:13 off the clock. Boomer's kick is good. Sire Gaines. His first carry of the day is a touchdown. 4 to 26-yard catch from Madsen. Boise did convert their only third down there. And Riley with 2 carries and 32 yards on the drive as well. That's where we've gotten to where we've gotten. Buffalo and UMass. 14-10. That game is in the second quarter in Amherst. Minutemen were just up 14-3, catching 16 and a half. Trying to shock the world after they're getting thumped last week by Kent State. That drive was 5 plays, 75 yards, 117. Roberson complete the snow. Still 3 minutes to go before the half. And Buffalo did get the ball first. So UMass a chance to try to tack on here before the half. Buffalo stopped on downs early, kicked a field goal on their second drive, 3 punts, and then that touchdown. UMass went punt, 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 touchdown, touchdown. So let's see if they can get another one here before the break. They seem to have found something here with Hairston on offense. It's all running. Hood, 51 yards carrying. One of those was a 90-yarder. That'll definitely skew the box. And then Snow, I'm sorry, yeah, it was a second drive. So yeah, you got a 7-play, 87-yard drive and then a 1-play, 90-yarder. I like the thought process. It's gone backwards here. It wasn't like a 1-play 90 and then a 787. I guess we'll see how it goes coming forward here. I do not have a visual on that one. Probably should look for it. Given that I've got a free station, this ESPN showing nothing right now for the next 2 hours because of the weather. I'll find something up there in a minute. It's 2:46 to go. That'll be the next game that goes into the half. UMass ball after the kickoff. Appalachian State leads Coastal Carolina 7-0. That's 5 minutes in. App State took the ball and scored on the first drive. 10 plays, 75 yards. 4:50 off the clock. Coastal did kick it. I'm staying in rotation order here as I go through the boxes, so bear with me. Ohio U leads Northern Illinois 7-0. They scored on a 2-play, 14-yard drive, 39 seconds off the clock. Bangura, a 2-yard run. This came after a 3-and-out for Northern Illinois and what I have to presume to be a long return. Let me see. Ohio won the toss and deferred. 38-yard punt. Oh, 52-yard return. Okay, so that's why they started so close. Makes sense. And then Northern Illinois on their second drive also punted after getting 1 first down. So Ohio U up 7-0. Can't be much of a better start there. They'll get it at their own 9 on their second drive. Up 7-0. Old Dome kicked. We already talked about what happened in this game against James Madison. Colton Joseph drops out in a fairly enviable spot. He's in a tie game despite his offense not having touched the ball yet and the other team scoring a touchdown. Temple and UNC Charlotte. This game in Charlotte, and the hosts kicked off to Temple. We've had a punt, a stoppage on downs, and the Owls took over at their own 36. They moved it into UNC Charlotte territory. A couple of plays for 19 yards. Ducker, a nice run, and then Evan Simon complete to Peter Clark down to the UNC Charlotte 27. So 6 minutes in, and Temple in scoring position here, trying to be the first to crack the egg there. Colander has it back for UNLV, and they're going to have a first down out to the 40 against Boise. Big drive here. He has not completed a pass yet, just 0 for 1 on that first drive. Thought they were a little conservative out of the gate. Let's see if they understand they're going to have to probably match points with Boise. I know that there was some sharp money on the under, and to me the correlation in this game was absolutely anti what you think usually. If you think that UNLV has a chance to get the money, then it has to be them scoring points with Boise and over. If you think not, then it's Boise scoring a lot and UNLV scoring a little. Maybe the game stays under. UNLV's running back runs hard. There's a block in the back there, but he could have lost about 6. He kept fighting. Did they call it or not? I don't think so. And that's a great effort. Okay, I digress here with the ADD problems. What do we got? This Old Dome's back at their own 17. That's good news. Why ever they're back there, I'm not sure. Yeah, Thomas kid, he runs hard. That's the that's a 3-yard gain. I mean, Jaden Thomas leads the Mountain West in missed tackles force. Now they're smashing. All right, come on, Rebs, let's go. Be the team that you've been to get to this point so far. Don't get run out of here. SMU and Clemson. Clemson got the ball first. They went 5 and out. SMU also 5 and out. I can't say that either team's been really playing very well against the spread this year. They've both been awful. SMU is 4-2, almost going through the motions. That being said, if they win this game, they're right back in the race. The schedule should lighten up for them, I think, in the conference. 2nd and 13, Old Dome, first down out past midfield. No bueno. Let's see. IU and Michigan State, the Spartans have taken a 3-0 lead early. First drive, 13 plays, 55 yards, 6:53 off the clock. IU gets it back to start the game. Mendoza from his own 25 completes a pass to Hemby for a loss of 2. They throw an incomplete pass. On 2nd down, Buddy does complete a pass to Brady on 3rd. First down, Indiana out to the 39. 7 minutes to go in the first. Spartans catching 25.5, 26, lead 3-0. It's very early there. Texas State is at Marshall, 7-all, 5 minutes into this one. 4 plays, 75 yards for the Texas State touchdown to start the game. Marshall punts. Texas State fumbles. Marshall comes back with a 3-play, 14-yard touchdown drive, 1:07 left. There are going to be people that are going to be sick of this Marshall turnover luck, which continues. They were unlucky in the loss to Louisiana Lafayette 3 weeks ago, but last week they were +5 or so in the turnover column, and then, of course, they're already +1 today, tying the game on a short field. 7-all there. Texas State has it back. Turnovers were a problem for them last week in their loss. Troy State and Louisiana Monroe. It's 10-8 now as Monroe scores a touchdown and goes for 2 and gets it. 11 plays, 75 yards, 6:06 after the punt on the first drive. Troy State's had it twice. 6 plays, 68 yards for a touchdown, and 11 plays, 56 yards for a field goal. 10-8, 12:26 to go in the second quarter. This game started at the top of the hour, and so it's a little bit ahead of the rest of the games. That's ESPN Plus. Akron Ball State underway in Muncie. Akron first drive takes it down the field and scores. 5 plays, 34 yards. After Ball State stopped on downs. What happened there? So Akron kicked it. Ball State 4 plays and 9 yards. So they only had to go. Yeah. So they started at the 25. They just didn't get it. And then Ball State comes back. 10 plays, 75 yards. 5:29 off the clock. Kyle Kelly up the middle for 3 yards on 2nd and goal. Cardinals cut it to 8-7. Akron went for 2 after the first touchdown. Purdue Northwestern, we mentioned already with the box. Game also started at the top of the hour. Northwestern has it back as Purdue gets 1 first down and then punts it. Time possession, that time they took 2:30. So now it's 15:25 to 3:53. Yardage 150 to 32. Northwestern in Purdue territory already. Stone completed a pass for 35 yards. And then there's a horse collar tacked on top of that. How is that possible? Let me look here. 66, 74, and 50. $30 plays to 7 for Northwestern. Okay, I got to stop with this. I'm actually going to turn this game off if it gets much worse. UNLV punts it back to Boise. 34-yard punt only. And after a couple of first downs, the Broncos will take over. 7-0 at their own 13. They lead UNLV 7-0. Boise did kick in this game. Let's see. Mississippi State, Florida. That goes in about 20 minutes. UTSA and North Texas. That's an ESPN Plus game that should be started. If it hasn't, that tells me there's a weather delay in Denton. Do I see anything on my screen? What's the game number? 380. Okay, I see 405. So they did delay it, just a matter of for how long. I'll keep you posted there. That's an ESPN Plus game, so without seeing anything on Twitter, I'm not going to have a clue what happens. If the chat's got something that can help me, please let me know. Southern Miss and ULA doesn't go until 5 Eastern. Let's see, Ole Miss and Georgia in Athens. I do have a fast feed on this one. I'll actually give it some volume for a second. Trinidad Chambliss play fake, dumps it off, first down, Rebs. Georgia's first drive was 7 plays and 42 yards. It took 3:55. Woodring bangs a 51-yard field goal through and gives Georgia a 3-0 lead. We've got a bad case of heartburn. Hot sauce I put on my food there a little while ago is kicking in. Is this a live picture of hail at Arkansas? Nope, probably taped. All right, Rebels have gotten it out near midfield against Georgia. Keep an eye on this one for sure. Ole Miss's schedule really lightens up. If they can get to 7-0 and 4-0 in the conference, they'll be a legitimate threat to make it to at least the SEC championship game. Check down for a couple of yards there, out past midfield. Okay, Arkansas texting in. We're aware of that one. Ohio State, Wisconsin. The Buckeyes are on the board. 33-yard catch from Carnell Tate. Sayans pass up the middle, complete to him. 9 plays, 89 yards, and 4:34 off the clock. Wisconsin, predictable, will go 3 and out. That game, I'm going to go ahead and tap out on it really, really soon. It's important to note who got the ball first. That's about all that's important there. That game is really, could get really ugly. The only thing is I don't think that Ryan Day is going to run Fickle off the field. I don't see the animosity there that makes me believe that because there's no reason for Ohio State to run anything up. This guy's going to get fired anyways, most likely, and you're the number 1 team in the country. You got nothing to prove beating this guy's brains out. Let's see, Memphis and Alabama Birmingham. That's a top of the hour kick in the next 5 minutes or so. I'll come back to that. Wyoming and Air Force. Let's see, that game, the Falcons got the ball first, 16 plays, 60 yards, 9:08 off the clock. They kick a field goal, and Wyoming comes back and says, okay, fine, we'll come on top of that. 9 plays, 74 yards, 4:18 off the clock. Kelman runs it in. And Anderson was 5 for 5 for 41 yards. Kelman, 23-yard carry, his first of the game for a touchdown. And that's where we stand. Wyoming 7-3 in Colorado Springs. Closing price there, Air Force 3.5 and 4. Texas Tech, Arizona State. Another game on Big Fox, top of the hour kick or close to it. All right, now that I've reset the mechanism here, let's see what's happening. Oklahoma leads South Carolina 26-7. I'm sure the Boo Birds are out in Columbia. This is a disappointing effort for the Gamecocks. Things do not get easier from here. Season spiraling out of control. A lot of pipe on the quarterback, Sellers being a preseason stud and a possible high draft choice. Things just haven't quite gone the way that they hoped there. That was the game going into the season I'm sure they thought they could win. They have Bama at home. They have Ole Miss on the road. They have A&M on the road. They have Clemson at home. They're looking 8 losses right in the face. It's a tough league, man. It's very unforgiving. All the more sad that a Kentucky game, who clearly the worst team in the SEC right now. I will say Kentucky has a chance to make a statement tonight. They're off a bye. Texas off a huge win at the State Fair against Oklahoma last week. If ever there was a game where Kentucky's going to beat Texas, ever, this might be it. And this is the work. I shouldn't say that. With Stoops coaching at Kentucky, this is the spot. but their team's probably not good enough. What do we have here? Wisconsin threw a pick right through the running back's hands and intercepted. I can't watch this. I'm going to have to, two things are going to happen. I'm going to take a small break to get some heartburn medicine, go to the bathroom, reassess the situation with all the televisions, and hit the reset button everywhere, because this isn't going to work. Like, all the games that are on regular TV, they just suck. There's no other, I mean, like, Ole Miss Georgia's got the middle. I'm in good shape there. That one's fine. But the fact that CBS gives me Ohio State, Wisconsin, I mean, are you shitting me? They can't do better than that? Like, this is why these games can't be drafted. Like, I think Fox has all the cards too. They get to put. That's why they play Ohio State games all at noon all year at home. Northwest. So what's Northwestern's lead now? 13-0. This is 13-0, and it's a game that should be like a bajillion to nothing. But the weather in Chicago is kind of getting bad already. It's definitely no sun. There's not supposed to be rain there until later, I don't think. James Madison 7-all. They're about to punt it back to Old Dome. Clemson, 4 minutes to go in the first. I've looked up at that game, I don't know, maybe 6 times, and I've seen Klubnik at least 3. He's not even dressed. All right, Rebels broke serve. Well, sorry, get it back after getting a stop, I should say. I'm not going to say broke serve in a game that got bet under a bunch. 7-0 Boise, 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. Rebs off of 2 punts. Oh, James Madison seems to have punted it really good. The punter celebrate. I like that. Those of you who are interested in one of these big schools to try to hire a good coach for next year that no one's really heard of, Indiana did it with James Madison 2 years ago, and it's worked out pretty well. You may want to go back there. This guy, James Madison's done nothing but win his whole life as well. I think he was at Holy Cross before he took this job. There's no connection whatsoever this Chesney has to the previous regime. Yeah, he was at Assumption, a Division II school, and then Holy Cross for 5 years during the COVID situation from like 18, 19, 21, 22, 23. 4 playoff berths. He beat UConn and Buffalo both at Holy Cross, which that's unheard of, even as bad as those 2 teams could have been at times. Memphis State. Oh, this worked out well. I took off ESPN2 to put on put on the Big Ten channel to watch Northwestern, and now they're going to show some of this Memphis State game, which I believe is on ESPN2. Okay, my TVs aren't as jacked as I thought they were going to be with this weather situation. Yeah, Memphis is at UAB. Okay. You just got to roll with the punches. You're at the whims of the whoever's calling the shots at the mouse on these weather days. I don't get to pick what they choose. I'm not their programming director. All right, Ole Miss, big play, 3rd and 3 at the Georgia 13. Shotgun, Chambliss, back to the right. Two receivers to the right. They throw it to the back. Good execution, first down. That's really about as easy as it gets, just a quick pitch and catch. First and goal for the Rebs at the Georgia 7. They get about 3 on first down. Ohio State's quarterback threw a really bad pass there. He was 10 for 10 before that. That wasn't even close to being. Should have been intercepted. Colandry has all day now. At the time it went away, he dumps it off Oh, a couple of broken tackles there. And it's going to be 3rd and short for the Rebs. On 2nd and 15, he made something happen there. That's got nothing to do with Dan Mullen's coaching. That's got everything to do with the fact that his players just made a play. And that's a catch, a broken tackle, a missed tackle, and then the receiver busts his ass to get the yard. I have to think if you're down here this close, you got to try to go for the whole thing. Oh no, big play, Old Dome. I don't see any flags. It's going to be a touchdown. Fuck off. 13-7, Old Dome. Chambliss runs it in for Ole Miss, and they have taken the lead in Athens. 6-3, point pending. "98-yard touchdown pass. Brown from Joseph. First play of the drive, 14 seconds. Abject disaster in a game that James Madison's been the better team for all besides 2 plays by a lot. Third and 7 here for UNLV. They must have got a penalty. I missed it. Too much happened here. 5:47 to go in the first at Georgia. Ole Miss the lead. 7-3. Both teams have had it once. UNLV's going to have to settle for a field goal attempt. Smooth, big long pass against Clemson, and he takes it to the halves. SMU 7-0 over Clemson. This is Jordan Hudson from Jennings. 70 yards. Kick good. 7-0. 3:48 to go in the first. SMU takes the early lead. The UNLV field goal is good. Boise 7, Rebels 3. Arkansas all red. Helmets, jerseys, and pants are all red. 90 minutes to kick. They're just started to warm up. There's a light rain still. Razorback Stadium. The Ole Miss drive, 14 plays, 65 yards, 5:18 off the clock. Hard to ask for much more than that. Appalachian State scored a touchdown. They go up 14-3 against Coastal. 3 minutes to go in the first. They're ahead of the number for the time being. They were laying 10.5 in this game. Charlotte and Temple, 7-all. End of 1 at Jerry Richardson Stadium. Toledo leads Kent State 24-10. That game's 9 minutes to go in the third. IU leads Michigan State at the end of 1, 7-3. Ball State leads Akron 14-7 late in the first. UTSA and North Texas is underway in Denton. North Texas won the toss and did defer. That is game 379 and 380. Not a big delay there. ESPN Plus, the TV. It closed 4 and 64. I like it. If it started only a half hour late, that means the weather couldn't have been that bad. I saw some rain earlier. If there's no wind, I like over a lot. But we'll see. I think that UTSA will have some success on the ground, and I think North Texas will be able to move it all day in the air. I don't like the fact that you got people that I really respect involved on under. One of them being Chuck Edel. Ohio State settles for a field goal against Wisconsin. It's 6 plays, 23 yards, 2.5 minutes off the clock. 38-yarder is good. They lead 10-0 in Madison. Badgers 3 plays and a punt, and then 3 plays and a pick on their first 2 drives. It couldn't start much worse. Rebels down 7-3 to Boise. 3:10 to go in the first. Let's see. Memphis and UAB are underway in Birmingham. UAB had the ball first. Memphis State kicked off. Let's write that down. Wyoming and Air Force nearing the end of one in Colorado Springs. First down for Wyoming at their own 32. 7-3. Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? We're underway in Texas Tech, Arizona State. That's the game I need to find. Now let's see. Get this Ohio State mess off there. That's game number 407 and 408 in the rotation. Texas Tech got the ball first. They went 3 and out. Arizona State's got a couple of decent plays out near midfield. On their first drive, Sam Levitt, 1 for 1, 19 yards. Hammond starting for Texas Tech. That means no Barons Morton as things stand. I'm going to give Wisconsin one more chance. Their uniforms today are sick. They're red on red with white helmets. This is easily their best combo. They can only play as good as they looked. They had to work so hard in a game like 3 yards. Jimmy Madison scores. All right. Here we go. Absolute fireworks in this game. I tell you one thing. I still, like I said, there's a 98-yard touchdown pass and a kick return off a fumble for Old Dome. I still don't think they're worth a shit. I'm ready to say James Madison's going to start getting some stops, and we'll start looking for them to pull away and keep this thing under in the second half. Give Wisconsin credit. They're trying to bang their way out of here with some running. Ohio U has found the pain again. They're up against Northern Illinois 21-0. Georgia out past midfield against Ole Miss, 7-3 there. God, Boise's got guys running around wide open, but why wouldn't they? They're wearing blue on blue carpet with blue helmets. It's cheating. Fifth hour today of stream job. Cameron Bates touchdown for Boise. 1:14 to go in the first. They lead UNLV 13-3. Point pending. Rebels are not really equipped. I mean, they are. I was saying this yesterday. They are in a situation where if they get the game turned into a track meet, they might have a good chance to have success. That's how they've won a lot of these games in high-scoring fashion. The defense has been bad, but to expect them to just trade punches with Boise for 60 minutes up on that carpet, especially with them wearing their cheating uniforms, really, really hard. I mean, there was a block that it got through. There's no chance the UNLV guy saw him. None. I mean, it was a reverse, and one of the receivers was back, and there was one defender that stayed at home, and he basically was a victim of a crackback block. And it was legalized on that play because it was legal on that play because of the way that it was set up. Georgia's making an indeterminable march for what is almost surely going to be a touchdown here. Anything less would be super disappointing, I'm sure. Ohio State gets it back against Wisconsin. What am I doing watching this fucking game? All right. I'll get this fixed. Halftime. In Amherst, UMass, a 14-10 lead is a 16-point dog over Buffalo. Again, discussed this one briefly earlier. Buffalo gave up 2 touchdowns in a row in the middle of the half, and UMass went 2 and out on 3 and out on 2 late drives and 3 and out on 2 earlier drives before one other punt. So UMass had an 87-yard, 7-play drive and then a 90-yard touchdown run. Buffalo, a touchdown and a field goal for them only on 2 decent drives. The rest of them all punts and loss on downs. So no other turnovers here. Roberson, 23 of 34. Is that possible? They've thrown 34 passes? That's unfucking believable. They've ran 44 plays. That's true. He's thrown 34 passes in the first half. That is something else. That of all the stats we're going to see today, one of my friends used to say, and that is one. Now, of all the stats we're going to see today, that is really a something else. Roberson is 23 of 34 for 247, and they've only ran the ball 10 times. So 44 plays at 26. Average yards per play only 6.2. UMass 8, and the score is only 14 to 10. That is wild. And the game total was in the mid-40s to begin with. I mean, I think second half over 23.5 is like, I mean, that could be a gift from God if the offense stays like this. I mean, I do realize that UMass got 90 of their 209 on one play. I know that. Utsa, they chime in. Let's see what's going on here. Mestamaker threw a pick. Oh, but it's a penalty. It comes back. So Mestamaker's interception is taken off the board. Wow. 3 plays, a 75-yard touchdown, 72 yards for Henry for Utsa on the looks like the first play of the game. Okay, so there you have that. So yeah, 3 plays, 75 yards, 90 seconds. Now it's North Texas trying to chunk it down the field slowly but surely. No shock there. Purdue Northwestern, Boilers taking a deep shot. This ball by Brown is thrown nowhere near anybody on first down. 90 seconds left. It's only 13-0 Northwestern somehow still. God damn it, Old Dome. Fucking 20-14. They take a lead with 19 seconds left against Jimmy Madison. 11-yard pass from Joseph to Trey Brown. 8 plays, 75 yards, 246. I guess too much to ask. The domination that I was hoping for is clearly not there yet. We have a weather delay again. 6:42 left in the TCU Baylor game. 35-21, TCU ahead. They have the ball, trying to drive to put this thing on ice. Severe thunderstorm in Illinois. Yeah, this I gotta stop looking at Twitter. It's impossible. There's too much. I'll get lost really quickly. Did Old Dome miss the extra point? I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. With 20-14, Old Dome leads by 6 late in the first quarter. Yardage 195 to 192 in favor of Jimmy Madison. The Old Dome first touchdown happened 6 seconds in. And whatever's happening, it's about to break Twitter. I'm trying to get my thing to get back to normal speed, and so I'm looking at it and it won't even load. No other halftimes yet. The 3 o'clock games, Purdue and Northwestern and Troy State and Monroe are about to go in shortly. Northwestern takes over at their own 8 inside of a minute to go before halftime. They're going to run out the clock. Now I got to find that stupid game. $364. All right. .205 to 57 total yards. Time possession 21-21 to 7:39. Total plays 46 to 16. That is about as bad of an ass beating as you can put on somebody without the score being any worse than this. Northwestern, their fourth drive, they went 10 plays, 26 yards, and got stopped on downs. Purdue has had 4 drives and 4 punts, 3, 4, 6, and 3. The score somehow being 13-0 is incredibly misrepresentative of how much of just a thorough thumping this is. Boilers 2-4, Barry Odom's first team, not quite ready to compete yet. Northwestern's coach drew some heat. First game of the year, they got the shit beat out of them at Tulane in a game where they were minus a jillion in the turnovers, but they were beat up front as well. I mean, I had a big bet on Tulane in that game. I obviously remember most things about it, and was patting myself on the back for a bit. After that, David Braun's team beat Western Illinois, lost at home to Oregon in a game that was very competitive. Now, I shouldn't say that. It wasn't competitive. They were not covering. They were not close to covering. They scored 2 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes to get in the back door. That put them at 1-2. They beat UCLA in a close game. That win looks a lot better now than it did before. Thumped Monroe and then beat Penn State. So that's why they're 5-2 now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4-2 before today. A win today will get them to 5. They have Nebraska on the road next week. That's definitely a winnable game. I'll tell you what the point spread will be for that right now. Hang tight. Northwestern. Yeah, I'm going to say they won't be catching more than a touchdown. That's the most. At USC is tough after a bye. Michigan's tough. Minnesota at Illinois. They're going to have to find a way to win at least one more, and they'll be a dog in all those games. But I think they'll find a way to win one more. They're playing hard. They make some good play. If you can win at Penn State, with James Franklin still the coach, you can, you're not outclassed. You're not going to be blown out by anybody. There's only 2 teams that are clearly better than that going in. That was in that league, and that's Ohio State and IU, and Northwestern doesn't play either one of those teams. All right, Smoo has it back at midfield against Clemson. 13:50 to go in the second quarter. 7-0. It seems like Clemson doesn't have a chance to score on offense. Let me look at their offensive stats here with Christopher Vizina, the quarterback, 5 for 7 for 24 yards. That is the absolute epitome of don't make mistakes. The sad part about this is that Adam Randall is being wasted here at this point, and he's such a good player. They got him in the backfield. He's a stud receiver. He's been targeted 3 times, has only 1 catch, so he's the only guy that Zina's missed twice. He also has 5 carries for 22 yards. So they have the right idea of getting the ball to him, but yeah. Boise threw a pass that wasn't a good pass. The receiver made not a good play. It ends up being a ricochet deflection for the Rebels. They take over down 14-3. Calandria, 2 for 5 for 12 yards. Has not been a good start for UNLV. Their drive so far, punt, field goal, punt. Boise touchdown, punt, touchdown. Then, of course, the interception on this drive here. So Rebels take over in Boise territory. Going to be 3rd and 3. They throw an incomplete pass. No, Kevon Lee runs it for nothing, and then they get a false start. So they were going to go for it. Now they're not going to go for it. They'll have to punt it. 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. UNLV down 14-3. Air Force, 3rd and 11, incomplete pass. They're going to have to kick a field goal. 6:45 to go in the second. There. A couple of halftimes in these 3 o'clock games, and I'm going to take just a 5-minute break before we get ready for the 3:30 halves. Prue Northwestern 13-0 at the half. Northwestern picking 23. That doesn't even come close to being right. If Northwestern continues to play hard and stay on the gas, they'll beat this team as bad as they want to. Like, pick is not. I mean, that's not even close to being right. Purdue Northwestern second half pick for like all you want to win. Like that's the shove the chips, get them assembled, and shove them right in the middle. Shove. Where's the camera? Up here. Shove. I want all in. Northwestern, shove. In all seriousness, Purdue hasn't shown anything. And it could change. I mean, it's football. But, I mean, why would it? Like, what have you seen so far? And I've had it on. I'm looking up there. Every time I look up, it's one-way traffic. And they're not just dominant or anything. It's just the traffic is always moving in one direction. It's just consistently going this way when one team has the ball. Then when the other team has the ball, it's going this way, but like depending less. And then the quarter's over and it starts going the other way. Somehow Toledo, being down 10-0 against Kent State I think it was the end of the first quarter, are now ahead of the number, laying 25.5. It's not even the fourth quarter yet. They lead Kent State 38-10. Mississippi State, on their first drive against Florida, is taking it right down the field. 3rd and goal in Gainesville. Oh, wow. What happened here? Did Boise fumble? They did. So they'll get it back now after a muff punt. Boy, Boise's doing what they can to let the Rebels hang around here. Great job by UNLV. They got right in his face, and then he got out of the way. That's what you're supposed to do. That is good special teams play. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Get as close as you're allowed, way before it gets there, and then move out of the way. All right, James Madison looks like they're trying to move it down the field again. We got a little targeting action. Big catch here. That's not targeting. Take that away. I have James Madison for my life, and I still don't want that to be a penalty. It's a great throw. It's a great catch. He's out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Take it away. Touchdown, Mississippi State. 12:18 to go in the first. 2 minutes, 42 seconds off the clock. 8 plays, 75 yards. Camario Taylor. He was the QB on this play. Chapin only completed 1 pass for 48 yards. The rest of the drive was tapped out by the Mississippi State rushing game. What are the Rebs trying to do up here? I really don't want that to be targeting. First of all, it's only a 2.5-yard penalty. It's 1st and goal at the 5. I just don't like that to be that should not be a penalty. That's that. I have nothing else to say about that. Extremely not surprising that Indiana's in a dogfight with Michigan State. They were actually trailing a little bit ago. Second quarter now, IU leads it 14-10, 6:47 to go in the second. After the touchdown pass, from Mendoza to Elijah Surratt. Yardage is very similar there. Michigan State has had it twice and kicked a field goal and scored a touchdown. 13 plays, 55 yards, 12 plays, 75 yards. IU 2 touchdowns, 11 plays, and 5 plays, 75 yards each. Let's see if Signetti lights a fire under their ass here as Michigan State tries to take over down by 4. And the Rebels, Anthony Colandrea is in, although he might not be in. His foot appears to be on the chalk at the 3-yard line. I'm on a super delay there. So let me just hang tight. Yeah, okay. So they're going to call the Calandria touchdown, not a touchdown, out of bounds at the 3. Personal foul, and then Jaden Thomas bangs it right in from 1 yard out. Ramon Vilela's kick is good. 4 plays, 16 yards after the muff. 1:28 off the clock. Boise 14, Rebels 10. 9:33 to go in the first half. App State leads Coastal 21-10. 8:45 to go in the second. West by God, Virginia getting thumped. They just scored to cut it to 45-13, 1:46 to go there. 21-8, Ohio U leads Northern Illinois, 10 minutes to go in the half. Old Dominican, James Madison, second and goal. They did call targeting. So this guy's out of the game, the safety for for Old Dome. I hate that call. I have James Madison. I just don't understand that. You can't call that. Let's see. James Madison's in the paint. 12 minutes to go, 20 all-point pending. Temple 21-7 over UNC Charlotte, 9 minutes to go before the half. Smooth 10-0 over Clemson, 11 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go, second quarter. IU 6 minutes to go, 14-10 over Michigan State. Marshall 10-7, 8 minutes to go over Texas State. Troy State Monroe 17-8 at the half. Troy State a half-point favorite, 21.5. I actually leaned Monroe at halftime. I have watched just bits and pieces of that earlier, and I had to change it. Yeah, I like I said, this is one of those before the game I would have liked Monroe catching more than 6, and they got bet down. It was sharp money on the dog, and I kind of hate that. It's like everybody's found out my secret about being anti-Troy and pro Monroe. Now there's actually a value taking 9.5 for the game with them being down 9.5, and catching a half at halftime. Let's see. Ball State leads Akron 14-8, 6 minutes to go in the second. Purdue Northwestern, again, I've told you, this is this is nuts. There's actually, Chris has Purdue a half on top, the dog like 20. Like, I don't understand in what world that can be the right line. My friends at the Westgate have half flat on the bottom. See, that's the right line. Or I think 2.5 flat on the bottom is the right line. But pick, I mean, give me a break. Purdue pick favorite? What the fuck world are they watching? This is an X-0 is the final score of this game. And I'll take it. I'll raise my hand and say I'm wrong. But I have much more conviction about this one than I did have anything else all day. Boise 14-10 over UNLV. 9:31 to go in the half. Mississippi State leads 4-7-0. Gators coming to bat. They're actually on the move into the Mississippi State red zone. Lagway, a big carry on 3rd and 7, keeps it to down inside the 15. The Gators will have a first down. UTSA 7-3 over North Texas. That one just started. 35-21 TCU Baylor. The weather comes in and out of that one. They're still playing. 6 minutes to go in the fourth. Georgia 10-7 over Ole Miss. Let me see what's happening there. Rebels are in the red zone. Chambliss, great pass and completion. First and goal for the Rebels, 11:35 to go. 10-7 Georgia. Ohio State leads Wisconsin 17-0. 9:40 to go, second quarter. Memphis UAB tied at 7 late in the first. Wyoming Air Force 7-6. 4 minutes to go in the second. Ole Miss, is that a touchdown? Stopped at the 1. In Texas Tech and Arizona State, no score in the first. Big play for Arizona State on 3rd and 8. Levitt hums one in there. Lacey's down at like the 1, but it's close. It's going to be a touchdown here in a minute, barring a turnover. Central Florida has beaten West Virginia 45-13 final. They cover, and it goes over every total. Lacey bangs it in for the Ole Miss touchdown, and the Rebels have taken the lead in Athens again. That's all the scores for now. And I got halftimes coming, and I got obligations and duties to fulfill here. It is 4:34 Eastern, 1:34 out west. I need 10 minutes. I'll be back. Gunnar Stockton, 22-yard rushing touchdown for Georgia. Boise bangs it in as well. They lead at 20-10 point pending. I'm not sure UNLV. Some of these games there just can't be stopped. I mean, Old Dominion took it right down. They had a couple penalties, and James Madison still had no chance to stop them. I'm not so sure the loser in this game won't have 50 points. I think it might take 60 to have a chance to win. I'm not joking. It's really bad. Okay, halves will be coming here shortly. I'll keep you posted on all of them. Florida got a field goal against Mississippi State. Bulldogs back at it. They're 4-2, 0-2 in the league. Obviously, Arizona State playing well against Utah has augmented their efforts so far today in Gainesville. It will certainly expedite the firing of Sunbelt Billy if they find a way to win it. Remember, this is Jeff Levy's second team. They were 2-10 last year and picked by everybody to come in last in the league. And I mean, I'm not sitting here splitting the atom by saying that they're still not anywhere near the top. Kentucky's at the bottom by a full field goal against Mississippi State. After that, it's a little bit up to South Carolina and Arkansas, but not much. But Mississippi State can make some inroads here. They'll be a dog the rest of the year. But if they can find a way to win this one, then it's one of Texas, Arkansas on the road, Georgia, Missouri on the road, or Ole Miss to get to a bowl game. And I'll go ahead and say it. They will win one of those other games. So if they win today, they'll get enough wins to get to a bowl. Florida's 2-4. Loss, they'll put them at 2-5. And the hardest part of the schedule, to be fair, is supposed to be over for Florida. Today was the one breather after you started at LSU, at Miami, Texas at home, at Texas A&M. Then you have Mississippi State today. 2 weeks from now after the bye, it's the cocktail party. Then it's at UK, at Ole Miss, Tennessee, Florida State. There aren't 6 wins there if there's not a win today. There's no path. And that's for the talent they have, and as good as I think that coach is, to be honest, he was at UILA. It's a shame that he hasn't been able to do more here. They blitzed the house on 3rd and 8 there and knocked Mississippi State out of field goal range. Great work there by the Florida defense, and that will force a punt. SMU kicks a long field goal against Clemson, 13-7, 4.5 to go in the second. Second half, Northwestern Purdue underway. Boilers get the ball first. That's the only thing that I saw advantageous there. If I miss this one, I may have to go into a semi-retirement. Really like Northwestern second half there, as I said a few times. Mestemaker to Wyatt Young, 4th down conversion for 20 yards, touchdown North Texas. They lead UTSA 10-7. UTSA, great start. Haven't done anything since. Long way to go. Northwestern's trying to strip Purdue here, it looks like. Oh, wait a minute. Fake. Yeah, it's Brown. Let's see, did the ball come out? No. Did he hurt him? I don't know what's. Yeah, he's coming out. That was the first play. He gains 3 yards on the ground. Looks like he maybe twisted his knee. I'm not sure what's happening there. Four drives each way, 3 touchdowns each way to this point. Let's see if Barnett can make something happen for James Madison here. Brown's out, 3rd down. Purdue carried the ball there on 2nd. Got halftimes coming in fast and furious here shortly. There were 14 games that kicked off in the 3:30 window. I'll do the best I can to keep you up to speed with all of them. I'm going to clear off the mechanism here. UAB has scored a touchdown to lead Memphis State 13-7, 10:35 to go in the second. I do not have a visual on that one. That's my own fault. I'll have to go to ESPN2 here on one of these TVs. This is a horrible remote situation. I don't know if I can get to it or not. That's the one that's on ESPN. They showed it for just a brief minute and then they stopped. I should probably look for Peacock as long as Indiana's going to be in a dogfight with Michigan State. Although maybe not now. 8 plays, 80 yards, 147 off the clock. IU broke serve and scored it. Kalon Black, 29-yard touchdown carry. Caps it off. Hoosier offense stays hot. 3 touchdowns and 3 drives. The defense did force a punt last time. 21-10, Indiana. Heady times to be a football fan living in the state of Indiana unless you're a Purdue backer or a Ball State backer. Notre Dame, a win today probably puts them in the front row to get back to the playoffs. It's like about 45 minutes to kick for A&M and Arkansas. There's a pregame spot with the guys. Mark Jones is one of the announcers on the air. I'm guessing this was done like 2 hours ago. There's nobody in the stadium. Hang on, is that Clint Kessinich? Let me listen to what they have to say.
24-mile-an-hour gusts. The storm started about 11 a.m. today with intense lightning. And you can see Fayetteville, Arkansas sits in the northwest corner of the state. And the band of storms is working themselves right across the path of this stadium. So we're in a delay right now. That may continue throughout the afternoon. The field surface is saturated, but apparently it has state-of-the-art drainage here. So the question later will be lightning and it will be wind conditions when and if this game is played later this afternoon.
Drainage is going to be one of the prevailing words throughout the course of the afternoon. In the immortal words of Bob Marley, some people get wet, others just feel the rain. Take your pick. Kickoff 4:30 Central Time. We hope.
All right. That's a pretty comprehensive update. I appreciated it. Rebels are on the move here. They badly need an answer to try to stay in it here against Boise. Calandria has basically a quarterback draw. Boise sniffed it out, but it wasn't enough for a first down. Singleton in for Purdue at quarterback. Does have a 13-yard completion, but the Boilermakers do have fourth down now. Let's see what they decide to do. Touchdown Rebs. Jaden Bradley into the paint. And the Rebels have cut it to 21-16, 5:09 to go in the second. That was another game. This is UNLV lulling them into a track meet. Boise, if they're going to have a chance to run them off the field, it was going to be like 37-3. It wasn't going to be something like this. And Chuck Edel's totals are the nuts, but anybody going under with the UNLV game right now just needs to seriously evaluate what they're doing. The way that UNLV found a way to beat Air Force last week was super intoxicating. How do you not like the fact that you win the game at the end on a field goal and you score 60 points or whatever? Purdue punt to the Dick line. 11:35 left. Northwestern takes over 13-0. I implore you, it doesn't matter. They can't stop them. Just keep betting Northwestern live. Just Northwestern. Like, don't stop now. Like, Purdue never going to score. Northwestern can't be stopped. Like, I don't understand the thought process behind this line. 13.5 even. Lay it. I mean, just lay it. As long as the shot's intact, they're gonna hang in there and fight as well. All right, Ole Miss 17-14 trailing Georgia. It's been back and forth here in Athens. Chambliss fires a pass to the back. It's going to be third and about 3 at the 8, maybe third and 4 at the 9 for the Rebels. 6 plays, 75 yards, 231 for UNLV there. Calandria 4 for 4 on that drive. Starting to heat up a little bit. See if UNLV can get a stop here. Maybe try to take the lead going into the half. I'm optimistic. Why not? Clemson did score to cut the SMU lead to 13-7. Let me see how that happened because I didn't see it live. The drive there was 6 plays, 75 yards, 235 off the clock, and it came on a Moore catch from Vizina for 32 yards. Then they were actually stopped on downs. So SMU's been settling for field goals long. They had the 70-yard touchdown on that one play, and then 3 punts and 2 field goals. The 2 field goal drives were 10 plays each. Pass interference gets Georgia. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 1 or the 2 for Ole Miss. Arizona State leads Texas Tech 6-0, 11:26 to go in the first half. We're about to have halftimes coming in fast and furious. Bear with me. The first one is Wyoming at Air Force. 7-6 in Colorado Springs. Hang tight for the prices. Didn't take long for Boise to get themselves all the way out to midfield. Matson 6 for 12 for 101, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And then they just had a 50-yard touchdown run. 424, Dylan Riley going to be well over 100 yards already here in the first half. Let's give you his numbers. Why not? Let's have fun. 49-yard run by Riley. He now has 5 carries for 149. 65, 49 in there with them. The other 3 for 34. And what's the point of bothering to throw the ball ever if you're Boise? Jimmy Madison, quarterback. Barnwell threw a very ill-advised. Barnett threw a very ill-advised pass across his body. Thank God Old Dominion's defense sucks. It's 1st and goal. 2-minute warning. Have to be careful in this game, though. North Texas leads Utah 17-7 at the end of the first. Don't know how that's went down. I'll go closer into that one as we closer to halftimes for the 4 o'clocks and the 3:30s are gone. Ball State trying to take the lead against Akron. No, they're not. Akron, the Cards just punted. Akron's out of timeouts. Their own 30, they'll start up 15-14. Yardage in this game, 183 to 112 in favor of Ball State. The Akron touchdown, 10 play, 96 yards on the last drive, 5 plays, 34 on the first, 3 punts and a loss on downs in between. Ball State lost it on downs. The first drive deleted the first Akron touchdown. They scored 2 touchdowns back-to-back. They then fumbled to lead to Akron losing it on downs. Then they missed a field goal after kind of a short drive. Field goals from 53. Not easy for a MAC kicker in that weather this time of year. Then Ball State went 3 and out both of the last 2 drives. So we'll go into halftime and make some adjustments here. I think the Cardinals still have a fair shot. Certainly the fact that Akron gets the ball first is a disadvantage, and the fact that the Akron steam came is bad. But in these games that Ball State's shown the fact that they're in, I do give them a fighting chance, and the Ohio game was pretty impressive. Lacey's second touchdown for Ole Miss gives them a 20. What is it? 20. What the fuck's the score in that game? Sorry, 21-17. 2:09 left in the first half. Ole Miss has that basketball rim. I got to be honest, that's a breakaway rim. It's pretty nice. This is a 360. I really thought that UNLV would give this team some trouble because it's the first time that Boise's faced a quarterback with this kind of the guy that kind of can run like this. Calandria didn't have anything. He's trying to take a shot downfield and it wasn't there, so he just took off and ran for like 25 yards. If you think I'm paying more attention to that for a reason, I am. I want to see if there's an edge to be gained, or oh wow, Boise got him off the corner blitz that time. Just trying to see how competitive they can be against what you perceive to be a good team. There are levels to these teams, by the way. I mean, how good is good? I mean, it's like Notre Dame was laying 16 to 20, and it went up to past 20 against Boise, and they won by around that much. And then what's Boise laying this much against UNLV? So you got teams that are undefeated that Notre Dame would be laying 30 points against. You know what I mean? Like at some point, it's like how good can it be? But I just think that's ridiculous. This far into the season, I don't care who you've played or how bad people think you are. Like Notre Dame laying that many to Boise or to UNLV would just does not make sense to me. I don't care if they beat them 50 to nothing. But the power ratings are what they are. The numbers are the numbers. They're there for a reason. Halftime in Bloomington, IU 21 to 10 over Michigan State. Will come with that one shortly. Ohio U leads up in Northern Illinois 21 to 8 in Athens at Peden Stadium. First and goal for Jimmy Madison at the 2-minute warning. Old Dome has all 3 timeouts. Jimmy Madison 2. How about a touch? Okay, there's the touchdown. 1:57 left, and Jimmy Madison can take the lead here. Now, how about a stop and then score again before the half? Let's get that fucking opening kickoff turnover touchdown bullshit out of the way. Let's erase that from the mechanism. Get it out of there. Late first quarter, Mississippi State 7-3 on the move against Florida. The quarterback draw here. Out of the gun empty. Nothing there. Gets him a yard maybe. Mississippi State's defense is pretty good. I'm actually impressed with a lot of the facets of their team all the way around. I think Florida will probably struggle on offense. So I think that there's a bye involved here as well. Miss State. Akron 15-14 at the half over Ball State. The yardage is 183 to 135 ball. Total time possession is like 19 to 10 in favor of Ball State. But you got Ball State with a fumble that led to, well, nothing that drive. Both teams lost it on downs as well. Led to a short Akron touchdown. Halftime price there come with short. I guess it's going to be a pick. All right, there's enough in there. I can start running off the halftime stuff to you now. Appalachian State's up 24-17 against Coastal at the half. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are in right now. More are coming. Let me clear it off and let me give them to you. Try to keep an eye on what's going on here as well. And SMU has scored again against Clemson. Keltner's field goal from 48 is good. 16-7 they lead the Tigers. 109 to left to go before the half. This is again, Clemson got the ball first. They punted 4 times, lost it twice on turnovers, and also scored the 1 TD. So 8th drive of the half coming up. They have 2 timeouts and 109 to work with. Georgia out past midfield. They're losing 21-17 against Ole Miss. Ole Miss gets it at halftime, too. Vital for Georgia to try to get something here, especially with some of the struggles that they've had on the other side of the field. Oh, man, a fucking fumble on the first play by Old Dome, and that's disappointing. They didn't get it. Old Dome got it. Loss of a lot. No timeouts for Jimmy Madison. Why? There's too much time left. I like it. 3rd and forever. No, 2nd and 16. Sorry. Gun. Back offset to the left. A little bit of motion. Now they're fucking around. Now they're running the clock. Is this Surely to Christ, old Dome's not going to run the clock out. Draw. Quarterback kept it. Nothing. Now call timeout. 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 They do. Okay, 113 left. I'm sweating this one. Jimmy Madison's my sweat. I'm letting you know. That's the one I'm sweating. The old Dome coach is furious. I know why he's mad. He wanted that to be an incomplete pass. I promise you. I wanted it to be. If I was on his side, I'd be yelling about it too. Too late now, coach. Should have called timeout and bitched about it. Before you snap the ball. That's a bad job. Bad job. We want good coaches. This James Madison coach is going to be coaching Penn State next year. We don't want bad coach. We don't want old Dome's coach. We want James Madison's coach. Stop messing around here with bad coaches. You know what we're doing. Let's go. Let's get our second win here, our third win. We're now into the 6th hour of this thing today. We could see, there's a long way to go, but we're halfway home. We've now passed the halfway mark of this fucking thing. Let's get a little confidence going. Northwestern's trying to do it here in the second half. 3rd and 1 at the Purdue 10. Just milk the shit out of the clock. Beat this team into oblivion. Another first down. 1st and goal at the 5. Yes, sir. Let's go. Come on! Bang, bang, bang. Put up the dog's ass all night long. Y'all ain't seen the movie Friday. You're too young. Watch it. Come back. Report back immediately. Okay. I'm messing around. Halftime, Appalachian State 24-17 against Coastal Kakalaka, 3:25. Coastal gets the ball first in the second half. 6.5, play 15, 24.5 flat, give or take the total there. No arguments. Actually, I thought 6 was a better number, just given the Coastal gets it first, given how much stock they keep putting in all that. Northern Illinois, Ohio U. Ohio U up 21-8 over Northern, 6.5 and 20.5 the halftime total. I actually like over in that one. There is a 21 under at Pinnacle. There's a 20 over at Chris. The 20.5 flats or the 20.5 unders are probably good bets. Find a way to get the juice not laying more than 110 and look at over in game 333 in the second half. Old Dome, Jimmy Madison. Jimmy Madison going to get it back. We'll come back to that one. Temple, Charlotte, 28-7. Owls in complete control after a dominant second quarter. That one just went in. Market a little slow to react given that all these games are going in, a lot of them at the same time, and there's not a lot of people in charge of the halftime markets. Temple 4.5, maybe 21.5 or so, give or take. Looks like I'm seeing 21.5 under 15. Made a note earlier at 4.5, up to 6. As low as 3.5. I didn't watch one play. Let's see. Smooth Clemson not there yet. Michigan State, Indiana, 21-10 Hoosiers. They're laying 13. There is a 13.5 out there, total of 24. Hang tight. Clemson 16-7 over, Smooth 16-7 over Clemson at the break. Come with that one just in a minute. Texas State leads Marshall 17-13 at half. Texas State a half point on top, 31 the total. Marshall gets the ball first. I don't agree with that. I think Marshall should be the favorite, or it should be a pick. If the game's sitting 4 like that, not much to it. I think pick's the number there. Georgia, 24 seconds left there at the 21 of Ole Miss, 21-17. They're doing an effective job of managing the clock. And they have 2 timeouts left. There should be plenty of time, but running out of it a little bit. The IU Michigan State 13 and 24.5 under a bunch. There is a 24 out there as well. 24.5 is the most popular line. It's getting bet down. Akron Ball State 15-14. There's Akron's laying points in the second half. That's only because they get the ball first. Ball State's been the better team. That short field set up the 1 touchdown. Like Ball State, there is a 2 the dog 18 at Amapola. That's a take for sure. Paradise has 2 the dog 24. That's also a take. 2 the dog 28 at Chris, 2 the dog 26 at Pinnacle, 22 at Pinnacle with the juice. I like +2. That makes it Ball State +3 for the game. Even the 1.5s aren't bad. The money line would be a better bet because the game's likely not to fall 2.5, 1. It could be Ball State by 1 as well. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen here. These points are all live based on how things will end up playing out, but I would rather have Ball State in the second half for sure. Total is 21 over money. There is a 21.5 at Buckeye. No opinion there. Lean over. Let's see. Nothing else is in yet except for Wyoming Air Force, which is the first one that's going to go out. 7-6 Wyoming. Air Force is a favorite at halftime. Wyoming gets the ball first with the game closing lower. The fact that it's a pick, that's not right to me. Like, this should be Air Force like 2, maybe even 2.5. Not that I'm rushing to bet on Air Force. Wyoming's been playing hard, haven't been scoring a whole lot without help. But yeah, this is. I think Air Force is. I mean, the fact that Air Force's defense has been this bad for this long, and they're playing in a game like this today, it shows that their coach is at least trying to do better on that side. But ultimately, what they do best is score points with this offense, and they need to drag Wyoming into one of these games where it turns into a track meet and go win it with their experience at that. So I like Air Force. Pinnacle's -1.5 +09. That's a great bet. That's a dead number. That means all they got to do is win the game, and you get +09 for them to do so. Anything that has them at plus money, pick +03 at Bet Online. Yeah, anything that has Air Force winning the game against Wyoming, that one goes in 3.5 minutes, is a good bet. Air Force 406 in the second half. Shit. I'm a mess. And Florida's in against Mississippi State. Early second quarter, 10-7 Gators. Jimmy Madison did not do anything else in the first half. That's like a loss. That's a service break. Oh well. 366 yards to 275. Again, the scoring started on the kickoff for Old Dome. They still haven't got the score right in the box score yet. They gave them 1 point. I'm actually going to refresh this box score because it's driving me nuts. It said 1-0, and it's been off the whole half. 28-20. I'm all fucked up. 28-27. Yeah, the box is still wrong. Okay. Barnett, 14 for 18 for 250. Joseph, 12 for 13 for 204 and 3 touchdowns for Old Dome. Basically a 7-on-7 drill. Georgia was held to a field goal against Ole Miss, and it's 21-20 at the break. And Ole Miss gets the ball to start the second half. So they've done all they can ask for in Athens. Giving up Georgia 20 in the first half, and they still have the lead and get the ball coming out. I don't think Texas Tech can win without Morton. I think this kid that's playing behind him today is like clearly he has talent. And he was awesome against Utah and stuck it right in my ass in the fourth quarter of that game. But I just can't get there with them being like a good team with Hammond as the guy. They're not even willing to try to give him. He's scared to take a chance because he'll make a mistake, and that's what happened against Utah. He just took a shot there. Did he get picked? Oh, no way. He caught it. Here the fuck that I'm talking about. Touchdown Texas Tech. Eakin from Hammond. And that's going to tie the game, and there'll be a point pending for the lead. God, I put the mush on him. That's absolutely impressive on my part. No, that's a good pass. No, it hits the ground, though. They're going to take it away. Hang on. Hang tight. It's a catch at the time. That angle doesn't show it. This other one, this will show it. Oh, the ref's in the way. It might not show it. The field judge is standing right on top of this. Find another angle. I'm almost sure it hit the ground. They've showed 4 angles, and one of them looked like it was definitive, but the other 3 they don't. You can't see it. No, there's no fucking way. Maybe there is. I mean, the Arizona State guy is like doing the. Okay, here's an angle. That's a drop. That's the angle right there. It's not a catch. They're going to take that away. It looked good. It was nice. All that stuff was in play. Here's another angle. Ooh, no, his body had held. It actually looks like more of a catch from that angle. UNLV second and goal inside the 5, trailing by 11 against Boise. And we got a fucking penalty again. God, with these fucking pre-snap penalties, man. It's just a sign of bad football. It's bad teams. It's bad mistakes. Oh, Purdue's actually moving the ball here against Northwestern. They have it in the Northwestern territory for, I believe, the first time of the whole game. Late in the third quarter, Singleton's still in. Brown out with an injury on the first play of the second half or close to it. Hang tight for halftime updates. We got a bunch more of them that just came in. 6th hour of the day here on the SWEATBOX. UMass Buffalo dogfight. I got to put that game on. 21-20 in Amherst. The winless Minutemen in the league, at least. Now what? Okay, I got nothing. There's too much happening here. Let's see. Mississippi State. 3rd and 5. They're going to have to punt. Sack. Shipping. No chance. They confirmed this touchdown for Texas Tech. Wow. I'm surprised by that. There wasn't really any cameras that gave it away, I guess. That's the argument for it. So Eakins catch stands, and Texas Tech takes a 7-6 lead out of Arizona State. That actually bodes well for them. I think that they've taken Arizona State's best shot, and they're still somehow ahead in this game. Calandria blitzed him, and they missed him, and that's it. Touchdown UNLV. 43 seconds to go in the half. Rebels cut it to 28-23. Point pending. This is the game that UNLV has to play in. Turn it into a track meet, muck it up, see what happens. Coastal App State, 24-17. Mountaineers. 6.5, 24 to half the price there. Northern Illinois, Ohio U. 7 the dog a bunch. 6.5 flats the better price. There are a couple of them out there. 6.5 lay 15 as well. Old Dome, James Madison. Jimmy Madison up 1 at the half. They're laying 2 at the half. I love the opinion. I love the thought process. The total is a fucking joke. 26.5. Like, in what world can that be right? Do these people watch this game? I mean, it's not like it's an accident. There have been a total of 650 yards of offense. And that didn't count the 1 touchdown that Old Dome scored on the opening kickoff. And that should have foretold everybody that this game was going to be like this. There were 2 punts for Old Dome. There was 1 for James Madison. They were stopped at the end of the half. I won't count that. There was no clock left. But 4 touchdowns and 5 drives for them. 3 and 5 for Old Dome. Old Dome scored the 1 touchdown off the kickoff to start the game to basically break service. So that's where we stand there. Hell of an offensive game. I don't see it's going to stop. Like, in what world do they think that could be right? 27. Now, 3:35 second half over, and I hope it's James Madison just keeps scoring. That's my biggest opinion of the day was on them. We have them picking -1 for our lungs. So, yeah, at 27 or 26.5, I mean, how can that possibly be the total? It's over there in 3:35 for what you want. Smash and grab, just like with Northwestern here against Purdue. Let's see, Temple and Charlotte. 4 minutes to go in that halftime. 28-7. Temple leads it 4 and 23. That second half price, no opinion there. SMU and Clemson 16-7. Clemson laying 3 and 23.5. No thoughts. I mean, it's tough to know. I didn't watch enough of it. I had it on. The yardage in that game is 191 to 147. Vizina has 13 for 7 for 112 and the 1 touchdown. But Clemson has punted the ball 5 times in 1 half. I mean, that's not what you would expect. Of course, without Klubnik, you kind of have no choice but to expect it. Smooth with 3 field goals and a touchdown. And again, they're not. No one's setting the world on fire. Neither team has more than 5 yards per play. Michigan State IU. Hoosiers 13.5. There is some 13 and 24.5 on the total. Texas State leads Marshall 17-13. They're a half on top in 31. Lean Marshall, no, nothing worth getting into there. Total's about right, maybe a smidge high. Akron Ball State 2 is out there, dog a bunch of money. There's actually 2 -02 to Amapola. That would require a Ball State play at +2 -118 or better. The 1.5 flats are probably worth a pass. Circum went to 1, the dog 20. That's basically pick your winner. All that stuff with the, in that area that won't, well, it's not because Akron's ahead. But anything with Ball State money line or alternate price would reverse everything, and the games just don't fall one very often. So Ball State are probably a pretty good bet if you like them like I do on any money line price in the second half. Just bet them to win the second half outright. 28-24 Boise at the half against UNLV. Boise gets the ball first. UNLV with the old first half backdoor there at the end. I'll come with the number there for you in just a minute. That'll be the next one up, but I got a couple other things before that. They're looking at the replay of this Purdue Northwestern. Let me see what happened here. I have no volume, so I have no clue what's happening. I'm not going to be able to get to it. They stopped him short, and there's nothing to it. Mississippi, Georgia at the break on ABC. Rebels get the ball first, up 1. In a game they were catching 8. Georgia 3.5 out there, but 3 minus money is the more popular line. I actually like Georgia some, but not enough to like willingly say let's go do it. I mean, Ole Miss is up and down the field. ASU on 4th and 1, Leavitt took a shot. Going into the last drive, and there was one interference. They didn't call it. Here he takes another shot, and this one's complete. There is a flag. It might have been a free play. So ASU will have first down, 3:09 to go in the quarter, 1st and goal. But the fact that they let him in the last drive based on that, I mean, Leavitt's a gunslinger. There's nothing wrong with that. It's tough when you're in a situation where you 4th and 1, we don't need that at this point. The way the defense has been playing. TCU scores a touchdown to put Baylor out of its misery. That game's 5 minutes to go in the 4th. Maybe it's on ESPN2 still. I don't know what they're doing. TV coverage there. 6 minutes to go, 42-21. TCU. And the game goes, it's not quite to the totals yet. Sorry. One more will get Chuck Edel his win on over there. I really hope he wins that one because he's up against it in the UNLV Boise game. Yeah, Georgia 3 and 30 on the total there. Again, no opinion. I actually like under in the second half, but I couldn't get there. Not in an Ole Miss. Even though Ole Miss's games have been under Kiffin, it's like I think they're 12 and 18 the last 30 to the total. Ohio State leads Wisconsin 17-0 in Madison. This is a go through the motions type thing. It's just a matter of how much they're going to win by. The shutout seems rather secure. Probably X-0 will be the final. It's actually, I'm curious about the yardage in this game. Ohio State has 1 pick, and then Wisconsin went 3 and out on 4 drives, and then they had another drive where they had 9 plays and 29 yards and took up half the second quarter. Ohio State touchdown, field goal, touchdown, punt, missed field goal, and they had yardage is 270 to 69. I mean, it's just the backups will get involved in this game, and X-0 I think is a second half score. 13 Ohio State minus money. 20. There is a 19.5 out there. There are multiple 19.5s, both onshore and offshore. Yeah, I can't argue with any of that. Wyoming scores against Air Force. That game's in the 3rd quarter. It's 13-6. Kelman is first game ever with 2 rushing touchdowns, and they lead it in Colorado Springs. Extra point is good. 14-6 Wyoming. 10:27 to go in the 3rd. That'll hit the mechanism reset button everywhere with all the halftimes. Now let me try to take a deep breath and go at them again here. Let's see. Third quarter, Ohio U scored against Northern Illinois already. 1 minute in, 27-8. Point pending. Jimmy Madison, no change. Temple, no change. SMU and Clemson, no change. IU, Michigan State's about to start. Texas State, Marshall about to start. Akron, Ball State's already playing. Big Ten channel just went out on me. That's the Purdue game. I got to go back and fix that. Boise 28-24 over UNLV. Halftime price Boise 6.5, 31.5. I'm going to say if it was a lower scoring game, I for sure would like Boise. I just can't get there because, like I said, this is a game UNLV has dragged them into the muck and turned it into one of these track meet type games that they're much more comfortable playing than Boise is. Yeah, whatever's happening today on Twitter is like beyond. It's beyond everything. Like it's so far behind. There's way too. Either I follow too many people, or there's too much happening. I don't know because last night I was watching what happened with Otani, and that was happening. Updates were happening in real time, and I was watching. Here, I guess I just follow too many people that college football Twitter and this, that, and the other. Memphis State scores against UAB to take a 14-10 lead. They will be ahead at halftime in that game. Hang tight for a price. Is there anything else that's happening that he can look into with halves? Yeah, the UNLV, the 31-31.5 total, anywhere in that ballpark is correct. I would only have over, but I would, like I said, Boise's been the better team and they get the ball first. Like 7's probably the right line, but again, I wouldn't be like sprinting to the window to lay it just because they're up 4, and any Boise win works for them. They don't have to win by a million. They just need to find a way to win the game. Covering is secondary to them as long as there's no nefarious activities happening on the side nobody's aware about, which obviously I'm not either. Ole Miss, Georgia, 3 on the bottom and 30 with Ole Miss up 21-20 in Athens. About 7 minutes to go till the second half kicks off there. Ohio State, Wisconsin, 17-0 Buckeyes. 13.5 at the high price. There is some 13 out there as well. Oh, I'm fake news. UAB scores against Memphis. And they are going to take the lead into the locker room. 16-yard touchdown pass from Ryder Burton to Iverson. So Burton, the backup quarterback, because Kitten is not playing today, 14 for 18 for 149, 2 touchdowns and a pick. But this is an absolute mismatch in terms of the box. 236 to 87 for UAB in terms of the yardage. Maybe the fact that they got rid of a coach, Trent Dilfer, that doesn't know what the fuck he's doing has been helpful. I mean, is that possible? I guess it might be. Interesting to be. I have to make a TV change. We're gonna work on that. Once we get through these halves, I'm gonna take a few more minutes, get the TVs adjusted, and grab some food. But yeah, this is not. There's nothing accidental about this. UAB's winning the game. It's actually the accidents that the score is only 17-14. UAB has had the ball 4 times. Touchdown, INT, field goal, touchdown. And Memphis State only with 1 stoppage on downs and then 1 touchdown. They had a 99-yard kick return after the UAB touchdown early. That's the reason why there's a disparity there on the balls. Who's got the ball? Memphis State obviously gets the ball first, start the second half. But it is halftime and UAB with the lead. Time of possession, UAB 21-22 to 8:38 for Memphis State. Plays 41-18. So they've done a good job of controlling the clock. It's not a lot of big plays, but a lot of plays. And again, Iverson hooks 8 catches, 98 yards for UAB. As the Blazers at 2-4 trying to ruin things for Memphis State, who is 6-0. South Florida coming to town next weekend. That game will lose some luster if the Tigers find a way not to come back and win this one. This game, 404 UAB. Yeah, opened 18 and 65.5 on Memphis State, and the game closed 23 and 59.5 60. The two reasons for the line move, obviously, Kitna, the quarterback for UAB, did not play, and the coach Dilfer was fired. But I'm not sure if both those things haven't been a positive, given how well Burton's played and the fact that UAB is no longer burdened by having a coach that clearly seemed in over his head for the most part. And UAB now, the schedule, this is interesting for them because I feel like they played a pretty tough schedule and they're 2-4. If they could find a way here. Hang on. Yeah, let's see. 2-4. Beat Akron, beat Alabama State. Lose to Navy, lose to Tennessee, lose to Army, lose to Florida Atlantic. Yeah, if they can win this game, they have UConn, which after a bye, that's a winnable game. At Rice, why not? North Texas, South Florida, Tulsa. South Florida, the only game out of those that's not winnable. I think North Texas, they can beat at home. They can get to a bowl, and that'll be crazy without Kitna, but why not? Okay, so let's see if anything else has gone in here. The James Madison Old Dome game is about to go in the second half. 27.5. The 27 that popped earlier, I told you, we were over that, and that was for like whatever you wanted. There was actually a 26.5 that I went after out there. It looks like we didn't get to it. But 27 over flat. It's now at 27.5. There's 28. There's 28 over. There's 28 over 30. Like, that's got to be Barry Horse. I can't think of anybody else that makes the number do that at the places, at the Pinnacles and the Bet Onlines and the Chris's. I mean, he's giving that out to people who are betting on through his Telegram that pay him a lot of money. They're betting lots of money, and he's strictly a box score. I mean, I like the guy, nice guy, but it's too opaquely obvious to know what he's doing most of the time. That's one of those games that he sees the score is 55. He knows there's nothing accidental about it, and he goes over. And I'm with him a lot of times that happens, but not all the time. And again, there's always a number. 27 flat was the number or better. 28, it becomes tougher. Now again, is it a huge advantage when the game's sitting 1 like that? Not necessarily, but we all have a price of what the game's supposed to go. And 26.5, 27. You say, okay, no big deal. 28, it makes it a lot tougher without any conversions if they just go touchdown, 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 which they won't, but if they could, or they go for 2. Old Dominion goes for 2 twice and only gets it once, or they go for 2 the first time and get it, and then they miss a point. Somebody misses a point. I mean, either way, you have to score 5 times to go over 28 if something happens that doesn't allow you to get touchdowns and then a 2-point conversion to get there. So 28 becomes a much bigger number. I don't know. All right, so I'll stop babbling about that. They're about to kick. Indiana, Michigan State. What the fuck are they doing there? Is there weather? The game is still at halftime, and I do not have a Peacock feed. That was one of those. The game was a 26-point spread, and we all have to make choices in life, and that was one that I was not interested. Oh, there is a line of storms headed that way. Yeah, probably a delay in Bloomington, if I had to guess. If not, there will be. South Bend being spared for now. Yeah, this is like a line that's ahead of what's supposed to happen severe-wise later in Missouri, central, southeast Missouri, northwest Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma. There is a severe thunderstorm watch for northeast Texas, northwest Louisiana, and all of central Arkansas. What is this in terms of severe thunderstorm? Okay, hang on. Tornado watch. Those are tornado watches. Okay, and the severe thunderstorm watch is through Missouri and Arkansas as well. Nothing severe in Indiana, but there is lightning with some of these storms. I'm guessing that's what they're doing. They're delaying it because of lightning or heavy rain, one or the other. Either way, it looks like Bloomington's kind of in the bullseye for another part of getting this line. Let me see. They haven't really gotten hit with anything, and they're not supposed to be getting hit with anything. Special weather statement, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Strong thunderstorms, but that's northwestern Monroe County, which is Bloomington. None of those are that close. It does say Bloomington impacted. Yeah. The campus is on the north side too, which makes it a little bit, it gets skirted. Okay. Well, whatever is happening there, it's supposed to be out for now. They should really start getting going again for sure. Looks like everything is going to miss that Bloomington area in the long run to the north and west. Indianapolis might get waxed real good here pretty soon. But yeah, there's no major college football being played in that city. Let's see. What do we got here? Boise. Nothing's happened much. A lot of Boise movement. I told you that 6.5 I thought was cheap. There is a 7 dog 20 at Buckeye. 7 flat at South Point. I actually like that. I think that I would not be hesitant to have started there. 6.5 lay 19 at Pinnacle is the cheapest I see now. Circa 6.5 lay 15 actually is cheaper. We have an Ole Miss touchdown. Is this live? It is. 75-yard catch from Stribling. Wow. 2 plays and a touchdown. Lane Kiffin running up their ass. I'll have to see this. I'm ahead of you guys, but I don't know what happened. So somebody was open because Georgia didn't have a guy on him? Man and man on the left side. Oh, that's all it is, yep. So it was back, it was man, but the coverage didn't start until way late. Yeah, okay. So Georgia was sending heat, and he checked to it. All right, there you go. Troy State leads Monroe 27-14. That's late in the third. I think they just scored a touchdown. Maybe there's a field goal. Temple leads 34-7 at Charlotte. 12 minutes to go in the third. Baylor has scored a touchdown to put that over the total. Nice job, Chuck. You got there. A little bit of weather, a couple delays didn't deter that game from getting up and over the number. TCU is going to win and cover. Overall numbers at 42-29 now. ULA leads Southern Miss 7-0 at the end of one. I have to get to the box on that one. I will, as the 4 o'clock games are now at the half and going out pretty soon. Texas A&M Arkansas is underway in Fayetteville. Taylon Green's on the field. I did not see who got the kickoff there, so I'll go to the box shortly and catch up. Ohio State's get the field goal against Wisconsin. It's 20-0 in that one. In Madison, X-0 will be the final. Air Force, it looks like they're in against Wyoming, but they went for 2 and did not get it. Hang on. What do we got going on up here? Okay, so it's touchdown Air Force, and they're going to go for 2. Arizona State up 9-7 now. Once again, they held to a field goal. 33 seconds left. They start at their own 19 here, late in the first half. 4th and goal for the Hogs. 11:23 to go in the first. They get it all the way down there close, but they're going to have to settle for a 23-yard field goal. It's good. Hogs 3, A&M nothing. Air Force going for 2. Air Force got the 2. Wow, the audio and the video are way off mark on that game. I have to turn that sound off right now. 14-all Wyoming and Air Force. 6:39 to go in the third in Colorado Springs. Ball State has scored against Akron. All right, here we go. The Testicle Techers. Hopefully you guys were involved in that one maybe at the half if you didn't take 3 before the game. I might be fake news. Is there a penalty here? What's going on? The box is not telling me the same thing as the odds screen is. 9:54. Okay, that's good. The odds screen's ahead. The box score's behind. I don't know. We'll find out. They're about to kick it off in the second half in Boise, Florida. On 4th and 10, a field goal. They're up 10-7 against Mississippi State. 3 minutes to go before the half there. It's good. Okay, lots happening here. Let's hit the reset button and give a scoreboard update. I'm on iced tea as well. Bad deal. UMass leads Buffalo 21-20 with 4 minutes to go in the fourth. I need to find out what's happening in that game for sure. Let me at least pull up the box. No, nobody scored in the fourth quarter. UMass has the ball 3rd and 11 to Buffalo 36. Roberson has thrown 47 passes for Buffalo. In the first half, he threw 34. So only 13 after half. A concerted effort by Pete Limbo to get his team to do something on the ground, and it hasn't worked. 28 carries for 85 yards. They're only averaging right at 3 yards a carry. A long of 12. That was from the quarterback. So it's just not there for Henderson. 20 for 59 as long as 8. All right, let's see if UMass can hang in there. 4th and 11 after Harrison's incomplete pass to Dowling. 3:11 left. Both teams have all their timeouts. I need to get that game on TV. How can you not want to appreciate Buffalo against UMass? As a matter of fact, I'm going to. Hang tight. The microphone stays on. I'll be right back. Here in the SWEATBOX, we've got Memphis UAB at the half, Texas Tech, Arizona State at the half. Halftime lines are coming for both. Texas Tech, Arizona State just went in. Memphis State UAB, 7 minutes to go until the second half kick. Bear with me. Let's rock this thing out. Let me fix a couple of TVs. Hang on. Shit. What time did that game start? 2:30. Of course it's before all that nonsense. Okay. Hang tight, boys and girls. I'll have to sweat this thing out.
Massachusetts Minutemen are trying to win a game at home against an FBS team for the first time in 4 years. Trying to stamp the
I found it. All right, let's watch this thing. UMass hasn't won a game at home since October the 9th of 2021 against 118. They beat UConn that day. 3:06 to go, Buffalo ball at their own 36. All right, I'm happy. I feel like the effort was important. I don't care. I see the box score. The box score's ahead. I want to watch it. I want to see it with my own eyes. Got the UMass announcers on this ESPN Plus feed. You got Pete Limbo, who's the best coach in my mind in MAC history, well, in Ball State history. Maybe not MAC history. Roberson. Oh, almost intercepted. 3rd and 3. 2:31 left. Man, John Murray is one of my really good friends, and he does a podcast with Kelly Stewart. And it's actually fun to listen to. I walk around my subdivisions, and I don't listen to much ever in sports. No offense, not to listen to anybody to learn. I just like it for entertainment. And the fact that he's my friend and she's my friend, and they talk like they're friends with each other, which they are, it makes it fun for me to listen to it. And she has this thing called the Hottie Threesome, which she has done all the way back, going back to her days before ESPN and Barstool. Yeah, she's had obviously over 100,000 followers for a long time, and she's good at what she does. The that Hottie Threesome is always 3 underdogs outright. And I mean, if she would have said like Buffalo, UMass is one of the 3 in the Hottie Threesome, I would have like stopped and started laughing so hard. And yet here they are, they're right there with a chance to win it. She didn't. I'm just saying, like, that would have been one of those, like, there's just no way, like, you can visualize some dogs getting there sometimes, but not this dog in this game. Just the way that they got the shit beat out of them last week. They're 0-6, 0-2 in the MAC. Everything seems hopeless. Buffalo's undefeated in the MAC, 3-3 with a harder schedule. Just seems like there's no way. And yet Roberson's sacked here, and it's now at the 2-minute warning. It's 4th and 10 for Buffalo. Even with all their timeouts left, they're basically down to this. App State has taken a 34-24 lead over Coastal. That game's sitting 10. It's probably destined to fall somewhere near that. Ohio U 34-14 over Northern Illinois. That game flies over the total. Still 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Jimmy Madison, 35-27 on a service break. They have the ball against Old Dome in position to take over the game, which, again, I told you this game should never have been close to begin with. That opening kickoff touchdown fucked everything up. But, hey, they've come back to rebound from it, be the better team. That's good enough for me. Temple leads UNC Charlotte 35-7 late in the third. Georgia did score against Ole Miss, did not get the conversion. This game's headed for 80 points minimum. 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, 28-26 Ole Miss. They're on the move again. IU leads Michigan State 28-10. Early in the third, they've had the ball 4 times. They've scored 4 times. Let's see. Texas State leads Marshall 17-13 late in the third. Troy State 30-14 over Monroe in the fourth early. Wise guys late to the party with Monroe. Akron, Ball State. It says 21-15 in the third. Akron, Ball State. I got to see the box. What's going on in that game? Okay, 21-18. Akron kicks a 29-yard field goal. So Ball State has it up 21-18 midway through the third. Northwestern leads Purdue 19-0. Northwestern 3rd and 5 at the Purdue 24. The yardage in this game has gotten a lot closer. Singleton 6 for 10 for 111. He does have an interception, however, and the Boilermakers have yet to score. Northwestern getting the second half cash, but I don't want to count my chickens. As long as the shutout's intact, they should be okay, but you never know. UNLV Boise 28-24. Dan Mullen seems upset about something. He's got his headset off. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, so it's Cam Brown just punted 51 yards. I guess Calandria. So it's back-to-back punts for both teams to start the second half. Yeah, so Boise with 2 3-and-outs in a row after they scored 4 touchdowns on their first 6 drives. Rebels 3 touchdowns in 4 drives, but a punt late in the first half and then another one there to start the third quarter. Boise will take over at their own 17. 10:42 to go. 28-24 Boise. Baylor scores again. 30 seconds left. 42-35 against TCU. Not good enough to get the money just yet. North Texas has scored against UTSA. That game's screaming over now as I thought it would. 23-14. Damn it, Chuck Edel keeping me off this thing. Here comes the Buffalo. I'm watching the game. I don't see the box. If you guys are ahead of me, shut up. Roberson, 5-man rush. Thrown. Caught. Fuck off. How does McMillan catch that? How does UMass not knock it down or pick it? First down, Buffalo inside UMass territory. That's incredible. Oh, man. Hang on, did he drop it? 1:55 left. What's the clock stop for? All right, Buffalo has it out past midfield now. I don't know what their field goal kicker can do. TCU trying to give it away. They got the onside kick. Baylor has it down 6 with 20 seconds left. So now I need to find that game. I don't know where to get it. Oh, this is terrible. Where is the Baylor game? What are we doing? Oh, man, this is awful. I got to follow Twitter. It was heavily delayed, but from what I can find, there's no continuing broadcast. Someone's got to have it on somewhere. There's no way that ESPN can just not show it anymore, unless it was on like an ESPN Plus or wherever you have feed. Okay, I at least got to see what's going on. Okay, it's over now. I'm fake news. That thing's old, it looks like. 5 hours and 52 minutes, but it is a final score. TCU wins it 42-36. Yeah, that's all fake news. They got the onside kick before. I'll have to look at the box score later. I don't have time for this shit. Boise on the move, all the way out. Huge, looks like a couple of huge plays here. Yeah, Chris Marshall from Madsen, 45 yards. How does he catch that fucking ball? No, the Boise guy's saying it hit, or the UNLV guy's saying it hit the ground. He might be dead. He's certainly hurt. Is that really a catch? I'll have plenty of time to look at it. I want to look at it too. Oh, I think that is a catch. Great play. First down, Boise at the UNLV 23. 10.5 to go in the quarter. Boise up 4. Ole Miss, 2nd and 8 at the Georgia 12. 2nd and 21 for Buffalo. I don't know what happened there. Ole Miss first down. Here comes the lineman banging it the way through. It's 1st and goal at the 3. Down to the, let's call it the 2. 5 minutes to go. Smooth. Big play, touchdown, 23-14. They lead Clemson after the Tigers scored to cut it to 2. The good news for Clemson is the quarterback seems to be getting into a groove. He hit more the last time, but now that game's turning into a track meet. But the Clemson defense has to make some plays now because the offense is going to have to get to probably 30 to have a chance. 11 plays, 73 yards for Ole Miss with 5.5 minutes expired so far. 2nd and 21 for Buffalo, gain of 11. It's 3rd and 10, 1:15 to go, clock moving. Both teams have all 3 timeouts left. Texas Tech, Arizona State half, 9-7. ASU leads it. Texas Tech laying 3.5, total 23.5 and 24. I like under 24. Nothing to let me believe that under 24 minus 15 or better is not a good bet. Overtime's not really in play. Ole Miss touchdown, Chambliss. Wait a minute. He was the quarterback that lined up behind the line of scrimmage. Did that happen in the backfield? Oh, UMass with a pick. UMass is going to win the game. Hey, and James Madison's going to score a touchdown. Let's go, bitches. Come on. Run them out. Here we are. Here we are. Let's go. All right, so UMass on the field against Buffalo. That's we'll call it a max shocker at the very least. It took Boise very little time to score here. First play of the drive, 45 yards to Marshall. Little short pass by Matson to Bates for 3, and then they got a 20-yard pass. Sire Gaines is in, and Boise, 3 plays, 68 yards, 104 off the clock. They lead UNLV 34, 24-point pending. Jimmy Madison, 41-27. Five plays, 26 yards. Barnett runs it in from 6. Enough of this nonsense from this bullshit old Dominican fucking fraud. 42-27. 3:57 to go in the third. Suarez's kick is good. UMass hasn't beaten a MAC team since September 28th of 2019. They beat Akron 37-29. And of course, the wins over, I think they beat UConn was the last regular season win over a 1-8 team, or over a 1-8 team period. UMass has toiled in obscurity and shittiness for a while. Great win for them to go to 1-6 after today. Way to sack up. They got the shit beat out of them and embarrassed last week. Ole Miss answers Georgia's touchdown with one of their own. Everybody's dunking. Ole Miss leads Georgia by 2 scores now because of the 2-point conversions and all the other nonsense that goes along with it. 35-26. Buffalo calling all their timeouts. I guess this UMass game isn't over yet. I hadn't factored in the fact that UMass is going to have to go, if they'll assume they'll go 3 and out and punt. And Buffalo only needs a field goal to win it. And I can't believe I mushed him. That's my fault. Big third down conversion by Clemson. Get about 13. They'll move it. They're down 9. I'm going to keep an eye on this game. This is one of those, if they can turn it around and find a way to win without Klubnik, maybe the season's still salvageable. At 2-2 in the league, probably not, but not impossible. Teams that have lost 2 games in this ACC, they're still alive. I've seen enough of this shit before. Nobody's invincible. There's been enough touchdown plus dogs that have won games that it's not totally out of the question it can happen again. I just found my stash of candy. This is incredible. I forgot about this. I have to be careful. Get to it later. I saw this and thought, wait a minute. Use a lemon stick. Oh, Ball State again. It's Akron. All right. Testicle Tech 28-18 over the Zips in Muncie. This score was gross. 29 yards from Kelly, 3 plays, 75 yards, 136 off the clock. Quickly learning some things about Ball State. If they're playing a team that they are in the same class with or they feel like they compete with, they are going to have a chance. If not, i.e. Western Michigan, Auburn, Purdue, no chance. Run them out. Just get them out, get them off the field, not competitive. But they're 2-4. This is a winnable game. They won it. 3 wins from bowl eligibility. It's not out of the question yet. Good homecoming win if they can close the door. Wrap it up. Halftime's coming in a couple of these games that started at 4-15. I gave you the Texas Tech, Arizona State. Texas Tech laying 3.5. There is 3 lay 20 at Circa. I'd like all the points I can get. I think Arizona State's correct. They played hard. I don't like the quarterback for Texas Tech. Did make a good throw on the 1 touchdown pass, but that almost wasn't one. But it would only be. Oh my God! Buffalo still has a timeout left. What the fuck did UMass do? Penalty? Oh man! So UMass punts it. It's caught at the 50. So Buffalo has one more crack, and not only that, they have 1 timeout and 41 seconds left, and they only need to get into field goal range to win it. UMass, teams that find ways to lose games just find ways to lose, I guess, right? A&M leads Arkansas 7-3 late in the first. Arkansas big gain to get out near midfield. They might go for it here. It went from 3rd and 19 to 4th and 1. Yeah, they're going to go. They're saying the Buffalo kicker has range to 55 in practice. I don't know what he's good for in the game. 3rd and 10, Levitt takes off and runs for the first down. Great work by him. Second half underway in Tempe. Oh, first down Buffalo. Roberson down inside the 35. 35 seconds left. And they are at or close to field goal range. And they still have a timeout. What the fuck is UMass doing? Now they don't have anybody on the left side of the line. No way. Oh, wow, it is a catch. Buffalo, 26 seconds left. They're at the UMass 13. The UMass announcers on ESPN Plus sound like somebody shot their dog. This is why I love putting this shit on. Roberson back, throws it. Oh my God, no way. Touchdown, Snow from Roberson? UMass announcers are losing their shit. The only good thing about that is there's 19 seconds left. No, there's nothing good about that. They're not scoring no fucking touchdown. I can't believe this. I can't believe that I mushed it. I can't believe that I started talking about Kelly and Murray and the hottie threesome and using UMass as a dog outright. That is totally on me. For anybody that has UMass money line, I owe you an apology. 2-point conversion, all kinds of a fucked up formation here. Roberson throws it slant on the single coverage to the right. It's caught, complete. 28-21 UMass trails by 7 now. 19 seconds left. And Amherst. All right, how about this stop from Jimmy Madison? Let's get a stop here, and let's draw off and win by about 4 touchdowns. Just beat this team and leave no doubt. Sick of hearing anything about Old Dominion being good, and sick of them laying these prices they should never lay. Indiana scores again against Michigan State. That's 35-10. Hoosiers. IU is pitching a perfect game on offense. 5 possessions, 5 touchdowns. None of them have been really of any challenge either. That's what makes them dangerous, as the offense this year is a legitimate threat at all times. Michigan State tried to control the ball, and it worked out really good for 2 drives, and then the Hoosiers had enough of that shit. Punt, half, missed field goal, and next thing you know, IU's in total control. 28 straight. And they're right at the number already with 3 minutes to go in the third. Coastal scores a touchdown to cut the App State lead to 34-31. What the hell's going on in this game? So Coastal now has had 3 quarterbacks complete a pass today. Morris is in. Has 2 for 2. Samari Collier's 10 for 16. Neither one of them have 100 yards, and they still have, they're 27 for 181 on the ground. Which that's for App State, that's fucking embarrassing against this team. What's the completions? 13 for 145. Long is 37. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 different guys have caught a pass for Coastal. I didn't even know they had 9 scholarship receivers. It's a fucking joke. All right, boys and girls, you're in the SWEATBOX here. Rex Byers, your host, your only person that's running the ship. Glad that you're along with me and hanging out, watching some college foot, sweating these things out, trying to get some second half and live winners. App State Coastal in the fourth quarter, they lead 34-31. Nothing to that for me, but given how bad I think the Coastal is and the fact that the market did bet this game to the dog a little bit, I'm at least curious to see what's going to end up happening with it. UMass, 14 seconds left against Buffalo to try to find a way to get a touchdown. They're starting. We're at their own 35. Yeah, they need a touchdown. Field goal's no good. Georgia, down by 9 against Ole Miss now. Rebels continue to score at will. Let's look at I want to see that one actually too. Drive chart for Ole Miss. Touchdown. They're pitching a perfect game too. And Georgia's also 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals. No punts and no stoppages there. The halftimes in the 4 and the 4:15s are both in now. Obviously, North Texas and UTSA had a delay because of the weather. These are the last 2. Florida 13-7, they're laying 5. 5.5 out there as well at Paradise Wagers, super aggressive. 4.5 is also out there as well. With it sitting 6, I think that 4.5 is a better number. I don't know. Beats me. Mississippi State was better early, and Florida's kind of woke up and dominated the game in the second quarter. UTSA, North Texas, 24-14. UNT leads it. I said I needed a bunch of yards rushing from UTSA's back to have a chance. Henry, what's he got? 8 for 85. He's done nothing. He has 72 on the first play of the game. Done shit since then. 294 to 182 is the yardage. San Antonio has a 3-play 75-yard drive, a 3-play 15-yard drive. Here's the funniest shit you'll see all day. 15 for 38 yards and a punt. They started at their own 9, they got to their own 47, and they punted. 7 minutes and 6 seconds off the clock. North Texas, 3 touchdowns, a field goal, 2 punts, no turnovers for either team. It's sitting 38, dead nut over. Can't see how it doesn't get there. Second half, if you can find over 31, which exists, there is some 31 and a halves. The 31's a big deal there. The half point matters. Usually key in the second half. In this spot it is as well. Would only go over 31. With North Texas laying 3, that's about right. I actually thought it would be 1.5 or 2 if it's sitting 10, but it's almost the same shit. Let's see. Everything else is out of the half. Nothing else is happening currently. Clemson kicked a field goal to cut the smooth lead to 23-17. Georgia, first down at their own 46 against Ole Miss. Thrown, caught, first down. Into Ole Miss territory. Clock moving, 32 seconds left. Not sure why the chain should be moving and the clock shouldn't. And they're interviewing Pete Limbo, so I guess the Buffalo wins. Hang on, I have to hear this. The fact that Buffalo actually flew to UMass is kind of nuts to me. That's close enough. They could. That's only a few hours by bus. Listen to this shit. Buffalo's last 5 games have all been decided in the last 63 seconds or in overtime. Total margin is 18 points. A pretty cool job by ESPN Plus, even though it's the UMass announcers. They're talking to the Buffalo players here at the end. Bulls win at 28-21. Jimmy Madison pouring it on. 49-27 over Old Dome. This is a game that I was really agitated about 3 seconds into it, but it's gone quite well since then. Boise State up 42-24 now. 2:21 left in the third. 3 catches, 96 yards for Marshall and a touchdown. He had the long play earlier in the last drive, and then he gets a 32-yarder here after his he was injured or whatever. I can't say injured. He's back in. He's playing. And UNLV's offense has been stagnant here in the second half. Boise out and ahead of the number now. Unfortunate. UNLV's defense is absolute Swiss. Oh, it worked. It was a long shot. Okay. Anything else? No half times. No nothing. All right. Break time. I won't be long. The next set of games is 6:13 Eastern. Washington State, Virginia kicks at 6:30 Eastern. Oregon Rutgers also at 6:30 Eastern, and everything else is at 7 or later. I'll be back. Let's call it. Actually, not. Let's call it more than that. I'm going to give you the lines and the rundowns on those games, and then give me a half hour to eat and catch up a little bit. Texas A&M 14-3 over Arkansas early in the second quarter. Seems like Reed has hit his stride here in this game. Hang on, Rexy. Battle through here. Getting my screen's freezing up. I'm going to give you guys this line screen here in a minute once I go on this little break. Where are these games? Is there weather? Is there a weather? Okay, here we go. 4-11 and 4-12 and 4-13, 4-14. Washington State at Virginia. 15.5, 16, 16.5. The consensus is mostly 16 on Virginia. This game opened 17, 55.5. The total a little bit higher now. That game is on the CW network. Big Ten, Oregon Rutgers opened 14, 57.5. In Piscataway, Oregon now 18. There is some 17.5 out there. That's a big number. I made it 14 myself. I'd actually think about taking Rutgers at 18. Wasn't even something I looked at before. It hadn't been that high until today. Total 62. Big Ten channel starts again 6:30. It says it's probably 6:35. Nothing else until 7. I'll be back when those two games go, and after I grab some food. Let's call it about 20 minutes. I'm going to throw up the odd screen in a second. Thanks for hanging tight and get through the old sweat box here in the middle stretch of games. We'll come back to sweat the 3:30 kickoff-ish times and ready to kick off the 7 o'clock games with all the numbers in just a little bit. Hang tight. I'll throw up the odd screen right now. Be back in a bit. All right. Let's get back in the sweat box here. We're at the top of the hour. 8th hour today. Hang on. I'm doing some finagling with the remotes here. There was like one lightning strike within 30 miles of Muncie, and they somehow decided the Ball State game gets to have a delay. To be fair, there is the same one lightning strike is like right on top of the stadium right now. It's like one lightning strike with this one storm. Anyways, it'll be gone soon enough, and they'll continue that one. Akron has its second and goal, or maybe third and goal at about the 3 for Ball State. 35-25 Cardinals lead that one. My old James Madison game, I could not begin to be prouder of myself in picking a winner in that one. Never a doubt, never a sweat. The opening kickoff pissed me off, but I mean it was a total mismatch. The Old Dome's team isn't nearly as good as everybody wants to think, and then also look at the quarterback stats for Old Dome in the first half and look at it in the second. I've got one panel missing off my the sun's beating me to death from the west, which in Las Vegas is not a horrible thing from now until April. I won't like fry, but the temperature in here can be in the 60s at night if I leave that door open. It can be in the 80s no matter what with the sun beating in here. And there's one panel that's missing, and I'm getting hit right now. You can't see it. It sucks. Let me see if I can put my face. No, because it's out of the camera, right? Yeah, you can see my right eye. That's right where the sun's coming right in. I'm just getting fried right now. But up top, not a huge deal. 1 second, we'll go over some scores here. Perhaps the biggest shock in that window after I mushed UMass to lose 28-21 to Buffalo was Coastal Carolina beats Appalachian State as a 10.5-point dog, 45-37. That's one of those where I guess I have to upgrade at Coastal because they've been playing better lately. I don't know what the deal was with the quarterback situation there. Going in, I had mentioned that Hudson was going to be a situation, and I look up and Hudson didn't even play. It was Collier and Morris and Graves. But, Graves isn't a quarterback. But, yeah, I mean, Collier and Morrison both got it done, but the fact that they were able to run 41 times for 246 against Appalachian State's defense is just an abomination. So I'll look into that and see what happened there. Central Florida 45-13 over West Virginia. Miami 44-30 over Eastern Mich. Did I miss anything? No, I'm starting at the top. Florida Atlantic and South Florida. That game 7:30 is the kickoff time on ESPNU there. We're on the dog. Took 23, I think it was. It's good down to 21. They're 20.5 now, and some 20s are popping up as well. Remember, South Florida plays Memphis State next week on the road. Florida Atlantic, if you can keep the turnovers out of the equation, they really have a chance to be competitive here and have a chance to win it. So we'll see. Northern Illinois and Ohio U 48-21. OU wins it. James Madison 63-27 over Old Dome. Temple 49-14 at Charlotte. Georgia State and Georgia Southern are underway in Statesboro. No score, 13 minutes to go in the first. I'll get back to that shortly. Oklahoma 26-7 over South Carolina. Toledo 45-10 over Kent State. UConn 38-23 at Boston College. That was earlier. Smooth 35-24 over Clemson. Interesting way that game ended. Smooth got super aggressive on the last couple of drives. Went for it on 4th down. I thought that they had a bad whistle. The fact they were able to find a way to come out and win and cover every number in the second half, everything like that was pretty impressive. Clemson's now 3-4. Their season's all but over. Smoo at 5-2 and 3-0 in the conference. Everything to play for. Georgia Tech 27-18 over Duke. Indiana 38-13 against Michigan State. The game somehow falls 25. That's It's right close to what I made it, which is just funny to me. I mean, it's not like it matters. It's just funny. I mean, the drive summary for Indiana: 5 touchdowns, stopped on downs, a field goal, and that's it. Michigan State, field goal, touchdown, punt, half, missed field goal, punt, downs, and then a field goal to cut it to 38-13 with 33 seconds left to lose by 25. I just think that's funny. It is what it is. Backdoor cover for Michigan State on a field goal at the gun. Texas State Marshall in overtime, 34 all. Game goes over the total because of overtime. I'm not watching that. I'm sure it's exciting. Pittsburgh and Syracuse, 357 and 58. That opened 10 and 54 and a half on top. It's now 9, 9 and a half, 54 and a half. Pittsburgh the favorite. Akron Ball State weather delay again, 35-25. Cardinals lead Akron. 3rd and goal to 3 when that resumes in probably the next half hour if I had to guess. Let's see. Northwestern 19-0 over Purdue final. Hawaii and Colorado State's underway. I need to find the place for that one. I think I have that on. Actually, I'm going to. Now I've got myself curious here. Let's see if I can find this. Let's see if they're showing it. Now, the Knights play at home tonight, so this might not be on the Scripps Sportsnet. Nope, it looks like no Hawaii. Let's just see when the commercial's over with what's happening in that game. Knights don't play for 3 more hours. Hopefully they put Hawaii on for a bit. I don't think so. 368, that game. Opened Colorado State 251 and a half, and it closes 2 and a half, and there is some 3 and 54 on the total. Boise's beating UNLV 56-31. Maryland and UCLA, they're in no rush to start that one. The game was supposed to be at 7 on FS1. They're in Pasadena. Okay, 83 degrees. Oh my God, look at this crowd. UCLA, 2 wins in a row, and there still might not be more than about, I don't know, 25,000 fans at the Rose Bowl. Wow. Well, let's see. I got the Bruins tonight, so good luck. Let's see if they can get there. They're laying 4 at post. There's 2.5 in this game. Let's see what happens. Florida leads Mississippi State 20-14 in the 4th. There's a targeting call in that game. SEC channel. They've got Missouri and Auburn tentatively scheduled to kick at 7:45 on the same channel. Hudson, North Texas, 45-17, end of 3. North Texas taking complete control. Southern Miss, the Ju-La-La, 13-10 early in the 3rd. Texas A&M 21-20 over Arkansas at the half. They're going to switch that game. Wow, okay, here's the breaking news. Texas and Kentucky, the Cats get the ball first. Stormy Bonatani is in Lexington tonight. All right, pretty cool. Am I fake news? Yeah, no. Texas is on defense first. That's Taffy on defense. Oh, UCLA wearing some baby blues with gold today. Wow, how do they ever have a chance to lose? This is incredible uniform combo. These are like the Jackie Robinson 1939 uniforms. Kentucky and Lexington against Texas on ESPN. ESPN using their veto card saying Texas is far more important, even with the shitbag piece of crap Kentucky playing at home. Texas A&M Arkansas is going to be on ESPN News. The second half of that game will start in about 12 minutes. Halftime line. Arkansas, 2 quick touchdowns at the end of the half. It's 21-20. A&M leads it by 1. The second half price, 4.5, 30.5. I have a lean to over in that game. Anything less than 31 is probably a good bet. If you can get a 30 price, which 30 flat is out there, over 393, a good bet. Having a little back and forth here. Iowa and Penn State. That game is on the Peacock channel. No score in Iowa City. First quarter. Fascinating game. Fascinating handicap. Fascinating everything. Iowa closed 3-41. It opened 38.5. No Aller for Penn State. No coach for Penn State. Nittany Lions have lost 3 in a row, 2 of which have been to UCLA and Northwestern laying 20-plus points in both games. So just one of those. They had to fire the coach. That was enough. We'll see how they react. The quarterback for Penn State, the situation is fascinating. If they somehow come out of this game and win it, then they might end up with a decent season still. But with the 0-3 start in the Big Ten, everything is lost for all the goals they had, playoffs, this, that, and the other. That's not going to happen. 3 losses is too much to overcome in any league at this point. Cincinnati, Oklahoma State, top of the hour. That game is in Stillwater on ESPN2. Cincinnati opened 19. It's been bet up to 23.5. There is 24. I find that impossible to believe that Cincinnati could lay that number to this team. I don't care what that just to me seems absurd. It really does. Regardless of the final score, they must think Oklahoma State's just fucking terrible, which they are, but that bad to be catching 24 at home? Looks like UCLA gave up the ball. I don't know what happened against Maryland, but the Terps have it. 12:46 to go in the first. Let's see. I got to run down the rest of this mess. UAB leads Memphis State 31-24. Minute and a half to go in the game. Upset in progress there, obviously, which is one that I told you about at halftime. A UAB was a good bet. Clearly, Trent Dilfer could be the problem. If it's not him, then you could argue that the problem comes from the quarterback, Kitna, who hasn't played now and is out. Looks like Ryder, 20 of 27 for 251. Memphis State, first down at their own 37, 120 left. A.J. Hill in there now at quarterback. For Memphis. Not sure what the status is there. Lewis is 9 for 10 for 68 yards, but not playing anymore. I don't know if that's ineffectiveness or injury. Those that know more than me can let me know. Thanks. Otherwise, I'll find out later. Oh, is that Chris Mortensen's son that's coaching? Yeah, okay. Arizona State 19-7 over Texas Tech, 6 minutes to go. Kentucky on the move here against Tennessee, or against Texas, sorry, at the 25. It's first down Cats. Cats out of the bye, the best spot in the history of life. Texas's defense isn't that good against the run. The Cats only know how to run. They can't throw. Dowdell up the middle for about 5, just gashing them. Cats are wearing their best uniform combination, blue on blue with black helmets. I mean, this is like the perfect spot for them to ever do anything in life. If they're ever going to win a game, Texas off the big win in Dallas against Oklahoma, smelling themselves again. Now they got to make a trip they've never made before. Oh, great play by the quarterback. He's going to run for the first down. Oh, he slid before he made it. Damn it. Boley, 3rd and 1. Gain of 7 on the scramble. Washington State, Virginia on the CW underway. 4-11 and 4-12. Virginia laying 17 earlier at close 16. Oregon leads Rutgers 14-3 in Piscataway after giving up the first field goal. They're kind of awake now, it looks like. Other 3 games later on, USC, Notre Dame. No weather at this point. Notre Dame laying 10.5. It's extremely sharp money on the Irish. They're 60-60.5. Goes in about 20 minutes. Tennessee, Alabama on ABC. That game opened 8, 60.5. It's now 9.5. There is some 9. We laid 8 there for a pretty decent sized bet. Not that I'm so anti-Tennessee, but I'm much more pro-Alabama. The other Tennessee wins I'm not impressed with. Florida State, Stanford, the last game tonight. We'll get to that a little bit later. Okay, so that's up to speed there with everything that's happening. I'm going to have to reassess the television situation here shortly too, with the second half starting. And I do want to watch A&M Arkansas, but they're going to move it to ESPN News. Kentucky on 4th and 1. It's very close. The spot's going to be the key. I thought he stuck the ball out. The head linesman's coming in with a horrible spot. The other guy puts it close to the line. The referee's already saying first down Texas. Not even a measurement. Just Texas ball. I don't know about that. TV timeout. I guess you can figure it out after that. Memphis State with 1:03 left scores. Desrosier's out of the gun runs at 42 yards. That's crazy. So Memphis had done shit the whole game on the ground. I don't have a visual on that. The TV situation's all fucked up here. 31. Okay, is it gone? So it's not a touchdown. First and goal at the 1 after a 41-yard gain. So it's 31-24. A minute to go. UAB has all their timeouts left. I don't know what they're going to do. They should start calling them for sure. Don't let the other team just run the clock all the way out. Go try to kick a field goal. God, this would be a terrible loss. I mean, UAB has done so much right in this game. Find a way to win it. Oregon's actually up 15-3, not 14-3. I have that on. Well, no, it is 14-3 according to the Big Ten channel. ABC just said 15-3. We got fake news. False start on Memphis. So it's first and goal at the 6 now. Rutgers pass is deflected and intercepted by Oregon. They'll get it back up 14-3. Late in the first quarter. Oregon white on white tonight. Now we got the umpire firing a flag in there. Now there's a woman ref involved too. That'll be fun. It's Memphis and UAB is on ESPN too. I guess I gotta stop fucking around. There's enough places to find this. Oh boy, gotta thread the needle here. Oh, bingo, bango, bongo. I found it. Here's the false start. They're a 90% favorite to score on first and goal at the 1 from there. Is UAB really not calling timeouts? Desrosier again from Hill, 5 yards. So it's second and goal at the 1. 26 seconds, and UAB has all their timeouts and they're not calling any? Texas did stop Kentucky on downs. They take over at their own 15. 9:21 to go in the first. They'll try to establish their own and get about 3 yards. Texas white on white with white helmets. Cats blue on blue with black helmets. the funny or the sad part, or whatever you want to call it here, this is the kind of game that Kentucky's won before. And if they win it tonight, it won't surprise me. And it's liable to buy Stoops some more time. The good news is his contract's already been extended to an uncomfortable time frame after he won 10 games a few years ago, and they were talking about letting him go to Texas A&M or a couple other places. And, you know, Kentucky's in a tough spot because of Bear Bryant leaving to go to Alabama back in the 50s? And so you don't want to lose your other best coach of all time to another school. It ends up being a stud. But, I mean, Stoops has got to be 60-ish now. Arch Manning, oh, wow. 3rd and 8, rolls out, gets out of, has some pressure, gets out of it, runs for about 15. First down, horns out to the 43. Remember, that game is on ESPN now. Texas A&M Arkansas is going to start pretty much immediately. Second half on ESPN News. I'm going to have to carve out a niche there. We have over 30 there. Circa's got 30 as we speak, so you can go get it still. 393 over 30 in the second half. Halftime work, 335 was over 26.5 and 27, along with Jimmy Madison on the game. Never a sweat. And 406 Air Force gets it done. And good work by them. That line was bad, and we made them pay for it. For those who got involved, I say congrats. Marshall beats Texas State on the field in 2 overtimes, 40-37. That league is just a bunch of teams that are all the same. Like, there's just so little difference in all of them. All right, they stopped fucking around on this this Memphis and UAB. It's 3rd and goal at the 6. UAB still has all 3 of their timeouts left, which is absolutely inexplicable. There's been 2 false starts by Memphis on this drive, which is even more inexplicable. It was just a quarterback sneaking, and instead of that, it was just a false start. I mean, how? I mean, part of me wants Memphis State to keep winning so I can get them down the road because they fucking stink. But, Jesus. Who did they call the false start on? The center? I mean, I guess. The quarterback was leaning over like he was stealing something. Arch Manning's pass to the tight end's incomplete. Nowhere really close to anyone. Fourth and 3 at their own 38, and they are going to punt. Flag had to be before the play because everybody stopped. Delay, false start. 4th and 8. Hill's pass incomplete to Hawkins. It's 4th and goal at the UAB 6 for Memphis State. After starting at 1st and goal in the 1. After they thought they scored a touchdown, the replay took it away. I'm going to have to make some adjustments. Oregon-Rutgers is not worth my time. Big Ten channel, I applaud your efforts, but that's the only other game on there tonight. I got to go to the bullpen and make some moves here shortly. UCLA's punting back to Maryland again from midfield. It is inside the 6 is where Maryland will start. 7:20 to go. I'm going to take a quick break. Only a quick one to make some TV adjustments. When I come back, I'll have to pull up some box score stuff. Oregon leads Rutgers 20-3, 14:02 to go before halftime. Point pending there. But yeah, hang tight with me here. Florida and Mississippi State. Gators 23-20. There's a review here. The ruling on the field's a touchdown. His foot's on the line. They're going to turn that over. So Florida's lead is still 9 as we speak. And Hill's pass was incomplete in the end zone. They turn it over on downs. UAB is going to win this game on the field against Memphis 31-24. Good for them. Right side, absolutely. Never even, 472 yards to 362. They had 2 turnovers to 1. Memphis State didn't convert on 4th down twice. The last one obviously cost them the game. And nothing going on with the Knights. I'm sorry, with the Knights are later. They're at home against Calgary. They will be on. That's the reason why we have no Hawaii on that channel. But we do have Washington State, Virginia, 7-all. That'll be the best if Virginia loses this fucking game and they're still undefeated in the ACC. All right, Washington State. I saw somebody, the earlier game notes I saw here was the fucking, this is the best shit. The people that are involved with PR are in these college offices that do the, whatever you want to call it, sports information. I saw this, I think that was Virginia's group, but it might not have been. I saw somebody put it on Twitter. I couldn't stop laughing. It said, Washington State 3-3, conference records are in there. So 3-3, 0-0 in the Pac-12. This year in the Pac-12, there's only 2 teams. They play Oregon State at the end of the year for the Pac-12 title. Obviously, this year and last year, it was a 2-team league, and then next year it expands back to where it's an official league again. Here I was making fun of Virginia, and they knocked the ball down. 4th and 8, and Wazoo. And number 10 for Virginia was a blitz. He made a nice play. What's this Bama, Tennessee? Is that one of the traditions? They smoke a cigar afterwards? I guess so. That's funny. I know the 3rd Saturday in October. I know that Tennessee hasn't won there since 2003. I just didn't know that they smoked a cigar. Well, I sure hope Bama gets a cigar ready. -8 here. And it's up to 9, 9.5. I'd still lay that. Anything less than 10 is worth a lay. 9 obviously would be about the highest I'd want to go, given where it was. All right, I told you I was going to make some changes to these TVs, and I wasn't lying about it. I got to go ahead and make that move here ASAP. I do have to pull up box score stuff too. All right, so Virginia has it back now. Early in the second quarter, I'm going to keep an eye on that game as long as it's competitive. 14 minutes to go before the half. What? Did Texas Tech come back? What the fuck am I doing? Here I am blowing everything. They're ahead. I'm not even watching it. Wow, they couldn't do shit when I was watching. Now all of a sudden they're winning on the field. What happened here? Oh my goodness, you must be shitting me. 2 touchdowns in less than 2 minutes. Hammond on 1-yard rush, and then Hammond threw it to Reggie Virgil for 12 yards after a turnover. A punt? No. A turnover? No. Punt. Wow. Arizona State, 4 field goals and a touchdown. They're going to find a way to blow this. I don't know how this happened. How the fuck did they have a 12-yard drive? Punt? I can't believe I turned this game off. I thought it was over with. $19-14. Incomplete. Sack. 29-yard punt, return 36 yards to the 12. All right, there you go. So it happened really fast. And they went for 2 and got it. Now ASU has 4th down and 2 with 1:05 left near midfield. This is for the ball game. If they don't lose today, they're not going to lose. This was the game they were supposed to lose. Levitt, he's like, fuck it, I'm going to run. No, he's not. He threw it. First down complete. 30, 25 to the 23. First down, 55 seconds to go. Big completion there. That's Tyson's first catch of the – no, not his first catch. It's his 9th catch of the day, 97 yards. He's limping off here. 33-yard completion there. That's the second longest pass play of the day for Oklahoma or for Arizona State. Great play. Levitt rolled out to the right, and the defensive back or the defensive players for Texas Tech, they forced him to make the throw. He did. He could have ran it. Maybe it was 50-50, but once he saw his receiver break open, it was an easy pitch and catch. I have all this stuff written down about the TVs, and I'm going to miss the start of the Notre Dame game. I'm going to miss the start of the Alabama game. I don't care about that. I'd like to watch some of this Washington State, and I definitely have to see the end of this Arizona State. And then I got to figure out what to do with Utah and BYU. The only problem with having the situation I do with the setup of 2 antenna TVs is when you have 4 games going, like we're going to later with NBC, Fox, ABC, and CW, that there's 4 games and you know, it is what it is. The CW game isn't that important to stay on the main feeds, obviously, especially once he gets out of halftime. Levitt drops back, fires, complete at the 13, at the 14 is a 9-yard gain. That's again to Tyson. Give him 8. 51 seconds left. Both teams have 2 timeouts left. Touchdown obviously imperative here, but it's this getting out of bounds shit's got to stop. You need to run the clock more. Florida Atlantic is in kicking off against South Florida on ESPNU. Florida Atlantic does kick. Timeout by Texas Tech. They have 1 left. 51 seconds left, 2nd and 2. I can't believe they're back in this fucking game. They never – the touchdown I didn't think was a touchdown to begin with. ASU did get a bunch of breaks early in the game. I'll concede that. Fumble luck, et cetera, et cetera. What did this game close? 20 and a half? Okay. All right. We have 23 in pockets, so hopefully Florida Atlantic's good enough to keep it close. And I'd like to have them have a chance to win it. They don't have to win, but Memphis State already got beat. Why not? Go win. 51 seconds left. Levitt drops back, gun, fires it. Nowhere near anybody, but there are flags everywhere for defensive holding or possibly interference. Tyson got a big smile on his face. Pollock held him. Interfere with him, whatever you want to call it. Kentucky and Texas, the Cats punted again. Texas gets a pass interference penalty on the first play, and then Arch gets smashed. Loss of about 8 there on the sack. A&M has scored against Arkansas. They're going to put this bug up there in the corner, reminding people to go to ESPN News for that. 28-20. I still haven't fixed my TVs. I promised y'all I would, but I'm in a sweat box here. I want to sweat this thing out. Levitt goosed it. Close, but not in. That's going to put Texas Tech in a pickle. They have to call their timeout. It's the best thing that could have happened for Arizona State. So Florida, what did they do on fourth down? They went for it, play fake, and nothing happened. So now Mississippi State has a chance to go win it. Yeah, Lagway done. So it's 23-21 Florida, 4th and 8, and they're going to have to punt it. 147 left for the Bulldogs. Down 2 to go, have a chance to kick a field goal. And I think, I'm not joking about this. There are probably several thousand Florida fans in attendance that actually hope that Mississippi State wins this game, just to ensure that that's that. Raleigh Brown is in for Arizona State. 34 seconds left. They go up by 3. Point pending, and Texas Tech is out of timeouts. Mississippi State will take over the 27. Down by 2, 139 left, 1 timeout. Extra point. Down, up, good. 26-22 ASU, 34 seconds left. South Florida takes it down the field and gets a touchdown on their first drive. Brown up the middle and nothing to it. No one close to him. 22-yard run. 12 plays, 75 yards, 3:14 off the clock. Grammatica's extra point is good. 3 for 3 on third down, 5 first downs. Not ideal. Let's see what's happening in Statesboro. My Georgia Southern I have in the contest. Game 340, we lay 6 there. It's close 6.5. Seven to 3 at the end of 1. Let's see. Drives. Georgia Southern got the ball first and kicked the field goal. So Georgia State kicked it. They scored a touchdown. 13 plays, 88 yards, 721. That is abysmal. Clay Helton, what are you doing? Good news is Georgia Southern's on the move here, it looks like. They have it at the 2nd and 9 at the Georgia State 31. I think both these teams are GSU, which makes this not easy to follow. Okay, let's move on. Pittsburgh 7-0 at Syracuse. That one's on on the ACC channel. Oh wow, here I am fucking around again. Excuse me, Mr. Microphone. Fuck. Okay, we've rectified that malfunction. Again, this is all set up because the TV situation is completely beyond foobar. Going to have to fix it here shortly. All right, Kentucky and Texas. What's going on here? The Cats are trying to move it. First down, Kentucky! That guy's been the PA guy there, no shit, for at least 40 years. I think I went to go watch him play Auburn back in the mid-'80s, and that guy's been calling every time Kentucky gets down. He'll name the yards, and they'll go, like it's 2nd and 8, gain of 9. Good enough for a first down, Kentucky! And the crowd goes garbanzos, which whatever crowd you have Kentucky football, here it comes again. Boley throws a little tight end screen. Gain of 13 to Rodriguez. Enough for a first down, Kentucky. All right, I'll stop that shit. Sorry. All right, 3rd and goal here for the Terrapins. It's UCLA. No score. That's game. The second quarter just started. I'll start giving you some live lines. There are markets for this, but when I'm trying to watch between 11 and 15 games, depending, it's just impossible. Short kick by Arizona State. Texas Tech picks it up around the 32. Some clock does run. They'll have 25 seconds left. They do need a touchdown. And again, it's Hammond and no Morton for Texas Tech tonight, which Lord knows if this gets to the point where the playoffs come into play, they're going to for sure give Texas Tech somewhat of a mulligan for not having their quarterback in the spot. Washington's pass is incomplete. They're going to have to settle for a field goal against UCLA. I think. Illegal shift against Kentucky, maybe the first down Kentucky went away. I don't know. There's too much going on. I got nothing. Hammond is 21 of 35 for only 155 thrown. He's going to run it here. He gets about 13, first down Texas Tech out near the 47. 18 seconds left. Maryland's field goal is good. They lead UCLA 3-0, 14-11 to go before the half. Michael Oxy looks a little dejected. Probably wanted a touchdown there. Hey, Georgia Southern in. 10-7, they lead Georgia State. Long drive. How about a stop here? Long drives for both teams to start this thing. Hammond runs. All day to run. First down again. He slides after a gain of about 12. 10 seconds left. Arizona State willing to give that up. They're going to take a spike or are they going to run a play? Wow. It takes him like 3 seconds to spike it because he's out of the shotgun. 7 seconds left. 2nd and 10 at the 45. They probably have 2 more chances to do this. Hey, Washington State scores against Virginia. I'm really rooting for this. 14-7, Wazoo leads in Charlottesville. 6:35 to go before the half. North Texas and Utsa, second half over. And game over. My man. Oh, gosh. Chuck Edel loses that one. Oh, that's the one I told him no good. That's the one I was against him. I hated it. There's only weather was the only thing that could have a chance to keep that under, although I didn't expect it to be 31-3 in the second half. North Texas winning 55-17 has to really make me question what I think about UTSA. All right, Arizona State calls timeout. They have 1 left if they need it. 7 seconds left. Gives Hammond some time to try to figure some things out. With 7 seconds left, you can do about whatever. As long as you get a first down and you get it quick, you can still spike it, or you get out of bounds. Oh, Mississippi State, what are you doing? Oh, man. Gators win it. Borderline field goal for Mississippi State. Florida's going to win it 23-21. They'll take a knee. Akron kicks a field goal out of the weather delay, and Ball State, T.J. Horton runs the kickoff back for a touchdown. The Cardinals are going to win. They're up 42-28 against Akron, 5:34 left. Oregon leads 35-3 now. Whittington has his second rushing touchdown. He's over 100 for the year. That's the first for any Oregon player. 8:54 to go before the halftime. It's getting late early. Penn State, the crowd waving to the kids in the hospital and vice versa at Kinnick. They lead Iowa 7-3. Yardage is 69-45 Iowa. Lions second and 8 at their own 30 when the second quarter starts. Again, crowd waving. Love big 63-yard carry against the USC defense. Again, I'll turn that on in a second. Much more concerned with what's happening in Charlottesville and in Tempe for the time being. Fact is, everybody's tweeting about that other game. No score in Lexington between Florida and UK. And Texas A&M leads Arkansas 31-20. That game is in the middle of the third quarter. There's a lot going on. Ball State games. Okay, so Hawaii, Colorado State, 7-6 at the end of one. Rainbows lead in Fort Collins. Three seconds left for for Texas Tech. They do get it down to the 28. So this will be the last play without a defensive penalty involved. Hammond's going to have one crack at it. Arizona State did call their last timeout. This will be it. 3 seconds. From the 28, three-man rush. Rolls left, fires it. Deflected twice, incomplete. ASU is going to win it if there are no flags. 26-22. Here comes everybody. Arizona State wins again at home. Red Raiders go to 6-1 with the loss. Levitt's running around like a spry young chicken. And he was questionable? Okay, sure. Gowers, 91-yard return on the punt for Colorado State to tie the game at 7. They've actually been three and outs. Hawaii a touchdown their first drive and then 2 punts. And that's how the game is tied as we enter the second quarter in Fort Collins. I'm here, but I'm not here for a minute, boys and girls. Bear with me. Coin toss information and all the other stuff that's going on here. Fun times. Syracuse started with the ball first and they threw a pick on the first drive. Pitt kicked. Alright, what else is happening here? So Mississippi State gets the second half cash and the game cash, but they do not beat Florida. Oh, touchdown Bruins. Ha-ha, mama. Excelente. I'll get to that one shortly. That's one of those I got to pull this all up. Trying to figure out what all is exactly happening here. Do have UCLA in all the contests. That game was weird. It was if UCLA, from what I was reading the screen, and I don't have a job in a sports book right now, so it's not nearly as what it would have been. It looks to me like what I was reading is that UCLA is for sure the right side. They were doing everything they could to disguise it. They pushed it down inside of 3 yesterday, and now the game closes back up at 4. Like, I think that UCLA is right. That's like a Walters type move, like what they did with that game. Like, I would be surprised if that UCLA was not right in this game. Now they don't have to win or cover, but I feel like at least I'm on the right side of one. We haven't won it yet. We'll see. Okay, what's happening here? Boley on 3rd and 5 gets sacked, and Kentucky's gonna have to punt it again. 13 minutes to go. All he needed to do was not lose yards. They probably had a long field goal. This kid for Kentucky's a freshman. He's the one that needs to be playing over Calzada for sure. But as you try to grow and learn and get better, but that's not a play that can happen. Texas is not even blitzing. They came late when he rolled left. There's no reason to roll left. That was just a mistake. Okay, I swore to you guys I was going to fix these TVs, and I'm almost to the point where I'm going to do that. It's a fiasco up there. I can't work like this. I got games and intermissions, commercials. There's 30 minutes before one of these games starts on another channel. I got Oregon Rutgers. Who the fuck needs to watch that at this point? Are you shitting me? I mean, it's a total catastrophe on some of this stuff. It's just totally broken. I got my TV list also back up when I was sitting up front on the couch during my break. Everything's up there. It's not even back here. I can't do anything remote wise from here. It's just a calamity. No. It's not fixing. The situation has gone from untenable and unfeasible to whatever you want to say. It's lost. Arkansas scores again to cut it to 31-27. I got to find ESPN News for this game because it's still competitive, and they decided they wanted to show Texas instead, which, not a bad idea given how Texas's following is what it is. They had their own fucking channel, for Christ's sakes, for years until they joined the SEC, right? The Longhorn Network. All that shit was what facilitated and expedited the Pac-12 from being eventually banished from existence and going from 5 to 4 conferences. I just happened to see a tweet. My niece is in the middle of a sectional final against the huge rival. Oh, now I must. So Providence won the first set. Providence won the Floyd Central won the second set. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry for everything. This is super important. Okay, Riley Roberts, block. Okay, that's my niece. Excellent. Roberts, 4 blocks and 3 kills. That's great. Okay, so they're 12-12 in the fourth, 23-22 in the fourth. This is brutal. Now I don't even want to work. I want to sit here and watch this game. Is it on? Let's see how many people are at this game. Oh, there's like good solid 2,000 people at this volleyball game. Man, that would be awesome. All right, let me refocus here. I'm sure I'll talk to my father, if not later tonight, then tomorrow, about what happened. Talk about the SWEATBOX. That's what I call the stream. He's a grandparent sweating my sister's kid playing in a sectional final as a sophomore for the second year. In Indiana, that's sectionals are like the first round of the state tournament, but they're in the highest class of enrollment, so really good teams, obviously. And volleyball in Indiana, as those who know anything, it's pretty big hotbed. Lots of players from Indiana go to colleges all over the country and play Division I. Me going to school at Ball State, I was able to learn a lot about volleyball, but it's a different game than what it was 30 years ago, 25 years ago. All right, so UCLA's up 7-3. Missouri and Auburn. That game is on the SEC channel, and it's underway on the Plains. It's October the 18th, and Missouri is playing their first game away from home all season. Do they even have? I guess I found out tonight they actually do have white uniforms. They're wearing white tops tonight with black pants. So they do exist. Missouri does have white. And again, I keep telling you guys about fixing my TV situation. Missouri did kick. Let's see. Cincinnati and Oklahoma State are going to kick at the top of the hour, close to it. Cincinnati laying 23.5, 24 is available both in town and offshore. God, that seems so high. I mean, you have to be like almost like reeled into a squarish bet to take 24 and 24 at home with Oklahoma State. But the line get driven up like that, it's like is that really right? Are you telling me the wise guys and the public have bet this thing up to that number? That's just it seems like impossible. Utah and Brigham Young also going to start in Provo on Big Fox, top of the hour, a little afterwards. I'll fire up the box and be sure to look forward to watching what's going on in that one. Definitely need the Texas and UK box score to look at some stuff before. Still no score in that one. Kentucky out of the bye, not surprising, was playing well on defense. You'd like to think if their offense could get something going. They had the best drive of the game to start, but they got stopped on 4th down in field goal range, to be frank. But decided to go for it, which I don't have a problem with. It was 4.5 yard. Just didn't get it. Arch Manning back. There's a little bit of a blitz. He fires it downfield. It is complete. First down, Texas. Gain of about 18 over the middle. And they'll move it into UK territory there. Huge play. Jason Benetti and Robert Griffin are calling this game on Fox. Robert Griffin's wearing a cowboy hat. Pro. Arch Manning escapes. He ends up running for about 5, slides eventually. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, Texas Kentucky box. Washington, Virginia. We got Wazoo at the Dick line. No, sorry, at the 45. It's okay. So the 6 just moved. 45, first down, Wazoo. Play fake. They're going for the whole thing. He's open. Catch. Safety makes a play. First down, Wazoo. 14-7, 125 left. I mean, I've watched enough of this. I mean, I'm telling you, this is nothing surprising here. They were all out last week, and to come back with the same effort today, physically wise, certainly they can match up with Virginia if they could go ahead and line up last week and be as competitive as they were. Oh, Floyd Central blew it in the 4th. Back to 5 sets. Gosh damn. Now I got to sweat that. I don't even care about the stupid Twitter anymore. What happened here? Eckhouse? I'll have to look and see. I got the CW feed on, but I'm not sure quite what's happening just yet. Jourdain chokes out Davy Grant. First round. Oh, man. I think we were supposed to go for more on that. I can't find my fight list. Oh, yeah. Yeah, under for sure. Damn it. I think we missed it. Tennessee now has it on the UK. Oh, no. So Manning's rush was on 3rd and 8, nothing. Completes a short pass, and they punt it. So Cats take over at their own 9. 9:04 to go before the half. No score in Lexington between UT and UK. I can't say UT. That's Tennessee. Between Texas and the Cats. There, I got it now. I'm actually going to give myself some volume on this Washington State, Virginia. My TVs are so foobar, I might as well make sure I make the best of what I got with the situation. Florida Atlantic did get a field goal against South Florida. It's 7-3 there. Going to have to figure out a way to get a stop. It looks like South Florida is going to be able to go up and down the field the entire game. Even when you're catching 23, it's not good enough. Have to hope they step off the gas at some point. And the fact that Memphis already got beat is kind of like a wake-up call probably for them, which sucks. I mean, I needed them to be half asleep here and then let Florida Atlantic hang around and have a chance to win it for a long time, to not think that I was going to get beat. Now it's just a matter of being confident enough to keep scoring with them as long as you can. Wazoo 3rd and 6th to Virginia 23. There's nothing accidental about this. They've outgained them 241 to 101. Eckhouse on 3rd and 6 gets about 4. He scrambled out of bounds. 4th and 2 with 40 seconds left. Yeah, with Virginia getting the ball first. I mean, Washington State, they're not playing to not win. They're playing. They're not playing to not lose. They're playing to win. They won the toss and deferred. Oh, they're kicking the field goal. Stevens comes out. His career longs from 49. He missed last week against Ole Miss, outside of 50. This is from 37. He's never missed inside of 49. This one's good. Washington State 17, Virginia 7. The Hoos have one timeout left. 11 plays, 62 yards, 4:21 off the clock. Wazoo leads it. This game's on the CW for those interested. A&M scores again against Arkansas. It's 38-27 there. 25 seconds left in the third quarter. Total flying over in Fayetteville. ULA scores against Southern Miss. They trail 20-12. 3.5 minutes to go in that one. Dead nut under, barring multiple overtimes. Southern Miss is laying 5 at close. They're still getting the money at this point. Southern Cal's taking a 10-7 lead in South Bend. 5:49 to go in the first. Alabama 7-0. 4:34 to go in the first against Tennessee. Again, these are games that I do not have on because I'm out of TVs and have not reorganized my setup. That is what you call a bad job. Always fixable and will be at some point here sooner rather than later. Definitely will get to them before these halftimes. Ball State has beaten Akron final 28-13. Second half, Ball State over. Second half, Ball State side. Game, Ball State side. Everybody who listened, cash it. Thank me. Let's fucking go. Let's go! Cardinals. Take it down, boss. Take it down. Georgia State, Georgia Southern. Two teams have had the ball 2 times each. They've each kicked a touchdown, field goal, and they've each scored a touchdown. 10 all, 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. UCLA punts it back to Maryland. The Terps will take over around midfield. 7-3 UCLA, 9 minutes to go before halftime. There's a timeout there. South Florida kicking a 43-yard field goal. It's up, and it's wide right. That's a service break is what we call that when you're taking 23. Even 21's a good take. Florida Atlantic down 7-3 late in the first. They'll get it back. What's happening on CBS College Sports? Are they done for the night? I got poker on. Oh, I definitely got to fix this shit now. Yeah, they don't have any more games left. What the fuck are they doing? There's no Mountain West games that they can put on? Oh, this is going to be great. All right, let me refocus everything here. Rutgers. Oh, Washington State's out here getting fucked. There's called a targeting. There's no way. It's below the neck. It hit him in the shoulder pads. He hit him in the sternum. That's the worst call I've ever seen in my whole life. It's still a catch, I think. They'll review that. That's terrible. The ref should be fined or suspended or both for that. I mean, that's pitiful. This Oregon Rutgers box is ugly. 436 yards for the Ducks. I guess the loss to Indiana pissed them off. There was one of 2 ways that could go. It went, unfortunately for Greg Schiano, it went the wrong way for them. How can that be targeted? Like, in what world does anybody see that and say, like, okay, well, that's an illegal hit? Oh, they showed the Bush push. I don't really know what to root for in this Notre Dame USC. It's important to watch it. I mean, because let's be honest, Notre Dame's only chance to lose the game really of the last 6 is this one, and then maybe to Pittsburgh. I don't think that there's any losses on the schedule. Navy, if they're all world, but that's just so hard for that to happen. Every sharp guy on earth, to be honest, though, in this game is on Notre Dame. So how do I think they're going to not even cut? I mean, they're all laying 10, 10 and a half. Southern Cal won the toss and took the ball against Notre Dame. So they wanted to establish momentum, and they do have it. They started at their own 7 here. 5.5 to go in the first quarter. They lead at 10-7. Even game so far. Long way to go. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Tennessee and Bama. Obviously the start that I wanted there from Alabama. They're up 7-0 late in the first quarter. Pulling up the box as we speak. And then once I get done with that, we'll take a quick break and get all the TVs synced up as this game in CW goes to the half. Virginia at their own 30. Down 17-7. Complete. Going to get out of bounds. Gain of about 3. 18 seconds left on 3rd and 5. It'll be 4th down. They didn't get a first down. Alabama won the toss and deferred. Can't ask for much of a better start. They have a touchdown their first drive. Tennessee with two drives, 2 punts. Hawaii 13-7 over Colorado State. Auburn 7-0 over Mizzou. 5 minutes in. Good for the Crimson Tide the Tigers not to give up. Texas at the decline, 3rd and goal. They bang it in with the running back. Or did he fumble? He did fumble. They say touchdown. No way, that ball's out. The touchdown's on the screen. It's a graphic. That's not a touchdown. That is a fumble. Oh, the TV person's doubling down. The refs haven't even signaled it yet. Oh, horse shit. That's a fumble. Hang on. I don't think he had possession of it when he crossed the goal line. That's a fumble. I'm with you from that goal line look. I think the ball broke the plane before it got popped out. I really think that angle sucks. Show the other side, you fucking idiots. These are Texas announcers. I have to realize nobody wants Kentucky to win in football. If this was a basketball game, they'd be saying Kentucky, whatever. Fuck Texas, all Kentucky. Jaws Vicious and Fierro fight underway in the UFC. I don't have TVs for that. Fuck me. What am I doing here? What are we doing? I told you I was changing the TVs for an hour. Do we have halftime yet in the Washington State, Virginia? Yes. 17-7. That game went off as Virginia laying 16 and 56 and a half, 57. If they do something stupid here, it's Washington State for all you want to win. Hang tight. The yardage is 252 to 109. Wazoo, touchdown, punt, INT, punt, touchdown, field goal. Virginia, punt, touchdown, downs, punt. There's nothing accidental about this game. It's just a bad spot for UVA, and Wazoo came to play. Let me see who Wazoo has next. I want to make sure there's no. I mean, this is one of those that you put it on the tee and you know that they're going to knock it out of the yard. Yeah, Toledo at home and at Oregon State. They play Oregon State twice in November. What happens? Who wins the Pac-12 if they split? I amused myself. Is this amusing? Do I amuse you, clown? Okay. Second quarter underway in Tampa. South Florida leads FAU 7-3. That's the one I'm sweating as much as any, given the Florida Atlantic position in the game plus 23. Be ready for a second half bet though on this West. This I don't think Virginia's going to win. Let's see what they make them. I'm guessing it won't be enough to make them win the game. More than seven's a take. Hang tight. I actually need to change that. Let's see. Notre Dame is. I got that in the middle. That's a hell of a game. Let's put on Alabama for a bit. See what happens there. I'm not, sorry, you guys can't see this. I'm doing a good job as best I can to keep it out of the way. Not on purpose. It's what it is. There's so many of these remotes, TVs. I'll have a tutorial with you guys one day to show you what I'm doing when I have more people watching. I think you'll find it amusing. All the work that I have to do to keep the TVs in order. Syracuse is in the end zone against Pitt. 2:08 to go in the first. Touchdown Orange Men. Extra point is good. 7-all there. Pittsburgh closed a 9-point favorite, 8.5 at a couple spots. A couple of 9.5s there actually at the end as well. 54.5, 55. 7-all. I've got the CBS College Sports on poker. It's gonna tilt me, and I'm using a poker term to tilt myself. It's not even the main event. There's people with 20 million chips. What the fuck? Maybe it is, and it's just not the final table yet. UCLA punts at 5:22 to go. 7-3. Maryland takes over at the 34. Prabula coming off from Mizzou. They'll punt it back to Auburn. Yeah, Virginia closes a 16-point favorite and some 16.5 and 56. That's clearly not right. Nothing about this has been correct. SEC Channel's putting on a show called Miracles. Thursday the 30th of October at 7 Eastern. That involves UK and LSU. The LSU Miracle probably at Kentucky in football, and the UK Miracle when they were down 31 against LSU and won it in basketball back in '94. I can't wait to watch it. I'll be honest. I remember both those games. UK, huge fan of basketball growing up, and then obviously I liked them as well in football. And I had friends that were at the game. I was supposed to go. I didn't. They were storming the field before it went final, and LSU threw the complete pass in the last play of the game. Just a complete breakdown. Jared Lorenzen, quarterback for Kentucky at the time, how mummy they were throwing Gatorade on top of him and shit. Crazy. All right, Cincinnati leads Oklahoma State 7-0 on ESPN2. 12 minutes to go in the first half. Bama 7-0 over Tennessee late in the first. Auburn 7-0 over Missouri. Pittsburgh and Syracuse 7-all. ACC channel late in the first as well. Cats down 7-0. Boley's still in there. Not sure if Calzada's injured. They're going to let Boley play no matter what. He'll start at the 25 for the Cats. 6:22 to go in the first half. Texas 7, UK nothing. Okay, it is the main event because they're showing Mizrachi now. And that is the official tilting of me getting up and changing the TVs. Arkansas, Texas A&M, I need to find ESPN News, 38-35 there, 11.5 to go. Oregon, 42-3 at the half over Rutgers. Nothing else is that important for the time being. Notre Dame on the move. Late first, 10-7. They have it at the USC 31. Gun. Price bangs his way through the middle for about 7 for UCLA. I'm sorry, for Notre Dame. All right, that'll be the end of the quarter most likely, depending on how fast Notre Dame plays. I need to fix this. This is a total fiasco. I'm waiting on a Virginia Washington State market. Hang tight. End of one in South Bend. 10-7 USC Notre Dame on the move. Halftime in Piscataway, 42-3 Oregon. South Florida third and one. They're lined up in the brotherly shovish type formation. Not sure what the fuck they're doing. They're going really fast. They didn't get it. So everybody talks that plays a lock. If you have a quarterback that squats 600 and you have guys behind him shoving him, of course it's a lock. If you don't, it's not. Sorry. It is what it is. All right. I'm going to get upset about this. I need to fix these TVs. I've been telling you all this shit forever. Fierro knocks out Jazdovicius. 114 into the first round. Actually gave the dog a shot there. Under, big winner. Plus a bunch. 3 or 4 to 1. Okay, I said I was going to fix the TVs. I'm trying to figure out what's happening before I get up and do it. All right, hang on. I'm going to keep the audio on. I'll be right back. Let's call it 3 minutes. Bathroom, TVs, grab a snack. Hang tight. Fuck commercials everywhere. All right, ESPN news I have to find. Ah, shit. Okay, I actually have that one. Florida State. Okay, I got Pitt. All right, I got A&M, Arkansas. Big Ten games, Garbanzos. NBC, ABC, Fox, I can switch back and forth. FS1 UCLA is good. Whitey, nothing to USC. Alright, okay. Alright. Okay, that's good enough for now. Ah, what a mess. All right. Everything for the time being is done. Let's see. USC and Notre Dame. It's 14-10 Irish. Southern Cal starting at their own 25 after the touchback. 14:38 to go. Screen. If they get a block, it's going to be a huge play. Nope. 15 didn't let it happen. Gain of 1. South Florida up 14-3. It's all going bad for me. Long way to go here. Such a good day. It'd be a shame if it turns around here and gets ugly towards the end. They call this a fumble? It's an incomplete pass or something. I don't know. It is a fumble, I guess. There is a flag. 38-35 A&M over the Hogs. 9:16 left. A&M. Mike Elko looks so mad. Holding on Notre Dame. All right. So there you go there. Automatic first down for Southern Cal. I see Georgia Southern. I think they're celebrating. That's good news for me. Incomplete pass on the official review, or change the review. That's got to be a touchdown. They're celebrating. Come on. What y'all doing? Read my touchdown. I need food, but ain't nobody got no time for that. We'll get to it at some point. 9th hour here on the SWEATBOX. Southern Cal, big play. Inside the Notre Dame 40, first down. You can say what you want to. There is no more important game that's being played right now in college football, if you care about the playoffs more than anything else, than USC Notre Dame. Because they ain't losing to anybody else in their schedule. And they probably won't lose tonight. But this is the one chance. If they lose, they're out. If they win, they'll make it at 10-2. Maeva was the quarterback at UNLV. He could play. I actually thought he did as good a job as anybody. You talk about the way that kids handle the NIL and the moves and the changes and stuff. The Tennessee kid that went to UCLA, I am Olivia, handled it about as poorly as possible. Aguilar, who went from UCLA back after he left Appalachian to UCLA and then back to Tennessee, handled it about as well as he could. And this kid at UNLV that went to USC, I'm sorry, Maava, handled it also about as well as he could in terms of keeping it quiet, letting the people behind the scenes handle all the shit they were supposed to. But talent-wise, he can play at USC, and he's there. That's why. 11:20 to go in the quarter. It's 3rd and 3 for Southern Cal. It's funny, I only fixed a couple TVs, and yet somehow, some way, I feel like so much more calm. That poker channel on CBS College Sports, what the fuck are they doing? How did I not make a note to myself that CBS College Sports is actually out of games? Like, how do they not have a night game in the Mountain West? Like, what happened to the schedule today to let this be as it is? All right, let's get back to what I was talking about, the CW game. Washington State, Virginia. I remember I told you that they better not make Virginia try to win. I really thought the halftime line would be more than 7. And anything more than 7 was a take. And I actually think that this price, which is 7 flat or 7 minus money, is a take. You go ahead and chart me. Let's just do it. And if you have a sweat yourself, or if you don't, and you want to have a sweat, give yourself one. Take 4-11. Washington State, second half plus 7 minus 05. They're fixing to start. I really think they're going to win the game, and if they don't, as long as it's, they win by, if they win by 2 or 1, you just pay. But otherwise, all they do is win the game. Notre Dame stops Southern Cal. It's 14-10. They'll take over on downs. Washington State, Virginia. I will root for chaos with all this ACC, and any of these teams that are undefeated in their conference, they lose all their non-conference games. It's just awesome. It's great. And I did tweet earlier, and I think that it's imperative for everybody to understand whether they agree with me or not. If Notre Dame, this is the most important game. If the Notre Dame loses tonight, they'll have 3 losses. They're not going to get into the playoffs with 3 losses, most assuredly. Whereas if they win tonight, they'll be the favorite all the way out. Their power ranking is through the moon high. They'll be 10-2. They'll get in. They'll actually be rated pretty high. Tennessee, 1st and goal against Bama, big completion on a slant over the middle. 1st and goal to 2. They now lose 2 on a quick. They try to go fast. Alabama wasn't having any of that shit. God, this Florida Atlantic, what the fuck is going on? They're getting the shit beat out of them. I guess the good news is there's always a back door open, but they're down 21-3 early in the second quarter. Offense is going to have to do something here sooner rather than later. 2nd and goal for Tennessee at the Bama 4. Let me find my volume here. Here I was rooting against Georgia. I thought Georgia Southern was wearing black, blue, or whatever. They were wearing white. Son of a bitch, what do I know about anything? All right, 17-10. They're getting close to halftime. I do have that on now. We have 1 timeout left. French in the gun. Oh, there's a flag. Third and goal for the Vols at the Bama 2. Aguilar all day. Fires. Touchdown. Staley. Braylon Staley. 2 yards. Bad guys are in. 7-6 point pending. 9:46 to go before halftime. Kentucky throwing the ball now. They have all their timeouts. Why don't you call one, boys? Jesus. Kentucky's going to have more yards at halftime than Tennessee, and they're going to be getting beat 7-0 or 7-3. Jeremiah Love has 83 yards. Price has 56. They both have a touchdown. They forced a USC punt. They have it back at their own 19. First down Notre Dame, out to the 34. I've already had enough of this game. They were doing better without me watching. I'm only rooting for USC just because I don't want Notre Dame in it. They can win it. I have an Indiana ticket to win the whole thing. Notre Dame could ruin that. They did last year. I want bad teams, not good teams. South Florida yardage is 236 to 41 against Florida Atlantic. This is one that I just got wrong. I was hoping and expecting maybe a no-show. A&M leads Arkansas 45-35. Taylon Green has 2nd and 30 from his own 5. Now it's 3rd and 30 from his own 5. You'd want to talk about a fucking impossible situation. And that's like shitting in the fan. I mean, like, in what world do they have a chance to do anything here? Forget about it. Just quick kick it. You're only down 10. Try to stop them, hold them to a field goal, get 2 touchdowns. I mean, in today's world, obviously you got trips left, and you just chuck it and throw it up and hope to get an interference, or one of your guys makes a great play. No, he dumped it to the back, incomplete. Still the best thing could happen. Clock stops. 5:57. They're going to punt it. Down 10. Likely not to cover now unless the back door is ajar, which it is. Hawaii's up 14-7 at the break. I'll give you a halftime price on that one pretty soon. These 7 o'clocks are going in. Got somewhat of an eye on most of them. Kentucky 2nd and 1, 18 seconds left. They do have 1 timeout left. Let me get some volume on that. I'm going to get my hopes up again for reasons that I shouldn't, because I'm sick. Fuck. Mark Stoops has so much money coming to him. To sit here and play safe and play for a field goal is the dumbest fucking thing ever. Like, why? You have money coming to you if you get fired tomorrow. Go. Do something. Try to win a game. Their last SEC win was against Ole Miss last year on the road. It was probably the loss that knocked Ole Miss out of the playoffs. Notre Dame inside the red zone. First down now. 8 minutes to go in the half. They're up 14-10. Coley sacked. 2nd and 1. Good job. Great work. Stupid fucking piece of shit. I mean, not much they could have did. There were 7 up front. They sent 5, and nobody saw who it was. The offensive line couldn't figure it out. Notre Dame 1st and goal at the 3. This won't take long. Barring a turnover. It's actually the biggest miracle of this game is the fact that Notre Dame punted twice in a row. What's this happened to Georgia State? Georgia Southern, they didn't call targeting and the half's over? Are you shitting me with that? Oh, they called it a fumble on the field. Second half, Hawaii. 14-7 lead at Colorado State. That game's been a total domination. Hawaii's defense has been in total control. Colorado State opened a 2-point favorite, and that game closed even higher. They're 1.5 and 26 in the second half. That was a game where 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the Colorado State would be like a 4-point favorite. And people know better now. They watch. They know who gets the ball. They know all the stuff that's the intangibles of the game. Hawaii gets the ball first. Colorado State didn't do shit. I mean, just a combination of a confluence of factors have led to this point where the number's only 1 in the second half. It's getting bet down. It was 1.5. It was 2. It's 2.5 out there. This is for sure a Barry horse as well. And those are the places that are moving are the ones that he fires on. And I got no problem with it. It's right. Hawaii second half is correct. They don't have to win it, but that's the only side to have. If you can find somebody that's slow to move it and take 2 or take Hawaii on the money line in the second half is a good bet. Win or lose. No opinion on the total. 26 seems a little bit low, but again, nothing to it. 45-yard field goal for Georgia Southern is good at the buzzer. 17-13 at the half. I got a premature halftime score. They're going to have to fix that. Okay, they have, it looks like. So the fumble gets overturned and Josh Southern kicks a field goal to trail 17-13 at the half. That game is 3:40. Georgia State did kick. We have the favorite there. Not liking my spot. Long way to go. We'll see. Kentucky down 7-0 at the half. I guess they missed a field goal. I missed it. Turned the volume off. I was sick of seeing sack parade. They'll take a knee. Yardage in that game. Let's have some fun. Kentucky 180-93. Drives for Texas. Punt. Touchdown was 3 plays, 5 yards. Punt, and then halftime. Kentucky downs, 3 punts, interception, field goal. The Tennessee touchdown came. I'm sorry, Tennessee. I keep thinking UT, and that's just how it gets to. The Texas touchdown came after Laros' punt was 43 yards and returned by Niblett 45 yards. So special teams are basically carrying Texas's day and defense to an extent. But again, I don't know if Boley's the answer or not. He completes 16 of 21, but only for 138. And again, the offense for Texas has been non-existent, but it wasn't very existent last week either. And as long as the defense plays the way that it does, I guess they're going to have a chance to win games. It's a fucking terrible spot tonight, and Kentucky's not good enough to take advantage. In a different game, in a different situation, Texas is probably losing this game. But Kentucky's by far the worst team in the SEC. A full field goal to 4 points worse than anybody. And this is just not helping anything. Having to watch this makes it worse. Notre Dame, play fake, roll right. Nobody's open. He's still rolling. He's trying to buy time. Carr throws it. Intercepted! Southern Cal, 20-24, first down, Trojans. Here's a flag. Quarterback's coming off the field, so it's probably after the interception. And an eligible offense. All right, yeah, that's great defense. Like I've been sitting here talking shit about USC's defense the whole night so far. That was great defense. If you didn't know any better, you think they knew the play. The Homer NBC guys, throw the ball away, the play is dead. Throw the ball away, kick the field goal. Oh, shit, that's great. He's right. He's exactly right. All right, halftime, UCLA 7-3 over Maryland. I'll go through the box there in a second to see what I'm missing or what I'm not. Penn State leads Iowa 14-10 at the break. Texas over Kentucky 7-0 at the break. And again, Georgia State, Georgia Southern. That one went in before all of that mess or close to it. And again, that game, where the fuck is it? 3:39, right? Yeah, okay. 17-13 at the break. Georgia State leads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in right now. Okay, what's happening with Arkansas? Okay, so 4th and 18. Texas A&M up by 10. So they're going to punt. Here comes the flag on Notre Dame for interference. What's happening in Tennessee and Alabama? Tennessee has it back? Gosh, damn. Virginia kicks a field goal. They trail Washington State 17-10. 8.5 to go in the third. Tennessee, Bama. Bama hasn't done shit since their first drive. That's a little concerning. All right. Let's go over the halftime stuff here. It's in now. Florida Atlantic is having by far their best drive of the game. It's 3rd and 9 at the 19. Pass, incomplete or intercepted? Incomplete, out of bounds. The receiver's pissed. Wasn't, buddy, you stopped. He's the one that threw it out and you turned in. Oh, he's held. I understand why he's upset now. Jesus. All right. Likely to be incomplete, and it's going to bring up most likely a field goal for Florida Atlantic. Are they going for it? Fuck me. It's 4th and they do this all. Oh, they're actually kicking a field goal. You know, I'll miss it, and then I'll be like, "Why didn't you kick the field? Why didn't you go for it?" 37-yarder, down up. He did. He fucking missed it to the right. South Florida 21-3. They'll take over. 5:43 to go in the second. Can't believe I mushed that too. Jesus, I suck. All right. Let's meander our way down the rotation board because that game is still playing in the first half. Is there anything else that's going to go in? No. That game is the one that's on the rotation board that just is the latest of all that's still playing. 339 and 340, Georgia Southern and Georgia State. 254 to 229 in yardage-wise. Georgia State leads it. We have Georgia Southern in that game. I do not like our spot. There are no defensive or special teams touchdowns. Georgia State had the ball 3 times. They scored all 3 of them. Georgia Southern was stopped on down once. They got a field goal at the buzzer with 1 touchdown as well. Again, so no turnovers other than the stoppage on downs once. The fact that Georgia State has 254 yards in the first half against Clay Helton's defense tells me I got this game wrong no matter what. Halftime line 2.5 on Georgia Southern. With Georgia State getting the ball first, I can't say that I agree. I hope that I'm wrong. Hopefully Georgia Southern comes back and finds a way. Not hold my breath. Pitt leads Syracuse 10-7 in the second. We'll get back to that one. 1st and 10 for Syracuse at their own 37. 2:43 left. Hawaii 14-7 over Colorado State. This one's going to be the first one to go out from the 7 o'clock games. Colorado State laying 126. The yardage is 252 to 106. The only Colorado State touchdown came on a 91-yard punt return. Hawaii has an Alejado touchdown pass to Sinacle for 17 yards and for Harris to 75. He's 14 for 22 for 209 and 1 pick. Colorado State had 5 drives, all resulting in punts to start the half, and then they fumbled on their 6th. Hawaii, 2 touchdowns, an INT, 3 punts, and then the half. So, in Fort Collins, the 368, the home team, Colorado State, has to kick to start the second half. Remember, one of their scores was a touchdown, so Hawaii already has more drives. Maryland, UCLA. I'm getting USC, UCLA confused all night. This USC kid gets interfered with. Throw the flag, ref. Jesus, are you shitting me? There's no flag in this game? Okay, one of the refs called it because Maya was happy. Gray interfered him. Terry McCauley, clearly a Notre Dame homer here. They said that it was on both or nothing, and no, it wasn't. It was on Notre Dame. Give me a break. I call it how I see it, right down the middle. I told y'all earlier when I saw something that was wrong. Okay, 14-10, 1st and goal, Southern Cal at the 8. Okay, UCLA 7-3 over Maryland. This is game 374. Bruins a half and 24.5 flat. The yardage of this game is about even. Drives, UCLA got the ball first. Punt, touchdown, punt, INT. The UCLA touchdown was 4 plays, 71 yards. It was a Frias 55-yard rush. So really the only big play there. Maryland punt, field goal, punt, fumble, halftime. The field goal drive, 17 plays, 88 yards, 8:09 off the clock. before they settled for a 24-yard field goal. Again, the yardage is even. Both teams have had one decent drive, and that's it. I have no opinion. I hope UCLA can win it. We did lay them for the game, -2.5 and -3. This is 374 UCLA. No, I'm not going to get off of it, but I'm definitely not interested in more at halftime. 381 Missouri Auburn 10-7 second quarter. Mizzou, after an early punt and an early Auburn touchdown, has kicked a field goal and scored a touchdown. Auburn INT and punt, and looks like they're about to punt it again. So Missouri up 3 and trying to take control of things here against the Tigers, the Tigers against the Tigers, who are about to lose their home crowd here. Hugh Freeze, who's lost 3 in a row. It's a tough fashion last week against Georgia. Cincinnati leads Oklahoma State 14-10. This is Jackson, the fifth, on a 7-play, 75-yard, 3-minute and 42-second drive. He runs it in from 6 out. The touchdown carry for Jackson. He's only 2 for 6 for 17 yards passing. But the yardage is only 150 to 146, and that 24 line that I thought was absurd late at kickoff or right at post, turns out that it is so far. It's only 14-10 Cincy. 11-12 to go before the half. That game is on ESPN2. BYU leads Utah 7-0. That's early in the second quarter. I'll get back to that one, obviously. That started late with the Fox situation. Texas and UK 7-0 in Lexington at the half. Longhorns laying 4.5. There is some 4 out there at Circa. I like Kentucky. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. The total is 20-20.5. No strong opinion on that. I don't think Texas will do much against UK's defense. I also don't think they're trying to do much either. Spot they're just trying to get out with the win. They don't really care much about anything else. Washington State 17-10 over Virginia. This in the third quarter. Washington State on the move. Told you Washington State was a good bet in that game live in the second quarter. We'll see how it plays out. 49-3 Oregon. Davison scores. 20-yard gain. That is caps a 2-play, 87-yard drive, so a 67-yard play before that. The yardage in this game is now 533 to 137, and we've only played 3 minutes in the third quarter. Rutgers led 3-0, and Oregon has since scored all of the last 49, all on offense. No punts. Nothing else to say there. Whatever we thought about Oregon's maybe being rusty about the loss to IU, that doesn't exist. 14-10 Notre Dame, 2-minute warning, 2nd and 7 for USC, 2nd and goal at the Notre Dame 7. We'll get to that one for sure when it goes in. Tennessee and Alabama, 9-7. Bama. Safety, Bama? I missed it. Anyways, that's what happened. Now they're taking the ball on the field. This is great. All the numbers are going to be live here. 1st and goal for Bama. Completed pass to Williams at the 2. 5 minutes to go in the half. 9-7 Alabama. I missed the safety. I have no clue what happened, but I'm happy to see it. We lay 8 in that game, and now we're back in, but I thought we were beat. Washington State kicks a field goal. They lead 20-10. 2:18 to go in the third. At Virginia, catching 16 or so. I think I've got you up to speed on everything else. No other halftimes. Georgia State, Georgia Southern, 2, 2.5, and 30. Lean under, but I can't have under in that game, especially with needing Georgia Southern to cover a number. UCLA a half and 24.5, no opinion. Hopefully UCLA gets there. Iowa and Penn State, 14-10. Penn State leads it. Halftime price, Iowa 1, 18.5 and 19. I don't agree with that at all. I think Penn State could be the favorite. If they're winning a game at Iowa without Aller and without Franklin, nothing tells me that Iowa's talent's going to be good enough to get them over the top in this game. All right. Jam Miller, 1-yard rush touchdown for Bama. They lead 15-7 point pending. 4:05 to go before the break. 7 plays, 69 yards, 322. After the safety that I have no clue what happened, but I'm very happy about. All right. What's happening with Arkansas? Trying to get in the back door. Oh, Taylor Green sacked for a bajillion-yard loss. Extra points good for Bama. 16-7. 4:05 left there. Let's get some USC love here. 152 to go in the half. 3rd and goal. Maava fires. Caught. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's incomplete, intercepted, or caught. Now they're calling an interception on the field. Notre Dame a touchback. There ain't no way that's right. It's got to be a drop. No, it hits the ground. Incomplete. So it'll be 4th down. Maava throws it to him. It's a touchdown easy. That's fucking terrible. He did slip and fall. They'll change that. It'll be 4th and goal. USC at the 7. Yeah, he's open. Maava did a bad job. There's too much time there. The announcer on NBC's right. I love the refs have a conference about that. Hits the ground clear as shit, and all 3 of them say, "Okay, interception." A&M is going to beat Arkansas 45-35. Oh no! Wait a minute. Arkansas has the ball at the A&M 15. Hold on, mutuals. Oh, they spiked it. No. 1st and goal. 1st down. Incomplete. My feed on this ESPN news is probably way behind. Forgive me in advance. I'm not trying to purposely sin here. I will say one thing about this feed is it works. It's slow as shit and it's behind, but it doesn't ever go out. Big play by Tennessee. Thomas in the middle for about 20. 3:50 to go in the 1st half. They're trying to play warp speed again. Bama trying to sub guys in, which makes this a fascinating handicap. 16-7 tied. Quarterback decides to run for 3, and now he's faking like he got shot. Oh, fuck off! That's a fucking bullshit flag. Here I'm making fun of him. Aguilar tries to sell the penalty. He somehow gets it. Now the ref's going to come in and say, no way. I'm wrong. Hang on. There's no way. 23 that is called a penalty on for roughness. The guy slides after 23 for Bama's already trying to make the tackle. That's impossible. That's an impossible play to try to stop your momentum. I'm so sick of the offenses getting every fucking break in the book in this game. 3.5 to go. Clock continues to move. Balls continue to play as fast as they can. Add 15 onto the 1st down. 16-7. Have it at the Bama 39. Gun back, offset to the right. Got a flag here. This is going to be a false start on Tennessee. Oh, Alabama or Arkansas scores. 45-42. Back door open, and Arkansas slides in it. I missed it. There's still a hell of a crowd at that game, given that it didn't start for 2 hours too late. They've been playing 3.5 hours. 10 seconds left. The 7:30 games are all nearing the half, and the 8 o'clocks as well. We'll be waiting for all that. Arkansas touchdown to cut it to 45-41. They did kick. Aguilar's pass to the outside, complete, gain of nothing. No, gain of 3. Sorry, it's 1st and 15, so 2nd and 11. Nearing the 10th hour of the stream today. Hopefully all is well. Hopefully you guys are having some luck and winning some games. Having some skill, if you want to call it, not luck. USC's field goal cuts the Notre Dame lead to 14-13. 140 to go before the half. Fascinating to see how Notre Dame, how aggressive they get, given they get the ball out of the half. 21-3 South Florida. I'm sorry, Florida Atlantic has it back at the 21. They got to stop. Unfortunately, it just got sacked. I should stop watching that game. I have it on. I just don't need to watch it. My team sucks. 2nd and 13 at the 24 now. South Florida's out of timeouts. Florida Atlantic has all 3. So maybe 21-10 at the half would be a pipe dream, but it's possible. And then, of course, they get the ball first. So we're in it if that happens. Timeout, 2-minute warning. My skills as a TV remote person really come into play once we start whittling down what needs to be watched and what doesn't. Third and still forever. Florida Atlantic's quarterback was under extreme duress. He got rid of it. Little flip pass to the running back and made a hell of a play to catch it and even get a yard. Here comes the Arkansas onside kick. You guys have probably already seen it. I don't care. Don't tell me shit. I want to see it myself. Super delay with this ESPN news feed. Hogs, if they lose, will go to 2-4, 0-4 in the league. Sorry, 2-5 and 0-4. They've already got rid of Pittman. A&M 6-0 and 3-0. This will put them to 7-0 and 4-0. Let me look at A&M's schedule. I feel like this is their easiest game left. But any win's a good win, obviously. But only to win by 3 and not cover in this spot's probably not a good omen going forward. Okay, so they have LSU on the road next week. That'll be a tough one with LSU getting beat today. But if the quarterback for LSU is healthy, they can win that game. Then they have a bye. Then it goes Missouri on the road. I don't like Missouri fucking at all. I hope they beat Auburn. I'm going to get these motherfuckers again at some point. South Carolina at home. Samford at home at Texas. Wow. They don't have to lose any of those fucking games. A&M's schedule this year turned out to be pretty much cake, and the hard games that could have been there were early, and they were all at home. Notre Dame on the move. That's just swell. Second half, Kentucky kicks off to Texas. Cincinnati touchdown to go up 20-10 against Oklahoma State. I'll keep you posted there. Another game that the TV just doesn't have room for yet. We're underway in Statesboro. Georgia State has it. 17-13 they lead. Cameron Brown 15 for 17 for 177. He's ran for 47 yards. Can we find a way to hurt this guy for about 3 hours? Maybe he's healthy for next week because he's killing me tonight. Pitt has punted to Syracuse. That'll likely be the end of the half. Syracuse doesn't have one timeout left if they want to try to get aggressive. Their coach lives in aggressive mode, so who knows. FAU has 4th and 1, 2 timeouts, 18 seconds left. I think they're going to go for it. A&M Arkansas is final 45-42. These receivers, that's an incredible catch if his foot's in bounds. Number 0 for Notre Dame. No, it's not, Terry. Fuck, I can't stand listening to this fucking guy. Just have Notre Dame cut him a check every fucking week. It's not like that there's... It's not a catch. He's not. His front foot does not hit before it's out of bounds. It's incomplete. It's not even close. I can't fucking take this. If they say that that's a catch, it's upheld as a catch, and these people are fucking retards. That's not a catch in any world. It's a tremendous catch. It's just not a legal catch. He's out of bounds. It's not a catch. I can't believe I'm let myself get mad about the fucking refs. It's the last thing I control in the world. I hope that Ed Salmons and John Murray aren't watching me right now. Notre Dame pass to Love is incomplete. Oh, flag. What's this all about? They're going to fuck USA. What is this? Texas 3 and out in the second half because of course it is. Kentucky does anything at all, they're going to win this fucking game. I mean, Texas is so bad on offense. Okay, so they called it against Notre Dame. That's a terrible call. That's a terrible call. What is it, a roughness against 0? They're going to take this away. That's not a penalty. Blindside block against 0 for Notre Dame. It's a terrible call. Take it away. Listen, I call it how I see it. That's just as bad as the last call. It's terrible. What conference do these refs represent here? So it's 2nd and 25 now. I mean, Notre Dame's better off just running draw plays and getting out of here. Nope, they're going to throw it. Carr back, fires, complete to Love, out of bounds after about 6, actually about 5. So it's 3rd and 20 with 1 minute to go, and USC has all 3 of their timeouts left. That was actually a beneficial play for them. It should have been no call, Terry. Jesus Christ, hang it up, pal. There's no penalty on that play. Let's see what happens here. This is a big situation. They're only rushing 3. Carr now fires, complete, out of bounds again. .54 seconds left. Irish will punt it. USC with all their timeouts. I've seen USC play enough, I promise you. 54 seconds against Notre Dame's defense is plenty of time to get something out of this. There's a good chance they'll take the lead into the break. 3rd and 7, Kentucky. First down, Kentucky. Boley. Big play there. Cats on their first drive of the half. It's important to get something. Their first drive of the game was a good one. The quarterback actually got hit when he threw that. But Gilmore was there to catch it. They're at the 31. Even a field goal. Get something to think you have a chance to win. Irish punt. Back to the 20. No, he faked a fair catch. The 16 or 17. It's 41 seconds left. USC will start it there. Looks like Kentucky fumbled. Oh, man. Tennessee and Kentucky got it somehow. Looks like Missouri just fumbled it too. And Kentucky's back fumbled it, and somehow they stole the ball. Texas had a guy that tried to pick it up and run it back for a touchdown instead of falling on it. Missouri's Prabula pass is intercepted by Auburn. That's why they'll take over. Number 4 made a great play for Auburn. Oh my God, what the fuck happened in this Florida Atlantic? 27-3, South Florida scores a touchdown? Veltkamp sack, fumble, run back 92 yards. A 14-point swing. That's not a fumble. That's an incomplete pass. Boley first down, Kentucky out to the 44. Oh, that's a huge, huge swing. This South Florida. That's Veltkamp's pass is incomplete. My God, what a disastrous turn of events. It's not over yet. You're catching 23. You can still get there, but they're gonna give this a touchdown for South Florida, and they're gonna be up 27-3 going into the half, 28-3. Catastrophic swing. That's a throw. That's a throw. It's an incomplete pass. Okay, they took it away. Jesus, fuck me. I gotta fix the TVs. ESPN News is showing some people throwing darts and shit. That's gonna drive me tilted, like, immediately. All right, UCLA punts it to the dick. Oh, touchback. Fuck. 7-3. They still lead Maryland. 11:07 to go in the third. That final score wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but I could use better. I'd like them to win 8-3, which is mathematically impossible. Florida Atlantic to kick a field goal with 3 seconds left. $28-yarder. Wish they'd have taken one more crack at it, but 3 seconds isn't enough. Take your points. They do. All right, the new sombrero. 21-6 at the break. The kick by Garrison Smith is good. 28 yards. 14 plays, 45 yards, 4:28 off the clock. 21-6. South Florida leads it, and the good guys get it back at halftime. Halftime price coming on that one shortly. I gotta talk to the sports options guy, or to the All right. I'm very good friends with one of the guys at Odds Logic, but these mistakes on the lines are just not acceptable, and the scores are going into half. Miles sacked? What the fuck, man? Notre Dame rushes 3 and they still get to him? Can't happen. Halftime. 14-13 Irish, and they do get the ball first to start the third quarter. Tennessee trying to bang this in here before the half. They're down 16-7. This is going to be all the cash. First half cash is on the line. Vols have first and goal at the 2, and they have a timeout left with 11 seconds as well. Basically, that's all the time that they could ever possibly want. Let's see what's happening up in Provo. Seven all, 3:24 before the half. The Holy War. This is an incredible uniform game. BYU blue on blue with blue helmets. Utah red on red with red helmets. God bless the powers that be that got this one right. That's the way it's always been in that series. Kentucky on 4th and 4 settles for a field goal against Texas. They trail 7-3. 4:09 left in the third. They've clearly been the better team in the game. It's just a matter of going out and trying to find a way to win it as the Longhorns continue to sleepwalk their way through it here in Lexington. 15 plays, 53 yards, 8:44 off the clock. So each team's had the ball once here in the third quarter. Vols went, fucking Vols. This is incredible. My mind says UT and I can't stop that. Texas, the UT from Austin, 3 and out to start the half. Kentucky, 15 plays, 53 yards. Their other long drive to start the game was 11 plays, 59 yards, and they got stopped on downs. At about the same spot on the field, everything was the same. So Kentucky's on the board. They've outgained Tennessee. I'm going to start taking laps. Texas 7-3. Longhorns lead it, 233 to 102 in terms of yardage. Cats. They've outrushed them 66-32, outthrown them 167 to 70. Arch Manning 7 for 15, 70 yards throwing. He's been sacked twice and lost a few yards doing that. Otherwise, he'd have a few carries. He has a 14-yard rush, but 7 for 5 with the sacks counted into the rushing yards. All right. 9 seconds left. Second and goal for the Vols at the 1. And they did call their last time out for not getting in on the running play. So they're going to have to throw it or they're going to have to run it. And their balls have to be out to get in if they're going to run it in from here. Big power formation. Is Bama calling timeout? Tennessee has a guy 87 in the game. He looks like he's 6'6" and 412 pounds. In no world is that guy a tight end. Timeout, Alabama. 16-7. All the timeouts are gone, so we'll go to halftime after this play, or if there's another incompletion or two, who knows. Bachmeier for BYU chucks one down the field incomplete. They'll have to punt it back to Utah. 7-all there, 2:32 left before the half. Utes with all the momentum at this point. Oregon leads Rutgers 56-3, and that game is still in the third quarter. Penn State leads Iowa 21-10. That game is still in the third quarter. Nothing else has happened anywhere yet of any importance. Oh, pick! He could going to house it. Oh, he's gone! Brown gone! Pick 6 at the horn, Bama! Oh, no! Oh, yeah! Roll Tide! Oh, Aguilar's got to be sick. And Bama gets the ball to start the second half. Oh, Utah fumbles the punt. Now BYU gets it back at the Utah 45. Oh, 14-point swing of epic proportions. Bama in position, Tennessee in position to cut this game at the very least to 4. And instead it's a pick 6, 99 yards for Alabama. Let me confirm the play. Oh, my God, they got to be sick. Yeah, wow. Brown. Yeah, was it a 98-yard return? They don't even, the box score hasn't figured it out yet. I formation. They block the end. Oh, they were trying to throw it just a little out route to the slot. Oh, and he made the guy miss. He tried to decide whether he's going to stop or not. (23-7) Alabama at the half. That Molly McGrath, tough interview there. Having to talk to Heupel right going in after what happened. I mean, to be fair, they both handled it as good as they could. Look at the coordinator. He's got his heads on his hands. Everybody does. And those coaches at the press box, that's the worst trip of all time to have to get in that elevator. And the whole building is shaking. There's 90,000 fans. Well, 75 to 80,000 of them are going garbanzos. And you got to get down that elevator into the locker room for, it's a 20-minute halftime. And you have to be back up there. I mean, you basically have 3 to 5 minutes, maybe 7 at the most, in that locker room before you got to go back upstairs and get back to your spot before the second half starts. It's a terrible spot to be in for these coaches after the way that went down. The yardage in this game is very, very similar. Bama only has 15 more yards. I'll gladly take it as someone who has a Bama -8 ticket. They don't have to win anything yet. We'll get to the halftime on that one in a second. Pittsburgh-Syracuse, second half line, 17-7. The Panthers lead in the Carrier Dome that's been renamed to some other shit that I forgot, but it's still the same building. That's game 357. Pitt kicked. They're laying 3.5 and 4 in the second half. Total is 24.5 under. I think the total is too high. It's getting bet down, so it should have already been like 23.5, 24. But Syracuse plays fast and they're behind, so not totally shocked that's the number. Hawaii leads Colorado State 24-7. That game is in late in the third quarter. Colorado State no chance to score unless Hawaii has guys that fall down or some shit. What's happened with this UCLA and Maryland? That's my sweat at the time being. 7:38-12 to go in the third. Looks like Maryland gets after a punt. What else is at halftime? Missouri-Auburn going in right now, and the Tigers lead it. The Tigers of Eli Drinkwitz. He's 32-3 as a head coach when ahead at halftime at Missouri. They lead Auburn 10-7. Let me look at that real quick. I saw only a few plays of that game. I haven't gone out of my way to watch a whole lot of what's happening there. Missouri 10-7. Yeah, Auburn made a play, and then they didn't do anything. Punt, missed a field goal. So you got to the 39, missed a field goal at the gun. Missouri punt, field goal, touchdown, and then the INT. Now Missouri's been better. It's the first drive of the game, at least for sure. 155 to 122 is the total yards. On the Plains, Mizzou on their first road game of the year seems to be passing the test so far. Hang tight. Let's see what to do about the second half price on that one shortly. What's happening with Kentucky and Texas? 7-3 Horns. Arch Manning in the gun. Trips left, motion right. Nobody in the there's one back offset to the left. Play fake. Gonna take a shot. Oh, he's open. It's a bad. I don't say a bad pass. Could have been a bad catch. Probably both. He was open. He could have ran forever if he'd caught it. Holy shit! I'm pointing the wrong way. It is a bad pass. Manning just missed it. And it's funny, these coaches, listen, everybody's at fault for this. And Sarkisian does this, he's like so bad at it. Anytime your quarterback, especially someone like this who needs more reps and experience, and you're in a game against a team like this, he misses one like that, don't just say, fuck it, we're going to run the ball now. Throw it! Say, okay, you missed one, let's throw it now. Now, it's 2nd and 10. If you throw it, who knows, the same thing could happen. And they make the same big play, and he scores a touchdown. Now, they run it, and they only get 4, and it's 3rd and 6. Kentucky knows they're going to throw on 3rd and 6. Here comes the blitz. They're going to get him. Is there a fumble or incomplete? Either way, it's a loss of yardage. Texas is back at the 41 if it's a fumble. If it's incomplete, there's still a very long field goal for Texas. So Kentucky showed blitz with a bunch of guys up front, and then they backed a couple guys out, and then they sent the safety. That's actually probably an incomplete pass. Yeah. Deflected. All right, so let's see what BYU can do here. Virginia scores to cut it to 2017, 9:30 to go against Washington State. I need to put that game on. That game is way too good to be sitting here having to sweat it on one of the side channels. Oh, the Texas field goal from the mile away is good. 10-3. I think that's his career long. Close to it. Shipley. 10-3. Horn. Oh, I bet this was a fun day for these Texas fans. First time ever going to Lexington, and they had the chance to go to Keeneland today. Fuck, you shitting me? How awesome is that for them? Guarantee there was some money put into that schedule to make sure that they made that trip. When they found out they were going to Lexington, they said, make sure that we're there in October. Oh no, Maryland, first and goal at the dick line. Watching a huge pass. The running back out of the backfield just ran a wheel and there's no one near him. I mean, and then they missed the tackle. First and goal at the 7. Power play down to the 3. Maryland line trying to lean on him. Please stop leaning. Come on, UCLA, man. Don't fuck around with this mess. Uh-oh. Looks like a Washington State turnover. The Virginia defense is going garbanzos. Got a Castigo. Somebody cheated. Let's see what happens. No, they're coming off the field. It's going to be Virginia ball. What the fuck throw is that? A block in the back. Okay. It's going to knock him back towards midfield. But still, we got Virginia with the ball. Only down by 3 with 8:22 left. I'll keep you posted there. I gotta make some TV adjustments again. I'm gonna lose my mind with the stupid ESPN news shit up there. BYU has 104 left. It's 4th and 1. Surely to Christ, they're not gonna kick a field goal from here at this point. That's Washington State's second turnover. Tennessee Bama second half price. Bama 4.5 and 28. I disagree with that a lot. I think that Tennessee should be the favorite in the second half. Or I shouldn't say that. It should be closer to a pick. Certainly, that 4.5 is a super overreaction to the last play and the momentum. I have Bama for the game -8. I think that up to 9 was good. I don't think that's. I mean that 14-point swing doesn't get brought into it enough. Tennessee has a chance to do a lot of things on offense. The back door is certainly open. Plus 4.5 is a second half bet on Tennessee. Line should not be that. One of the things to look into here, it's not about, give me a second, let me make sure we get this in. Paradise has 4.5 -05. So does Amapol. Short count's huge in this spot. I'll be waiting on this. Oh, we got a Virginia fumble? Come on, Wazoo, give it to him. No, Virginia's got a big fat white guy got in there and got it over all the 6 jerseys for Washington State. That's funny. All right, okay. So listen to my thought process here as we take this 4.5. There's no middle. There is a middle, but that's not on purpose. It's not the way that your thought process should ever be. The second half bet on Tennessee plus 4.5 -05 or flat is good. 4 flat is good. Anything more than 3 is too much. The game's sitting 16. 4.5 is 20.5 with Tennessee. They might quit and get run off the field. Do you really think that's going to happen in Tuscaloosa? Tennessee hasn't. They haven't lost a game. Hang on. Let me see under Heupel how many games they've lost by 20 points. Period. They've overachieved this year to begin with. If they're only catching 9 in the spot to begin with, this is his 5th year. Let me look. You're going to laugh at this one. I have to put my glasses on for it. Sorry. Let me look. 5th year here. 7-6 the first year. They lost by 20. They lost by 24 against Florida, catching 19 in the first year. There's a couple games they lost by a lot. That was the first year. 11-2 the second year. They lost by 14, catching 8 at Georgia, the #1 team in the country. That South Carolina game was fucked up. 63-38. They got beat, laying 22. 9-4 and 23. They lost to Alabama by 14, catching 9. That's the kind of shit that I expect. Not anything like this. 14 to Georgia last year, catching 8.5. Okay, so they're not going to get fucking bludgeoned. Like, unless they quit, which I don't see that. Like, I don't see this team quitting. This coach has done a hell of a job. They do everything the right way. Like, I don't see them just giving up. Plus 4.5, minus 0.5 in the second half means you're catching 20.5 for the game. We have 8 and 9 with Alabama. And listen, that 14-point swing before the half is the whole difference. It's not a middle, but it is. If Bama wins between 9 and 20, you scoop the whole pot. And why wouldn't you try to do that? And if you don't have Alabama before the game, I don't care. I'm still telling you Tennessee's a good bet in the second half plus 4.5. The Alabama gets the ball first. That's irrelevant. Tennessee's been as good or better at the line of scrimmage. The safety fucked things up, and then that pick 6 at the end where it's a 14-point swing, that's the entire difference in the game. I mean, in my mind, this could go, I don't say either way, but at this point, if you don't think the second half could be even or whatever, then you're watching a different game than me. All right, a couple other ones coming in. Notre Dame and USC about to go out. 14-13 Irish. 6.5 at halftime and 31 there. No real opinion. There's some 30.5 over. Notre Dame's supposed to be right. They get the ball first. I hope that they're not. I want them out as someone who has a ticket on the end to win the whole thing. Anybody that's got tickets on anybody to win the whole thing that wants Notre Dame away, this is the way to get them out because they're not going to lose the rest of the year most likely. This is their one last crack to get their 3rd loss. Power rating wise, they're probably the 3rd or 5th best team in the country depending on what you look at. Oh my God, USC pick 6. I'm going to leave my fucking money out of my pocket. Glasgow picks it at the 7 and runs it in. 7-3 UCLA becomes 9-7 Maryland. 4:40 to go in the 3rd. Play fake. Throw to the out. Great read by 14 for Maryland. And a hideous. This is the reason why these quarterbacks, they get paid all this money. They do all these things. Everything's mechanical and robotic. The defense studies film and has a clue what they're doing. What the fuck is happening in this BYU game? I thought it was 10-7 at half. Okay, so it is. It's 10-7 at halftime. UCLA's they're I shouldn't say they're finished. Maryland's not a team that gets any separation, but still they don't have to. Yeah, I'm cooked. All right, the Virginia game. So what happens here? 20-17. Let me find some volume again. TV situation has to be resolved soon. Arch Manning is sacked on 3rd and 10. Cats get him back at the 24. Texas will punt. Florida Atlantic trying to do some damage here on the first drive of the 3rd quarter against South Florida. 21-6 in that one. Let's hope they do it. Georgia Southern leads Georgia State 20-17 late in the 3rd. Great start there for me in this one. We lay 6. Game closed 6.5, 7-ish. Georgia State first and goal, though, at the 8 after a penalty was first and goal at the 3. 4.5 to go. Keep an eye on that one. Notre Dame didn't take long to find the paint. 22 seconds. Oh, no, that's a Jesus Christ, thank God. Highlight film. I was going, Jesus, that live? How fast did that happen? Oh, wow. Wazoo stacks him up in the backfield. Virginia run the ball. I don't understand that. They're not running the ball against Washington State's front. Washington State had a jillion guys in the box, too. Does Morris kind of have the ability to check out of that? Watch the replay. 20. You guys are behind me. I have the CW on the super live fast feed. 3.5 to go. They lined up on 3rd and 2 to run the ball up the middle. And there was, the whole box was full. Morris handed the ball off and looked at the sideline like, what do you want me to do? No shit. Field goal's good. 2:55 left. Virginia's tied it at 20 against Wazoo. God, that'd be awesome if they lose and they go to 5 and 2 and then they still keep winning their ACC games. I will say one thing. This Oregon State and Wazoo, there's been some back and forth between the both of them this year. But clearly at this point, Oregon State is up the track against Washington State. It's not even really that close. But it could change. Hey, maybe Oregon State can lose to Lafayette tonight at home and it could be a lot worse. That's another CW game. I'll have it on later. Why not? Something to watch. Lafayette's a team in the 1AA that has a chance to make the playoffs. Catching 3 touchdowns is about right. Made it closer to like 19. What's happening here? I need to fix the TVs is what's happening. Are we to a stopping point? Missouri Auburn 10-7 at the half. Missouri laying a half. Half minus 15, half minus 20. They get the ball first. I agree with that. I think they should be the favorite. I wouldn't make them any more than a half. 20.5. There is a 21. There are some 21s out there. I don't know about that. No, actually, no opinion. Penn State 21-16 over Iowa at the end of 3. I'm going to find that one on the TV. Cincinnati leads Oklahoma State 28-10 in Stillwater at the half. What happened in that game? If you had Oklahoma State in the first half, I constitute that as a tough beat. Hang on. I got to find this fucking game. I'm actually a little bit astonished by it. Texas 7-3 against Kentucky. Okay, hang on. Let me go backwards here. Let me find this. Utah, BYU, Cincinnati. Okay, so what happened here? Okay, so 28. So they did score a touchdown. Cincinnati goes. Oh, they scored 4 touchdowns on all 4 drives. An Oklahoma State punt, field goal, touchdown, downs, half. What's the turnover? None. Okay, so I just got this wrong. Oklahoma State got the ball first. No. They just scored second to cut it to 14-10 and they stopped scoring. 305 to 230 is the yards. I haven't watched it. I don't know anything. I got nothing. 4th and 23 for Texas at their own 20. They're going to punt it back to the Cats in the first play of the 4th quarter. Longhorns 10, Cats 3. The punt's caught at the 30. Makes the first guy miss. As long as there's no flags, it'll be an okay return. 44 is where Kentucky will start. 14:48 left. Down by 7 to Texas. South Florida's cheating. Florida Atlantic's going to have first and goal at the Dick line. Down 21-6. Muy bueno. Pittsburgh 20-7 over Syracuse. 11:20 left in the 3rd quarter there. I've given you the Maryland score. Nothing else to report. 2020 in Virginia, Washington State. Wazoo at their own fucking pecker. What the hell happened after the kickoff here? Oh my God, they're 3rd and 10 at the 2. I didn't see it. Now I have to pull up the box. Was there a penalty on the kickoff? I gotta see the plays. They're not. This is showing me this shit. 63-yard kickoff and no return to the 2. How the fuck does that happen? I missed it. Oh man, this blows. What are they calling timeouts now too? Who the fuck's calling? Washington State's calling timeouts? Oh, this is a fucking choke. Second half is 13-3 Virginia. They took a 20-10 lead and they spit the whole thing out. I'm going to get this piece of shit Virginia. Who the fuck do they play next? We're going to get their ass. We're going to get them. Tonight was the night. It ain't the next game. Next game's not the spot. They got caught looking ahead. This ain't the spot. Off a bye after the Louisville win, after the Louisville bullshit win, and Florida State. At North Carolina, that's great. Not the spot. This is perfect. California on the road, that might be the spot. Wake Forest at home, that's the fucking spot. Wake Forest catching a bunch of points, that'll be the fucking spot. 2 weeks from now, let's get their ass. 3 weeks from now, let's get their ass. Write that down. We're going to get them. It's not a safety. He's at least got out of the end zone. Oh, horse shit! No way. No way. Oh, they got to review that. It's a scoring play. He got tackled, but not in the end zone. I'm going to lose my mind. Y'all going to make me lose my mind. Hang on, let's see. Oh, no, he is. Because the ball was behind his body. He got tackled out at closer to the 1, but the ball was behind him. It is a safety. I don't lose my mind. That's a terrible, not a terrible call. It's a terrible play. Virginia sent the house. Why wouldn't you possibly try to do something to get him to jump? Or the only way out of this is if they thought the ball might have gotten out before it got punched, but it was a fumble. If they count the fumble to be real, then there's no way. It is what it is. Okay, Cincinnati, Oklahoma State halftime. Cincinnati minus 12 and 28. Who the fuck did they play this week to be laying 8, to be laying 12? Does make them minus 30 for the game? They think Oklahoma State's just going to quit? Cincinnati has Baylor at home next week. I got news for you. They ain't fucking beating this team by more than 30. I don't care how bad it looks. I mean, Oklahoma State's at Texas Tech. That's an unwinnable game. They'll be catching 40. No, I don't. Oklahoma State plus 12 in the second half. It's 13. At 13. It's South Point. 13. 398 Oklahoma State plus 13. Hang on. You got to go on that. That's there's a principle involved. It's not fun betting on bad teams. It's cool betting them in these spots. That line's not close to being right. Anything more than like 7.5 is too much, just given the situation. I know the game line closed what it did. Was it 24? Yeah, no, it's too high. Everything's too high. They don't have to cover the game, let alone the second half. Hang tight. This is in plus 13. I'm waiting on the order to be filled. 398 plus 13 flat. I would take 12 if that's all you can find. 13 is the play at 398. Oklahoma State plus 13 in the second half. Utah Brigham Young 10-7 at the half. That one, the Holy War's been in for a bit. Virginia on the safety had a free kick. There's penalties everywhere. They're going to have to go back to their own 30. Washington State only has one timeout left. I don't know what's happened to make them call their first two. And Florida Atlantic did score a touchdown to cut the South Florida lead to 21-13 to start this third quarter. How about a stop there? When did this thing have a chance to win at FAU? Go ahead. Beat them on the field. Fuck all the points. Iowa Penn State 21-19. I have to find that game. I have to make some adjustments to my TV. I promise. It's the second time today I've made promises that I haven't fulfilled, which I will do shortly. Georgia State did score against Georgia Southern. They lead 24-20 late in the third. Take the remotes, make some changes here, societal changes in my life. Let's see. These two are the ones that are important for right now. Rutgers scored against Oregon, 56-9. That puts the total over the number. So as little as you think that might matter, it does. The total was 62 in that game. Over. Oregon covers, gets all the money. Any correlated parlays that anybody allowed you to bet minus 18 to over 62, which was as correlated as it comes, despite the math not necessarily outlawing it from you. Good job for those who did it. Favorite to over gets there, never a sweat. Once Rutgers did their part. 2:30 to go in this Virginia mess against Washington State. I'm not sure what's happening with the Cats. It is 6:48 Pacific, 9:48 Eastern. We are nearing, we're 10 hours, almost 10th hour of live stuff today here on the SWEATBOX. A good bit to go. Lots of excitement happening. Hang with me. I need to take just a quick break to fix the TVs and the bathroom situation. All the halftimes are gone from everything that you need to know about. Missouri and Auburn. Second half about to kick. Half point, 20.5, 21 the total from Missouri at Auburn. Yeah, that game's the second half's already gone. Bad job by a couple of line services. Cincinnati 28-10 over Oklahoma State. Bearcats 12. At a lot of places, there's 13 out there. Even a 12 is a take. Not for as much as I would like to have, but 12 would be like at least a unit and a half, maybe up to 2. Anything more than that on Cincinnati up to 13, on Oklahoma State plus 13. Clearly worth 2 units plus 2.5. We actually, I think, got on Oklahoma State. If it loses, you just lose. You have to bet on bad teams sometimes. It sucks. BYU and Utah, second half line, 4.5, 5 on Utah. Lean BYU, no strong opinion. 24 the total. With the total that low, I think that the points are a premium. You're going through 0, so that 4.5 to 5 isn't worth as much. Kentucky has tied it against Texas. I didn't see how, but it's 10-all there. Cats with a 5-play, 56-yard touchdown drive. The score was on a Boley 16-yard carry for a touchdown. Commonwealth Stadium is likely shaking, and for given how much, but again, they don't really want this guy fired, but do they? 270 to 139 is the yardage. Kentucky leads in both passing and rushing yardage by significant amounts. 19 first downs to 7. It's 10-all, and Texas, after a no gain, a 5-yard carry by Wisner, and then Arch Manning's pass to Mosley incomplete. The Longhorns will have to punt it. 10:57 to go. The Cats get it back after the UT punt. UT is really fucked up for me to say. All right. The good news for UCLA for me is that Maryland's led their teams by scoring every quarter, and they're minus 31 in the fourth, which is 8th worst in the country. Let's see if UCLA can make something happen here. Even a touchdown to win it by 4 wouldn't be the worst thing ever. They're going to force a punt on 3rd and 9, a gain of about 6 out of the backfield to Williams. First play of the fourth. Okay. All right. I told you I was taking a break. It's not going to be a long one. It's bathroom, it's snacks, it's more iced tea, and it's TVs. Let's call it 5 to 6 minutes. 9:51, I'll be back before 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Hang tight. Volume will stay on. You hear me cussing and screaming if I can't find the TVs that I want. fuck is going on out here? Fucking let those fucking idiots ruin my night. What was I gonna watch up here? Hey, did you do anything with that second half of Cincinnati and Oklahoma State? What a fucking deal that line was, huh? 13. I don't give a fuck who wins. How can that be the right line? Yeah, okay. This fucking Virginia, I'm gonna get their ass. They fucking suck. I can't wait to get them. Yeah, I mean, this is the most phony fucking ranking of all time. Yeah. I wish you luck. I didn't do anything with it. Okay. No, I mean, if Indiana ticket pocket, anybody that has anything on the futures market at all, they got to be rooting against Notre Dame, and they're a problem. And they're power rated number 3, probably or 4th, no matter what you talk to or who you look at, when you look at who you talk to. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I can't believe that. Hey, buddy, how's your day? All good here? Look at this shit. Are you fucking kidding me here? Incredible. Sometimes it's the way the football gods want it. Hey pal, you got anything in the late stuff I need to sweat or no? All right. I mean, I'll watch the Florida State game. I don't know what to think. They obviously not very good, but the Stanford's pretty bad. The line's right. I mean, before it starts at least. I'll look forward to getting involved if I have to. We have a decent second half Tennessee bet and a decent play on the game for Alabama. So if the way it goes now, 10 would be awesome. Okay. Yep. Talk to you later, pal. Good luck. Hello, boys and girls. Welcome back here in the SWEATBOX. I can't remember if I muted myself or not. I don't think I did. We're approaching 10 hours of streaming today. Long way to go. Travis Shaw down for Texas. Third down for the Cats. 10-10. Third and long. They did fumble and got their own fumble. And now what the hell's happened in UCLA? Call upheld? These fucking ruins. God. No turnovers in 3 straight games, and tonight 3 turnovers. Season high. Maryland takes over around midfield, 13 minutes left. It just becomes a battle of nobody wants to fuck it up. I don't blame them. South Florida leads FAU 24-13, 8 minutes to go in the third. Optimistically giving my hands the praying motion here. Chance to score here to get yourself in it with a chance to win it, let alone covering the big number. Georgia State leads Georgia Southern. Oh, no, they don't. I'm fake news. Georgia Southern scored 27-24, 14:40 left in that one. How about a stop at another score? That'd be awesome to find a way to get this one. Seems like we got the wrong side. Oh, do better, UCLA. 3rd and 8. They knew they were throwing it. It's double coverage back there, and they didn't pick it. They'll have to punt it, but still, field position will get flipped here after that UCLA turnover. I don't even know what I want. I feel like the UCLA winning by 3 is like the huge favorite at this point. FAU 3rd and 21. That's not ideal. 1st and 15 for Goss State against Gasso. This is an interesting 1-5 battle for Georgia State. They're only 0-2 in the league. Georgia Southern is 2-4, but 0-3 in the league. Auburn field goal is good. They have tied Missouri at 10-all. No, it's no good. What is he? Is he praising the Lord on a miss? He is. He missed it right. Oh, it banged off the bar. Fuck me. Tough beat. I don't have much sympathy for these football coaches that have long-term deals. I will say that. I mean, if Hugh Freeze gets fired, I mean, think about some of the heinous things he did in a past life at Ole Miss. Gets the Liberty job, gets promoted to Auburn, and he's got multi-years left. If they fire him, he's going to get paid forever. James Franklin's going to get paid $45 million and not coach another game. If he does coach, he's going to have to give up that $45 million. I mean, at least some of it. Like I'm sorry, I just don't feel sympathy for this. They know what they sign up for. These coaches that start at the bottom make jack shit for money, and then when they make it to the big time, they if you get fired, you get fired. That's life. Fuck, take your L, move on. The Knights against Calgary are on. I'll watch that later. It's good to know that I can get to it here after this football calms down. Let's watch and see what's happening with Notre Dame and Southern Cal. Got a commercial there. 21-13 Irish, 7:14 to go in the third. Did think Notre Dame was probably a good bet in the second half. The line was a little higher than I liked. BYU and Utah's underway in the second half, 10-7. Utes. I would prefer to watch Tennessee Bama instead for the time being. That one's a smidge ahead. And Tennessee's outplayed Bama in this game, to be quite frank with you. That 14-point swing before the half is a big killer, plus the safety. All this is fine. If the score goes in the way that it is, that'd be awesome by me. I have to watch it, so I'm not reliant whatsoever on any of these scores page. The odds and scores pages are I won't say trash, but right now they kind of are trash. I can only trust with what I see with my eyes, and these scores have been constantly wrong. UCLA 5 drives this half, 3 punts, an INT, and a lost fumble. The INT was a pick 6, so I'm gonna leave money out of our accounts if he doesn't do better here. Kentucky is punting back to Texas. 8:18 left, 4th and 2 at the 43. The punt is high. It's short. It's down at the 23. So about a 34-yard punt. Can we not do better than that? Texas takes over 10-all. What is Kentucky's all-time record against Manning quarterbacks is the athletic trivia question. Well, they went 0 and a jillion against Tennessee. They didn't beat Ole Miss. Archie, they didn't beat him either, probably. I'm going to say 0 and 8. Let's find out what that is when they put it up again. 4 against Peyton. 2 against Eli. No, I'll say 1 against 0 and 7. The schedule was different then, though. Maybe not. Maybe 2 against Archie and only 1 against Eli. Or maybe 3 and then 2 against Eli. No, the price says 0 and 7 or 0 and 8. Kentucky wasn't good enough to beat any of those Mannings. Definitely not in the 90s. Maybe they'll beat the grandson tonight. Texas is averaging 399 yards a game. Tonight they have 138. Kentucky's defense has played well. We knew that could happen. Their defense is good. The offense is just so bad, it's hard to overcome anything. Here comes a blitz over the middle, incomplete. Again, not a good pass. This team ain't winning anything with this guy. I'm not saying he won't be good enough. He's just not this year. They're not. It's not like it's going to get better anytime this year. It's not. I've seen enough. Everybody should have seen enough at this point. They're not winning. What the fuck is UCLA doing? The clock is moving. 2nd and 10, and they're standing in a huddle. 11 minutes left, not doing shit. Arch Manning rolls right, fires it to his back. It's complete. They do get some yardage on 3rd and 11. It's going to be 4th and 4 at their own 31. 7:15 left. Tennessee will have... Fuck! I'm going to shock myself the next time that happens. I'm going to find myself a shocker or a zapper or something. That's at least 5 times I've done that tonight. Texas will have to punt. Tennessee and Bama are playing in Tuscaloosa. Bama has the ball at their own dick line, 23-13, 5:51 to go after they've gotten it back. Their first 2 drives this half, a punt and a fumble. Pistol formation. Simpson, no play fake, just fires to the outside, complete to his receiver. That guy's Williams, a stud. First down to the 15. Roll Tide. Williams. Bang, bang. Cats get it back, 6:38 left. What's happening with Georgia Southern? Oh, I love this. Some razzle-dazzle. 2nd and 8, complete for about 5. They're up 3. How about a touchdown here? Let's just go ahead and put this thing to where you get the cover and then go from there. Oh, 1-7. They beat Archie back in '69, 10-9. Fuck! I knew I was close. They did win one. I thought 0-7. That was too easy to guess. 4-0 Pat Manning, 1-0 Eli, 2-0 Archie, but it was 2-1 Archie. Damn it. That's okay. I'm on things. Can't get them all. I was close. I was in the ballpark. Maybe they can win tonight and go 2-7. Be awesome. Although again, I'm sure there's people in this game, just like there were Florida fans today that did not want Sunbelt Billy to beat Mississippi State to go ahead and ensure his demise. There's a lot of UK fans that probably don't want Stoops to continue, and this win will almost guarantee that. The funny thing is they're so far behind in the SEC. It's not like, oh, they're 3-3 in the league and they have Louisville later and then another non-conference. No, they're not making any. They're not winning 6 games. I mean, with this offense, it seems like impossible. Now this running back, Dal Ellis, is a stud. And they give it to the other guy this time. First down, Cats. 6 minutes to go, clock moving. I'm on a delay here. Stormy's working. I wanted to see what she has to say. Damn it. I actually should have talked. I'm really good friends with her partner at Visa and JVT. I should have had a chat with him just to see if, just to be friendly, like if she had any plans of what she's doing in Lexington. I had a hell of a time hanging out, having some pizza, and a lot of people were drinking. I was not doing so fairly recently. Husband was a pretty cool dude as well. Would have liked to have told him, hey, here's what y'all got to do when you go to Lexington. I can't help her when she goes to San Diego or, if she goes to cover games in Fort Collins or in Starkville, Mississippi, like she's done earlier this year. But Lexington, I got the goods there. Pittsburgh punts it back to Syracuse. It's 20-7 early in the fourth quarter there. Orange not doing anything to have a chance to win it, but they're not trying to screw it up either. So about what you expect there. Let me give myself some volume in this Kentucky-Tennessee game. It's 6. Kentucky-Texas game, 10-all, 4:41 left. Boley trying to find a way to win one here. First down, Kentucky. I think he's out of bounds. They're not going to review this? Nope. So Kentucky subs, Texas subs, Kentucky false starts. There were 9 guys in the box there. Like, hopefully he was checking to something, and then somebody shit their pants. UCLA 3rd and 8. Now it's going to be, 3rd and 3. It's going to be 4th and 3. 8:22 to go. They're not in field goal range. They're going to have to go for it. I hope. $56-10 the final in Piscataway. Oregon has beaten Rutgers. That 22-20 Virginia final over Washington State's got my ass chapped. We're going to get this, Virginia boys and girls, I promise you. It ain't going to happen now or next week. Irish have scored. They lead USC. Oh, the extra point's no good. 27-24. 4:17 to go in the third. That'll be one to watch. Again, the most important game of the day in terms of playoff situations. UCLA kicked a 57-yard field goal? Oh my fucking God. This guy, whatever happens, they deserve whatever. He missed it wide to the left. Have the leg? I care about that more than anything. I think it was short. I know it was left. 7:39 left. Maryland takes over at their own 43 or some shit. Up by 3. And the key is just don't fuck it up. They haven't done anything on offense the whole second half, but they're up by 3 because they have a pick 6. I can't believe this shit. How did this Notre Dame touchdown come about? Now I have to look this up. 100-yard touchdown? So USC scored a touchdown, and then Notre Dame ran the kickoff back? I'm completely fucked. I have no clue what's happening here. Okay, so Price ran it back after it was 24-21. USC took the lead and Notre Dame ran the kickback. 3 plays, 71 yards, 53 seconds after the field goal to cut it to 21-16. I'm fucked. I mean, I have to. All I know was I like second half over, and I lean second half Notre Dame, but I don't have a clue. Over was the play, and that seems like it's good. Kentucky's going to punt it. 3.5 to go at their own 45. It's like 4th and 6. Southern Cal starts at their own 24. 4:10 left in the third. Bama, first down. Oh, is this a pick? Nope. Wow, big drive Bama here. 23-13. I sure would do whatever if this game could fall 10. That'd be awesome. We'll scoop everything. Scoop Jackson. Nothing else has happened here recently that you guys even know about. The scoreboard channel is woefully behind on everything. I'm to the point where I can't trust it on anything either. I don't even bother. Penn State, Iowa, 25-24 Hawkeyes. I need to put that one on TV. Give me a second. Oh, huge. Is this a return on the punt? Texas actually netted +3 on the return. They're going to start at the Kentucky 42. 2:36 left. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. 1 second here.
Businesses work best when they put people first. Your dedicated Cintas service rep help make sure your team has the essential products they need, where and when they need them, to help keep them looking great, feeling confident, and ready to be their best. Get Cintas and get ready for the workday. Zach, T-Mobile home internet is so good. I wish I could tell the whole world. Zach, go right ahead. T-Mobile's got home internet. T-Mobile's got home internet. It's just $35 a month, guaranteed for 5 years. I'm switching. That's true. T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month, and it's guaranteed for 5 years. Versus thought. Know the difference. Breaking down cardboard is something you have to do, not something you get.
All right, so I figure out a way to jerry-rig the TV situation to where I've got everything on that I want. Again, Penn State, Iowa game. 3.5 to go in the fourth, 25-24 Iowa. Notre Dame 27-24 over Southern Cal, 2nd and 8. First down now at the 32 for USC. Irish on the move. That's after a USC pick. Auburn touchdown against, that's Mapson, 1 yard in, and they lead Missouri now. 35 seconds to go in the third, 13-10 point pending. Texas lets the clock run to the 2-minute warning. They have a kicker that knocked one through Mars. The situation in that game is weird because Kentucky's been better. The yards are higher, everything, but Texas has had 2 big punt returns that set up their first and only touchdown tonight, and they now have a situation where the punt return netted them +2 after the Kentucky punt, and they have a chance to kick a field goal now. Not really need much more yardage to do so. 31-13, South Florida leads Florida Atlantic, a punt down inside the 10, but South Florida touchdown will get them ahead of the number. So bad job over here for me. Bama, 1st and 10, 34 seconds to go in the third, clock moving at the 12, play fake, roll out, catch, and touchdown Alabama. I have them, Rico Scott. I'm okay with it. Tennessee will have to fight back. I have them for the game, Tennessee second half. 9 plays, 99 yards, 5:26 off the clock. Very impressive answer from Bama, given where they were put on the field in a 10-point game. 2nd and 4 for Texas at the UK 36. You guys are going to be ahead of me in this game. It's ESPN. I'm going to listen to it and watch it on my pace and not watch the box score. False start, Texas. Oh, 25-24 Iowa. 3rd and 6 Hawkeyes. Penn State's out of timeouts. So they have the ball and a chance to run it out here, close to it. This game's going to fall 1 over the total. I don't know. I didn't watch one play of this game until now, so I have no clue how it got to this point. Wisner tackled on 2nd and 9. It'll be 3rd and 6. Cats have all their timeouts, not calling any yet. They have an injury, so they might have to call one whether they want it or not. Shipley is 40 of 46 in his career. He's already made one earlier, and he has length through the moon.
Great kid who loves his program. Another local grew up in Lexington. Dad played for the Wildcats. You imagine all the people in this program were desperate for a win. Nobody's more desperate than
Jesus Christ, I did a bad job here. I'm here, and I keep saying be right back. Hopefully you guys haven't given up on me yet. 11th hour of the day. Georgia Southern up 34-24 with the ball with 7 minutes left. Looks like my play there is good. They're in the red zone again. Touchdown would really ice this thing away. Final score, Penn State, Iowa, 25-24. Hawkeyes have beaten Penn State. Nittany Lions go to 0-4 in the Big Ten. Iowa to 5-2 on the season. End of the third in Auburn. They lead Missouri 14-10. I'll say one thing: if these odds screens are all fucked up, all of them, I don't have Spanky or Don Best anymore these days. But Lord knows I'll be. People will love watching me going forward, knowing that I got the nuts when it comes to what I'm watching and what I'm able to see on the odds screens and with the scores being right. 30-13 at the end of 3. 30-13 at the end of 3. Bama leads Tennessee. 3rd and 7 for Texas. 1:44 to go. Cats with 2 timeouts left. You guys might be ahead of me. I don't give a shit. I'm watching the Cats on the feed that I want to. 22-7, first downs, 330 to 154. Time of possession, 38 to 19. Kentucky's done everything right here out of their bye. They just have to find a way to win the game. Simple as that. They're at the 39. So it's Bombino from here. Not that he can't make it. Kentucky showing blitz. Here they come. Eli's pass is complete, or Arch's pass is complete. First down to the UK 28 to Moore. And they're going to be able to run the clock as far as they want to now to kick a field goal to win it. A-gap blitz was picked up by the running back, Weisner. Good job there. I don't have to listen to this shit anymore. I already know how this ends. I've been rooting for Kentucky football for long enough to know is what it is. They'll lose 13-10. There's a big, across the street from my place, there's a big antiques mall. And about, I'll say 3 times a year, they have a, what do you want to call it? They have a bunch of cars will congregate in the lot in the middle of the morning on a Sunday when it's not open, or early Sunday, or like late at night, like now, that they started a half hour ago. And there's people honking their horns. There's classic cars. There's this, there's that. It's like a festival or a carnival. It's unannounced. There's nothing about it that's official. It's just they show up. There's people from everywhere, and they make a ton of noise. Listen, I have no problem with it, but I don't know what's coming, so I have to shut my door and try to shield myself from it. I admire the fact that they do it. I just wish I knew when it was coming. Nothing else to it than that. Okay, so Shipley's made a 53-yarder earlier, and he's going to have one that's closer than that to win it. Kentucky just called a timeout. 2nd and 10 with 1:10 left. Texas is probably a cinch to run the ball twice more and run it down to about, 20 seconds left. Cats will be out of timeouts, and their offense has been woefully inept most of the night anyways. I think UCLA just had a guy die on the field. It's a catch. Is there targeting, hopefully? I don't know. There might be death both ways. The Maryland guy's coming off. It's 10-7 with 4:51, and UCLA does have the ball in Maryland territory. Maybe I'm not totally dead there. We'll see. I'm not holding my breath. Nothing's gone well for me in that one. Oh, no. South Florida, big play. Did he score? Oh, fuck me. They're actually ahead of the number now. I have to hope they let off the gas. It is 38 to 13 points. Good. 13:39 left. Come on, FAU. Show some pride. Get inside the fucking number. Hopefully South Florida sits some guys out. They need to win next week in Memphis. Don't need any more effort in this game. This is just a stop and go, and the Florida Atlantic defender fell for it. You got a bunch of rain. The field's all fucked up. Plus, they play at the Buck Stadium, so there's too many games there to begin with. Piss on my ass. What is this? Tennessee on 4th and 4, first down pass by Aguilar out towards the midfield. Early in the fourth quarter, Bama 30 to 13. Texas has 4th and 1 with 1 minute to go. They're going to kick it for sure. I mean, they're too. Why would they go for it? Fucking awesome. Oh, what did they do? Did they pass and incomplete? Yeah. Okay. All right. If he misses, that'd just be awesome. Come on. I don't want to use my one time on a game I have no money on. Well, we have a little bit of Kentucky plus 13. Not a lot. This is only a 39-yarder. Pretty much a chip shot for guys with this kind of talent. He'll be kicking on Sundays starting in about 300 days. Snap down up, right through the middle. Texas 13, Kentucky 10, 57 seconds left. Cats are out of timeouts. I thought they had one left, no? Okay. Oh, the missed pass after the time. Okay. I love the fact that Texas band traveled to this game. They go to all of them? That's pretty awesome. First time they've ever played in Lexington, I think, or at least in this conference for sure. Bishop, first down balls. 13 minutes to go there. 30-13, Bama. A couple of the late games are underway. Nevada, New Mexico is one of the last ones. Florida State, Stanford is the last one. Bruins are in, bitch. Let's fucking go. Mikey Matthews from IMLA, a 13-10 extra point pending for the UCLA Bruins at 3:33 left at the Rose Bowl to put this thing on 4, which is what it closed. Cats have it out to the 28. 51 seconds left. That's one hell of a stat. Stoops is the longest tenured coach in the SEC. All right, Boley. Make it happen, Dad. Just get us a field goal. Let's go from there. Boley back. Boley going to run it. He's got at least a first down. Gain of about 14. 43 seconds left. Stop the clock for fuck's sakes. It's a chains move. Shotgun. Trips right. Dumps it off to the back. He's got a nice cut. First down at about 16 yards. 33 yards left. They're into Texas side of the field. They're only about 10 yards away from field goal range. McGowan with a great play there. Clock will start again. Gun. 2 to each side. Boley a gun over the middle. Incomplete. Best thing that could have happened. A catch there would have been terrible. Would have been a 3-yard gain and the clock would continue to run. 27 seconds left, 2nd and 10. And again, if you guys are watching ahead of me, fuck yourselves. I can't help it. I'm watching this game on a delay. I don't care. Actually, in the future, I can't wait for you guys to show me what you're watching when you have it live or if you're at the game. As it stands, my only live feeds are ABC. Well, not live, but my feeds that are faster than you guys are NBC, ABC, CBS, Big Fox, CW, Unimas, Telemundo. Wow. Out of bounds my ass. He's in bounds. A terrible call by the ref. I'll take it. 3rd and short-ish. It's around field goal range. I don't trust Kentucky's kicker from this far. They need to get some more yards. I'd like them to go find more yards and win the game and score a touchdown, not kick a field goal. This fucking announcer's a fucking retard. Fuck you. 3rd and 6 to go run the ball. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean run the ball? They run the ball. They're out there. It's 4th down. Kicking it from the moon. Oh, we got offsides, Texas? So it would have been 4th and 3, but it's offsides, Texas. That's going to make it 3rd and 1 for UK with 20 seconds left. USC had a guy wide open in this one. What's happened in this game? 27-24, USC has it at the Notre Dame 38, first down. That is a critical error. You cannot go offsides there if you're Texas. That's a really bad play. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Mayaba, back to pass, just spits the ball out. Notre Dame hits him and forces a fumble. They'll take over at midfield, 11-11 to go. Notre Dame with the ball up by 3 at midfield. They're not even going to review that. Kentucky first down to the 26. First down. Spiked it. So 14 seconds left with 20 at the 27. No field goal. God damn it. Go for it, you fuck. There's too much time left. Oh, man. I mean, he's a good kicker, but fuck, there's enough time to try to take a shot. It's going to be a 45-yarder for Kentucky. Right hash. Snap. Down, up. It's good. 13 all. Kentucky and Texas. 9 seconds left in Lexington. Florida State, Stanford is supposed to come on ESPN right now. That will not start on ESPN right now. They'll have to find somewhere else to put it. Florida Atlantic down by 25, 12 and a half to go at midfield. I need points there. And there probably won't be a field goal. I need a touchdown pretty much immediately. Where does UK find a kicker from Billings, Montana? I'm not against the field goal. I'm against the fact that they didn't do something to get a little closer to have it or take a chance at trying to score a touchdown. Like, why don't you fake something to the outside left and then throw it to the end zone right, or vice versa? Like, they might know what you're doing, but don't throw it where you get picked. Obviously, but have one of your receivers, the 6'5" guy or whatever. There's no dang key anymore, but somebody that can make a play. If you have one, you'd like to think you would, against the Texas 5'10" defensive back that's a 4-star or 5-star. Try to throw it against him and make a play. But if you can't, you can't. So be it. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. The fact that UK's been the better team and they want to go to overtime, I'm okay with that. I mean, Stoops knows it. They've been better all night. And the funny thing about it is the live line and the overtime line is going to be Texas the favorite, and it's not right. Kentucky's been the better team in this game. If they win it, there's not an accident about it. They've been better. Texas's points have come off of special teams again, and then a short field. I mean, Kentucky's outgained them 2-1. They've been better. So for UK to win overtime is not a bad thing. Texas is going to have to start from their own 20. It's taking forever. Their own 25 with only 1 second left. So that'll be it. 13 all. We're going to go to overtime in this one. Tennessee, 13 plays, 75 yards, 4:34 off the clock, and they're in. And now we get Bama and we get Tennessee second half. Scoop the whole pot. Long way to go. But it's funny. I have against Texas and against Tennessee, and I'm wearing a goddamn orange shirt. Welcome to the SWEATBOX. Those of you who are not familiar with it, welcome in. 10 and a half hours through the stream today. We're looking for another solid hour or so. Hawaii has beaten Colorado State 31-19. That's a final in Fort Collins. 367 and 368. That game stays under the total by a little bit, and Hawaii outright. Absolutely the right side. We're going to overtime in Lexington, 13 all. And I'm not watching Twitter. I'm not watching my feeds. I don't care if you guys are ahead of me. It is what it is. My TVs are behind. Everything's fucked. Florida Atlantic sucks ass. They're down 38-13. Georgia Southern up 41-24. That's very good. A lot of time running out on Georgia State there. I'm not going to grade it yet, but kind of am. And UCLA, 4th and 14. There's a man down. 2:09 left against Maryland. They're up 14-10. Pittsburgh leads Syracuse 23-13. Cuse has the ball. 6:15 left. My scoreboard and lines channel is completely shot. There's been nothing worth mentioning that's been updated in forever. It's not updating anywhere else either. I don't know whether it's the same thing with Don Best and Spanky as well. I'm glad I'm watching all these games. To be honest, part of me's happy, especially with Florida Atlantic, South Florida. I'm not happy about it because the result's no good. Everything else, I'm very happy about it. Notre Dame, 8:42 to go. They're up by 3, 1st and 10 at the USC 21. Gun, draw, broken tackle by Love, down inside the 5, 1st down, Irish. I mean, every time I look up there, Notre Dame's running the ball for 1,000,000 yards. How the fuck did they ever stop them? Like, to me, it's a total mismatch. And the worst part about this Notre Dame is if they win this game, they're going to get in, and they're going to be a problem for everybody else. And like I say, I don't have anything on them, and I don't want them. The worst thing that could happen is like IU gets the 1 or the 2, well, depending on what happens, they play Ohio State and how serious they take it. And then Notre Dame gets in, it's like the 9. And the next thing you know, you got to play Notre Dame in the 2nd round. Fuck off. Because there's just a significant upgrade. As much as I like Leonard, and he is playing for the Colts, he won't play. I mean, he's on the roster, and he's getting a winning mentality, playing behind Jones, and being in the organization. I mean, he's not an NFL guy compared to this guy. This Carr is going to be drafted up there with a lot of these guys that everybody talked so high about beforehand. The season started. It was all about, Arch Manning, and this, and that. And this is such a great draft class. No, this guy from Notre Dame is a fucking monster. He just banged it in right there. Touchdown Irish. They lead it now, and they're ahead of the number. CJ Carr's run puts them up. I think it's 33-24. 7:16 to go. 7 plays, 52 yards, 3:55 off the clock. They're not above the number. I'm fake news. They're actually going to only be up 10. They will not be ahead of the number yet at all. Kentucky, Texas going to Ott. 13 all. I have no clue what happened with the coin toss. So Kentucky gets the ball first. Texas wins the toss and goes on defense. Irish. Oh, fuck off. Florida Atlantic stinks. You make your bed, you gotta land it. Aller knocks out DeRitter. Retirement. Round 4 at the end of the round, huh? Wow. I would sure like Kentucky to score a touchdown on this first drive and then put pressure on Texas to do something. I don't think they can answer. Need some candy. What is this? Watermelon? Cherry? I'm in on some cherry. All right, Cats. Here we go. Bama with it back 30-20. 10 minutes to go in the game. Big game for the Cats on first down to the 3. Swing pass out to the right. Great work. Has Kentucky led this game? I don't think they have. They blitzed the world. UK read it well. Georgia Southern, take it down, boss. How about that? 22 yards on first down from the 5. That was their longest play from scrimmage. And don't worry, power formation, First and goal to 3, no chance to score, and they don't. Give them 1 yard. Second and goal to 2. Please do not kick a fucking field goal here. Find a way to bang this fucking thing in. Soups is so fucking, he's so fucking, he wants to put his big dick on the table all the time. It's 5-star guys. Play fake, throw, Boley. No chance. He does get a yard. Watch the replay of that one if you guys want to get a good laugh. Texas had no fucking shit. Third and goal to 1. Third and goal to 1. All right, Cats, fuck off, man. Go. No, there's no decision. You try to play to win the game. You play to win the game. Nope. Short. Went over the top. Fourth and goal inside the 1. Now what? Fuck. See, the part of me wants to kick it. They've been the better team. I mean, I'm okay with it kicking. You already put yourself in the spot, but I mean, fuck. I mean, you don't have to punch it in. Find a way to run a play that nobody sees is going to happen. Here we go. Play clock's reset. 13 all. Cats have it. They're super bunch formation. No chance. Stuff shop short. Stevie Wonder could have seen that coming. The formation's fine. The play call's not. Texas's entire team was selling out to that. They were actually offside, but I wouldn't even call it. The play call was so bad, if I was the ref, I'd just say, fuck it. I'm not calling offside on this. USC has 4th and inches down by 10 against Notre Dame. At their own 44, Notre Dame's selling out to stop whatever up front. Mayava play fake incomplete. Notre Dame gets it back on downs. I mean, I think that's an RPO, and if he gives the ball to the back, it's a first down. I mean, that's one of those. Lincoln Riley makes his decision to put his trust in a quarterback that makes a play that didn't deserve that trust. I mean, that's simple as that. The back. No, it's not. It's just a setup pass. No chance. Notre Dame had the whole thing covered. I hate the call. I want your quarterback to have a chance under center in that spot to either give the ball to a back or make a decision to throw it, especially if he's as good as that guy. Holding against Texas, so 1st and 20. I'm still not holding my breath. They're still in field goal range. Gain of 6 on a reverse. I just can't fucking believe that Kentucky's going to find a way to lose a game like this. I shouldn't say that I can't believe it. Why wouldn't I believe it? That's what happens to them all the time. Now what's happened to this Maryland UCLA, I'm going to lose this game too. The scoreboard shit's not working. Bama up 10, 6.5 to go. Roll right, 3rd and 2. Oh no, a horrible decision. He's so lucky. That should have been intercepted. Tight end was right there, but not even close. 2nd and 15, Texas passes incomplete. 3rd and 15 to 30. Timeout UCLA. They're up 7, 124 left. What's the timeout for UCLA for? I'm going to get super agitated if I lose every one of these fucking games. And the scores aren't updating. I have a shit. Without the TVs, I don't have a fucking clue what's happening. You guys are hanging out. It's awesome. 11 and a half hours. I'm sorry, 11th hour of the thing. 10 and a half hours in. I'm on iced tea. I wish I was on whiskey. The scores aren't updating. This is terrible. The TVs. I gotta find FS1 again, I guess. What else? I got the Iowa game on. That's already final, so Peacock needs to go. Texas has 4th down, a field goal to win the game. I'm sure they'll make it. These kickers are robots. Kentucky had 4th and goal to decline, and they ran a fucking play that the whole world could see what was going to happen. This will be a 44-yard kick for Texas to win the game. I've seen enough of these motherfuckers, too. I'm going to get their ass going forward. Who do they have? They ain't making no fucking playoffs. At Mississippi State, they could lose that game. Vandy at home, they could lose that game. At Georgia, Arkansas, A&M, they ain't making no fucking playoffs. Six minutes to go, Bama. Clock moving, 1st and goal at the 4, up by 10 against Tennessee. Toss sweep to the left. Unless there's an illegal block, that's going to be a touchdown. They ain't getting this guy. He's an animal. 36-20 point pending on the Bama touchdown. Well, the funny thing about this is by Hill. Funny thing about this is that it hasn't been an offensive game. Not by no means. And yet it's going to go screaming over the total. 61. I mean, just screaming over. I mean, as long as Tennessee scores again, which I expect them to. Hope they will. 3rd and 3, the Maryland quarterback fires it to the outside. Incomplete, out of bounds. There is a penalty flag. I'm not sure what it is. Here comes the Texas field goal to win the game from 45. Snap down up, good. Texas 16, Kentucky 13. It's final. Florida State, Stanford will be on ESPN now. That one's fixing to start. It might have already started. I don't fucking know. Yeah, no score early in the first. Kentucky falls to 2-4, 0-4 in the league. Yeah, they have Tennessee Tech and Louisville in the non-conference towards the end. 5-2 Texas is. Yeah, needless to say, I'm not impressed. Oh my God, Maryland scored? Maryland scored. In what world could somebody think that Nevada, New Mexico, starting at 9:45 Eastern would be a good idea? Actually, almost didn't start till 10, but it's not even on the right channel. Maryland, UCLA still playing. Please make the extra point. $17-all. 40 seconds left. I guess the funny thing is that ESPN got it right. They changed it to Texas and Kentucky before it started and left Arkansas and A&M to give them the old middle finger. Didn't matter. All right, so Notre Dame is up 10 with 3:31 left.
To the original line of scrimmage as
Game sit on the number. That's a horrible number, I think, for the bookmakers. I can't, the score is not updating. The line was 11 and 60, but at one point it was 9.5, 10. All sharp money on the Irish earlier to push the game up to closer to 11. Allen beats DeRitter. Okay, great. If you guys watch me long enough, and you have, it's been almost 11 hours today. I'm constantly looking back and forth at box scores, screens, lines, or whatever. Nothing right now I trust over my eyes watching TV. So, oh, Bama's smoking cigars already, up by 17 with 5:49 left. The cigars are already in the air at Bryant-Denny Stadium. I feel like it's too early for that. Hopefully the Vols can score a touchdown and cut to 10 and get all second half cheese. I will say one thing. There's not much that beats a hot-ass SEC chick smoking a cigar. That would be wife material, that's for sure. UCLA, 24 seconds left. They're trying to get into field goal range to win it in regulation. I hope they don't relay 3.5 there. They don't deserve to cover for sure, but if they have a chance in overtime, that'd be awesome. First down, Vols. 37-20, Bama, 5:40 to go. Aguilar completes it over the middle. Florida State, Stanford. The Tree leads at 3-0 against the Noles. What's this call? There's nothing to that. There can't be interference there. That ball's uncatchable. Oh, man. First down UCLA like the 41. They're getting close to field goal range. 20-17 would be no good. 4th and 15, Irish at the 28. They're going for it. 4-man rush. They chucked it to the end zone. No way. Incomplete. All right. USC gets it back. 2:35 left. The cover's in hand. Go find a way to win it now. They're out of timeouts, so it'll be tough. Aguilar bombs one down the field to the 26. First down, Vols. Down 17. Clock's supposed to stop on the first down. 4:50 to go. Regulation. Alabama timekeeper decides it's better to keep it going. What's happening in the Cincinnati-Oklahoma State game? Here I was telling you guys that the best bet of the whole season was second half Oklahoma State, and I can't get a fucking update. $42-17. So far, so good. 14-7. Where are we at? This entire thing is a mess. Pittsburgh first and goal, 23-13 against Syracuse. South Florida Florida Atlantic game's a fucking mess. I already should have quit that one. 42-17 Cincinnati. Oh, fuck off. Pick 6 for Cincinnati to make it 42-17. It was 35-17, and this sucks. All right, I ain't gonna sweat it anymore. Don't have it on. Don't need it on. Don't want it on. Oh, I can actually get it. Do I have the remote for this? No, no good. I do. I think it's over here. Too much happened. Missouri kicks scores against Auburn and gets the extra points. Good. 5:07 to go. 17 all on the Plains between the Tigers and the Tigers. Hell of a game. I'll keep an eye on that one. Two-minute warning. USC down 10 against the Irish. Come back to that one shortly. Bama up 17. Tennessee second and 14 at the Bama 19. Gun. 2 wide receivers each side. Over the middle. Incomplete. Third and 14. 3:56 left there. Vols have all 3 timeouts. UCLA is going to kick a 23-yard field goal to win the game. It's good. Fuck everybody. Fuck off. UCLA wins it. They go to 3-4. Maryland to 4-3. UCLA does not cover the numbers that were most important. At one point, they got down to 3 and 2.5. Wise guys played with the game. Got it back up to 4 at the end. I'd love to know how much they got at -2.5 and -3 compared to what they got later. Called a loss in the contest on 374. But the contest, the thing about that is you have to get lucky to win that shit. Same thing in the NFL. I mean, you have to be able to pick winners, and Chris Felic has had a hell of a year this year. And he's had mostly winners and a couple of good breaks. I've got the best of him a couple of times. He's got the best of me a lot more. When we're up head to head. I have no clue if he's involved in that game. But to think that UCLA had a chance to actually, the way that they won it, I mean, to give up a touchdown to win and then kick a field goal and win by 3 was sucked. I mean, they should have won by 4. Florida State's kicking a 57-yard field goal. Weinberg, I'm sure the Stanford people are booing the shit out of him. He's a Jew, right? Can I make that joke? I'm allowed to do whatever I want to. Missed it wide right. Might have been short. Nope. Made the distance. Just missed it right. 4:25 to go in the first. Stanford 3, Florida State 0. Noles, I would say they're not all the way asleep, but they're half asleep. Hang tight. I'm going to stick around for this one. If there's a halftime play, we'll make sure we get involved. I'm not going to sit here and call it a night before we have a chance to do something there. They're going to keep showing Alabama chicks smoking cigars in the stands. I can at least stay around for that. 4th and 11 for the Vols. They're down 17. Their field goal is the right play here. It really is. I mean, I'm not saying that I want that. I'm saying that I laid 9, but the bottom line is you're down 3 scores. Kick the field goal and get out of the way. You have to do it at some point. Bama calls timeout. UT has 2 timeouts left. 3:16 on the clock. You have to get it at some point. I don't understand why they wouldn't kick it now. If it was 4th and 3, you go for it. On 4th and 11, I don't know. I don't think so. You kick it and get out of the way. You have a choice to onside kick or go after that. I would onside kick it twice. Fuck do I know. USC has a ball that's gotten tipped like 6 times and hit the ground. Not sure what they're reviewing. Why do they keep showing this guy from UT Martin? Like, what the fuck is he? I do give a super upgrade to the Alabama. Oh, Maryland ran the play, but pitchy woo woo. UCLA almost took it back for a touchdown. That would have been awesome. 20-17, the final Bruins win. Do not cover. Here we go. They went for it. Aguilar throws it halfway to Gadsden. And the cigars will flow freely at this point from here on out until the lightning and the thunderstorms and whatever else blows them out. Because Bama's going to win this game and they're going to cover. $37-20 with 3:09 left. Where did this cigar come from? Is this the only game they do this? I don't understand. All right. I'm going to focus on these last couple games here. Nevada Reno playing New Mexico at 7-3. Lobos lead it. And the Noles are trailing Stanford 4:25 to go in the first, 3-0 after a missed field goal. Live price on this game is 7.5 and 8. It closed 17.5 and 18. Circa went to 17 at the end, which tells me that the anti-Florida State money is alive and well. Who can argue with that after 3 straight losses? Talent-wise, it's not close to being right. Auburn punts it back to Missouri. They'll start at their own 7. 17 all. First down. All right, Vols, how about a stop and get it back and score? 37-27. Let me scoop everything. I have no clue what they're saying about this UT Martin guy. Mexico against Nevada Reno leads 7-3. They're going to have third and goal at the 5. Bama play fake. Get his ass. Damn it. Punt it. Tennessee has a timeout left. They're going to call it? Nope. Smart. Oh, they will. I would have let it go. That time would be more important on offense, but they're down 17. If it was 16-11, then of course you wait. Syracuse fourth and a mile. 30-13 game. They throw it out of bounds. That'll be the final. The Carrier Dome was cleared out anyways for the most part. Pittsburgh wins it by 17. They'll take knees from here. The Vols have Kentucky on the road next week. I mean, that spot's so weird. Kentucky couldn't ask for a better spot if they'd have found a way tonight. They didn't. Touchdown for New Mexico. They go up 13, 3-point pending against Nevada Reno. You guys don't need me for this. I'm a Debbie Downer when it comes to watching Florida State anyways. The South Florida Atlantic game got away. I got that one wrong. And the worst part is I really wanted to bet on South Florida against Memphis State next week, and the line's going to be ruined because South Florida's covered today and Memphis State getting beat outright against UAB. So kind of a fucking bad deal. What's this Notre Dame? Now they're going to cover and win, and they'll no chance. There's not much time left. He did everything in that spot in the game. You have to try to take a crack at it, but we're into the 12th hour of the stream, and there won't be much more. Not much else to say or talk about here. I mean, I got to do some work on the box scores and get ready for tomorrow. There's one more London game, and there's not much else to say or do. Mexico and Nevada Reno 14-3 in the first, and Stanford leads Florida State 3-0 late in the first. Everything else that's important has either gone final or is going to go final. There's no point spread hijinks to any of it. Oh, take it back. Fake news. SEC channel. Missouri and Auburn 17-all. 2 minutes to go in the game. Missouri has it at their own 20. It's a question about how aggressive they'll be here. Yeah, everything's fascinating in this one because of the line being so close to a pick 'em the whole day. This is the one game they got right. And 44 total. Dead and under was correct, and it might go over. I mean, just based on if it goes to overtime at 17-all. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen, but sitting 34 with a 44 total, that's not safe. 34-24, the Irish have beaten USC, and they are now a monster favorite to make the playoffs. And unfortunately for people who have decent seeds like me, I hope to God they get the 8 or the 9. They play Ohio State as the one. That'll be the one game that could fuck everything up. But I think IU will end up being the 2. Well, who knows? They play Ohio State in the championship game, and they beat them, it'll be the 1. If they lose, it'll be the 5 because of stupid fucking rules. So 8, 9, and then 5, 4. I don't know. I'm going to sit here and speculate. We'll see. Need to fix my TV situation. Stop crying and complaining. There's a long way to go here. Some of this stuff, I know you guys aren't ready to quit. Neither am I. There's several of you still watching. Thanks for your effort. I applaud it. USC's last 4 drives: interception, fumble, downs, interception. It's what you call bad teams making bad plays and finding ways to lose. Utah trailing BYU 24-14. Every wise guy on earth was on Utah in this game. Fuck them. Listen, not the wise guys. I love them. I fuck the fact that anybody's sitting there thinking that Utah can possibly be sharp laying points against Brigham Young on the road. Like, I don't get it. And here's the thing. You guys were with me a few weeks ago, and I was talking to Ed, and I said, listen, how the fuck, this is Ed Sammons at the West Games, how the fuck do we get to the point where I'm not even a BYU guy, but I'm Utah. I've gotten them wrong all year. So this is a reason why I was not really involved much. Hang on, 4th and 5, big play. Looks like a first down catch. It's the spot's going to be super important. I think you got it. Yeah, the line judge give it to him. The 35, first down, 3:41 to go, 10-point lead for. Hang on. They're going to spot. They're going to replay this. All right. So before they review this or figure out what's going on with Dampier's completion that makes him 15 for 28 for 166, I was really high on Utah all of last year, and they just kept burning up my ass. And why? It's because Cam Rising was supposed to be the quarterback and didn't play. And so I was like waiting for him to get back and waiting for him to go. And the coach kept saying like he might go this week, he might go this week, he might go this next week. I mean, here I am. I'm not a futures guy, but I had Utah's power rating artificially high based on the fact that quarterback was supposed to play. Because the backups, all 3, 4, 5 of them that played, all sucked dicks. All of them were fucking terrible. From everybody that I've ever talked to that does know or has interacted with Kyle Whittingham, they say he's a fine, upstanding human being, good dude. The fact that he went to BYU, I think, and coaches at Utah, that takes fucking balls of a burglar. It's something to be said for that. But how in the name of Christ can you sit there and lie to the world every week about a quarterback that's never going to fucking play a snap, that was probable in week 1 and gets downgraded to questionable at post time, and then doesn't even fucking dress, and then doesn't play a fucking snap either the whole year, whatever the hell they shit did against Florida. It's a fucking joke. It was a bait and switch, and I got bad information, so of course I'm fucking mad about it. So I'm upset about what this guy did. So all that being said, I've been high on him. He's a great coach. I want to make sure I try to need them when I can. I do whatever I can to try to make Utah's power rating higher, or if the other team is on par or a little bit lower. Like, okay, fine. Let's make sure we have a Utah play. And it came up for the first time this year. They played against Texas Tech at home, and I made Utah like a significant favorite. And I was so happy to have them against Texas Tech. And then I watched the game, and they got the shit beat out of them. It wasn't even competitive. And I asked a couple of friends, did I get this wrong? Like, is Texas Tech better than me? And the answer is, yep. Yeah. Texas Tech is good, and Utah's pretty good, but not as good as Texas Tech. It was a talent situation. And the quarterback for Texas Tech made enough plays to win the game, even the backup. Now, since then, I downgraded Utah through the roof, like way down. So I haven't had them since. And of course, all they do is get the fucking money every game. And then today, every wise guy on the earth's on them, and I'm like, I don't really know. And I'm like, I'm not rooting against these wise guys that are on Utah. I'm rooting against the fact that I want my number to not be wrong. Like, I want it to be good at some point. I think it is, but who knows? Anyways, this game, 401 and 402. I made Utah 4. It opened 2. It closed 4, 4.5. I have nothing to it. And BYU is up 10 in the fourth quarter. And they've been the better team. There's like nothing accidental about this. And of course, with BYU having to make sure they defend passes. Did Florida State? Okay, they made a 39-yard field goal. 3-3 Florida State, Stanford, 14:34 to go. It's actually the best thing that could happen for Florida State. Either they get beat on the field against this piece of shit out west, or they go out there and nobody's paying attention. There's nobody travels, and they just, they win and they move on with their season and go from there. But that's to play a game nowhere near Tallahassee is probably a good thing for them. All right, Utah 24-14 Brigham Young, 3:15 left. I'm ahead of you guys on this feed. The throw is incomplete from Dampier, 15 for 31 now. As good as he is when he outclasses teams, he's not going to beat anybody when the other team's better. And tonight, the other team's better. Simple as that. The receiver fell down. That's not his fault. But the other team's been better in this game. And, not a surprise. I'll adjust this accordingly. I'm not anti or pro Utah, but that that Utah game against Texas Tech was a really, really big stinger because even if you guys are with me or not, I was balls in on Utah all the way. And even at halftime, as bad as they were in it. And then I was like, okay, let's go for more. Nope, never in. Wrong call, wrong team. And Texas Tech, even without Morton, had the backup in there, just ran it up my ass. And so I have a trouble when I work as hard as I do to figure out like what's going on with these games. What did I miss? What's going on? I really have I have trouble trying to make the adjustments that's needed to the power ratings to make sure I need to honor against these teams going forward without like purposely doing it. Like I don't want to need honor against. I love the Utah coach. When I'm against him on purpose, it's like okay, wait a minute. 4th and 15, BYU sends the house. They get him. That's a sack. 3:02 to go. They'll take over in Utah territory up by 10. That should do it. The Holy War will be wholly decided by the dog on the field. Bama 37-20 final over Tennessee. That is good for my game. That is no good for what I was hoping in the second half. We're in the 12th hour, 11 and a half almost in to the SWEATBOX today. I'm sweating my nuts off. Shouldn't be at this point. Everything's over. I think matters. Stanford's up. They're up 3-3 against Florida State. The only reason I say that is because they were a 17 and a half, 18-point dog going in. Total was 55. Nothing near that currently. The live price at Chris is 10 and 47. I could never have a sniff at that. I wouldn't even consider getting involved in that game because it's just a matter of fact of whether Florida State cares enough to start getting stops and playing. And if they do, they'll beat this team by a million. If they don't, they'll just be in a dogfight to the end and might lose it. Let's see. I need to find the CW for this Lafayette, Oregon State. Which means it's time for me to call it. You guys do not need one more fucking second of me sitting here talking to you about any of this shit that's happening right now. It's been a long day for all of us. Anybody has the balls to stick around for any part or a majority of this or whatever, I can give you congratulations and kudos, head nod, all that stuff. Where are we at here? Oregon State 10-3 over Lafayette, 5 minutes to go before halftime. Oregon State 0-7, Lafayette 5-2. The line was close to 18. I made it like 20. The fact that, oh wow, first down Lafayette. The fact that there's a 1AA playing on the road at this point in the year in their schedule, allowed them to do that is it's pretty cool for everybody. BYU now has the third longest streak in the country of winning. Ohio State 11, Navy 9, BYU 8. Meaningless shit in the grand scheme of things, but it is what it is. I'll tell you what, I think that's it. Utah, BYU, Notre Dame's final, Alabama's final. There's no CBS. The CW game is trash. Nevada and New Mexico is on FS1. Florida State, Sanford's on ESPN. All right, that's enough. Cincinnati and Oklahoma State. $49-17. Oh my goodness. Are you shitting me with that? So 21-7. So that's that for all this stuff. $398 plus 13, no good, huh? Second half. I'm not sure if I wanted to watch it or not. Actually, glad I didn't. I probably would have broke some shit. Tomorrow there's a London game in the NFL. First thing, Rams in Jacksonville, 6:30 Pacific, 9:30 Eastern. There are 6 games that start at 1 Eastern. I'll be here before that. I'm going to be doing a little bit of tweaking with the SWEATBOX. The algorithms, but the stuff that's involving, you guys have seen me when I come in and out of the scenes, the starting, soon, be right back, all that shit, odd screen. I'm not quite there yet. I hope by next week at this time it'll be something that we can be able to monetize. I do appreciate all your support. We're in the 12th hour today. It's going to be the end of it. 11 hours and 20 hours in. 11 hours and 20 minutes in is enough. Enjoy the rest of the games you guys have. Missouri, Auburn, and overtime is the biggest sweat that's on the SEC channel. That's all I got. Everything else you guys can figure it out. Nevada, New Mexico is on FS1. Cincinnati, Oregon State's, or Oklahoma State's done on ESPN2. Utah, Brigham Young on Big Fox. 24-14. 2:50 left, 4th and 5 there. BYU up, catching 4.5. Under the total by a lot, barring an act of God at the end. Bama 37-20 beats Tennessee. Florida State, Stanford on ESPN in that game. End of the second quarter now. And my scores are wrong, so it's not worth me